personally believe that me personally, I believe he rose from the dead, but it's very difficult to debate something that you don't have evidence for. I could say I believe it, but I think that's where it ends right there, kind of, so to speak. Um,
See, damn it. Why are you so reasonable, man? Damn you.
Hey,
It's
look, cause you know what happened? Cause I've been in so many debates with atheists and stuff. It comes to a point to where you, I will say something, you know what the responses are, and then when you look back at it, it's like, well, it becomes nonsensical to this point. If you don't subscribe to the Bible, it's pointless for me to bring out a verse to prove what I'm saying if you don't uphold to that as an authority. So it's the path and bridge to nowhere.
hmm.
I'm
Well, okay. Have you heard about the four essential facts that scholars accept?
Now what's that one?
So,
Explain that.
uh, the secular scholars accept that. Uh, just a second, hold on. So, I would know for a fact that one of them is the important one is that the disciples claim to have seen Jesus post mortem, right, after he
Mhm.
died, claiming
Mhm.
to see him alive, right. This is what
Mhm.
secular scholars agree on, and from that you have kind of Christians arguing that the best explanation is that they in fact did see what they see, while the secular scholars argued that there are better explanation. Bart Ehrman being one of them. So I was hoping, do you have anything along those lines, like?
I mean, I mean, we could take that because see, that would be the evidence I would use. But me being, because I think the best thing is I start thinking like an atheist because the first next response would be, well, there's a variety of things that could have happened to where they could have seen him. It could have been a different person completely, or he couldn't have died in the first place, and the Gospels changed the story. Or it's like there's so many different rebuttals to that. It really starts becoming a debate of speculation, and that's why, like, when I try to have a conversation with somebody, I try to narrow things down to a point to where there's little room to budge. When it comes to the resurrection, which I believe it happened, is very difficult to narrow it down evidence wise to a point to where I can show you, Art, look, there's no other way around it. Because of XYZ, I have pinpointed to that. You can't move anywhere. I can't do that with the resurrection. Um, but um, I will say this. I believe Paul saw something. Uh, for that radical of a transition, he must have seen something to go from killing. But then again, there's all type of other explanations for that too. So like I said, even if I try, it's still like, well, it could have been this.
Right, yeah, I was about to mention that. I mean, life-changing scenarios happen. Um, if you take the whole humanity as a whole,
You know what?
there's a lot of people who have that without a God, right? I had it myself in terms of my fitness, even though I kind of lost it, but that's a different thing. And I gained that without God, and I was totally life-changing experience. Like, wow, that
Yeah.
completely changed my line of thinking, and I still have the different line of thinking today, especially when it comes to fitness. Yeah, I mean, he might have actually, saw what he thought he saw, but the thing actually not existing, right? It might have been just a hallucination or a misinterpretation, and that would still lead to the same effect as if he actually saw Jesus, and Jesus was talking to him, right? So
Yeah.
that can
Now
account for
this
the life-changing scenario.
now this is what I would say too though, is as far here, I'm going to see if I can find a fundy Christian for you to debate.
Please do, sir. You're too reasonable
I
for me.
I didn't mean to
People
make
are
it.
on in here.
Let me
It's
see. I'm
like,
trying.
it's like, dude, why are you so reasonable? Damn it.
Let me find what I'm gonna find. That's I'll be saying the same thing too. But yeah. Now what I will say is this: when we talk about why do I believe, is because it'll be based off uh personal experience. Now, when it comes to the personal experience thing, um, I can't count it as evidence for you guys because I can't duplicate what I experienced for you to assess what happened.
Right.
So, but just because I wouldn't be able to duplicate and show it to you guys, I'm not going to deny what I went through.
No, that's
So,
fine.
like for example, like if you went out into the middle of the woods and saw Bigfoot, like you gave him high five, cooked marshmallows with him, y'all told some jokes, it was a good time, you and Bigfoot, right? It's in broad daylight, it's not a hallucination, you're not drunk, you're like in your right mind, okay? So if you have that experience with Bigfoot, if you go back into town with no evidence and somebody tells you Bigfoot does not exist, you're like, no, I was just cooking up some marshmallows with him the other day. He's real. Okay? It's like you're not going to deny what happened. The only thing is you just have no evidence, so therefore we can't say Bigfoot is fact just based off your testimony. So that's kind of like where I'm at with it.
Well, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually attack people's personal experiences because I have mine myself, but I do have an argument against it. But I'm really not. It's kind of a last resort, and it gets into sensitive sort of on its own sensitive ground for the other person, especially. But for example, let's say that. Well, no, okay. I'm rather not go there, but um,
Go there, man. You got I can I'm a big guy.
okay, fine. Okay, so um,
Okay.
I would propose the notion of extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? So if I saw something, or rather, if I thought I saw something extraordinary, like aliens visiting me in the middle of the night, which
Mhm.
is kind of on par with the supernatural. It's extraordinary. It's just it's not an ordinary occurrence, right? Um,
Mhm.
so I would be questioning that. I would be
Mhm.
thinking, okay, what did I do the day before? Did I take any, mind-altering substances? Is there fungus in my apartment,
Right. Right.
in
Right.
my room, right? So I would look for these alternatives because really this thing of aliens is still kind of, too extraordinary. I mean, I mean, unless these entities left for me something that I can verify them in the future for myself, right? That I can
Mhm.
apply empirical standards to. I would be really reserved to believe that it
Right.
happened, or at least take actions based on that
So what
experience.
if these aliens continuously kept doing it, right? But let's say you left some cookies for them on your dresser. Okay, you did a test. You put the cookies there. They came to you at night. They ate up the cookies. You woke up. Them cookies are gone. Okay. Now, at this point, you have no evidence that aliens ate those cookies. But you were there. You conducted the test to see if you were hallucinating. And when you put the cookies there, you were in your right mind. But then when you woke up in the morning, you remember looking at those aliens eating the cookies. And then when you wake up in the morning, those cookies are still gone. Like at that point, I believe most people will be like, okay, I was just kicking it with some aliens last night.
I don't know.
Well,
I've sleptwalked and done some pretty weird stuff.
Yeah,
well, I don't know really. Like I don't I you know. Phew, because usually at this point you're really kind of just Basically, I'm fine with it, right? I'm fine if your belief is based on personal experience alone. I
Mhm.
cannot touch your faith at this point, even though I would maybe kind of construct an argument somewhere in the future, because I do think it's not a good idea for humanity to base their views, to base uh, their opinions that, in effect, that alter other people's way of life, because you're gonna probably vote based on your views, right? Which you which is based on
Uh,
your personal experience, right? To some extent, right?
well, here's the thing. People are going to base their vote off some influence. It's going to be an influence based off how your parents raised you, or what your friends say, the people you're around, and then people are going to base their views off their religion. To me, it's kind of the same thing. It's like if I am basing my decisions off a book that I believe in, it's kind of the same as I'm basing my decision off this friend that may be imperfect, but I really value my friend's advice. I'm going to make a decision based off the advice my friend gave me. So at the end of the day, whatever source you get your guidance from, you're going to base your opinion off of. So it's like it kind of cancels each other out. Now, what I think what the problem is when it comes to religion is where, because I have my experience, Art, and I know it's true, you're ridiculously stupid for not believing it because I know that it happened. That's where I think you guys probably get frustrated with the thing when it comes to that. Am I right?
You see, the thing is, not actually. I don't think I've ever met a theist who would have actually said that. It has become really a popular thing, and I'm glad for it. That personal experience, it's recognized amongst the theists that personal experience is not evidence for the other person, right? Who is listening
Right.
to you. So
Right.
we haven't had that, right?
Mhm.
It's more of a sort of issue when somebody actually argues based on evidence and argumentation, logic, right? That there is
Mhm.
good reasons to believe in a God. That's what I would object because I don't really think there is.
Right. Yeah, and the thing is, cause I used to be a little bit more militant than this, but after you've done been in so many YouTube atheist debates, you're worn out. Like I'm worn out now. you know,
Yeah.
I
like
know what you mean. I know totally what you
I,
mean.
it's
Yeah.
like I know all the rebuttals to every argument from the theists and the atheists. I know it's like we could kick it off and start off, and I know I just know everything that I'm omniscient when it comes to that. So I'll be like, you know what? I'm just gonna sit this one out because I already know what it is, and the conclusion. Now there's some conversations that can be fruitful, like I can dance around the intelligent design thing a little bit if you frame it properly. That's a reasonable discussion to have if you keep the Bible out the situation. You can kind of have a talk about that, but as far as the title of what your show is right here, it's like I really don't have anything for it.
That's cool. We don't have a set topic anyway. I mean, the second topic is about 1 second. The second topic is can the supposed miracles that are described in the Bible be better explained by extraterrestrial beings?
Hmm. Well, if if Yeshua or Jesus, if he is from another world, by definition, he would be alien.
Right, but I wasn't thinking of that, of course. I mean, yeah, you're technically correct. Yeah, he would be extraterrestrial because he's not born on our planet, right? He's not terrestrial. Sure, but I was thinking more of aliens like ET, you know, and sort of that thing. But since you already kind of said that you don't have any evidence or argumentation as to why the Bible is the Word of God, you take it on your personal experience and from reasonable faith, I assume. There is no real discussion about that, which is fine. We don't have to talk about that
Well,
necessarily.
I will say this. I will say this. Um, I believe there's a reason. I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you the abilities of the Bible. The reason why the Bible has lasted so long is because it's a what at most what 2015 1500-year-old book. It anything that's happening in your life, whether you lose a job, you got girl problems, you got money issues, you can find a verse that is applicable to your situation. And then you'll look at that verse and you'll be like, okay, this is what I'm going through right now. And then it will proceed to tell you the story of whoever's going through that. Then that gives you some sense of motivation. And I think that's why the Bible has lasted so long.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean,
And others.
yeah, another right, exactly. The Quran, a better example would be the Hindu Vedas, right? They're huge. They're fucking monstrous, huge, right? Collection of writings. Yes, they do
Mhm.
address a lot of things and do have the common wisdom in it, right? The same wisdom that you would probably get from your grandmother, which is valuable, right? Very valuable. And it's
Mhm.
so having your Bible is kind of like having the wisdom of the ancients along with you all the time, and it's useful. I mean, it has some intuitive moral teachings which are useful, like I said. So yeah, I mean, the book is applicable to an extent in a general sense, but
Yeah.
when you go to specifics, when you take it absolutely literally, yeah, there's going to be problems because it's based ultimately on a quite old moral system, where people did not understand, about the LGBT issues, for example, or medicines, and other issues,
Yeah,
political issues.
and when it comes to the homosexuality, the the Bible, I think we talked. I don't know if he was on that show already, but we already talked about this. The Bible only identifies the act. It really doesn't address the emotional or standpoint of it. It just says, "Do not have sex with another man," and
Right.
then that's it. It doesn't address if a man or a woman feels it doesn't say how to address that. It just says don't do it. So when it comes to stuff outside of the act of actually following through with it, it becomes kind of nuanced. Uh, Same way, actually, and here's another thing: it becomes somewhat nuanced with premarital sex in general. And there's a reason for that. I mean, there's no actual verse that says, "Thou shalt not sleep with someone before you get married." Uh, there is something like that from a woman's perspective, but for a man, it's really nuanced. But the reason for this is it's not that they're necessarily saying it's okay. It's just that by the time you're 12 or 13, you're married. So there's really no opportunity for something premarital to happen. You know, it's like so that they really didn't put anything in there because it's kind of not applicable. So when it comes to the whole gay thing, there's a level of indifference for me. It's like I won't promote it and I won't protest it. Just like when they made it legal, it's like okay, I don't see why I would need to protest what's going on, considering it. My life didn't change one iota since they passed it. You know, so at least from my perspective, it's just kind of there.
That's cool. I mean, well, that's awesome, really, actually. Damn, I almost want to fist bump you virtually here, like fist bump.
Yeah, that is pretty great to hear.
It's really refreshing.
But you do got, but that's all I always say. It's like you do got to watch the people that be overly talking about it a little bit. You know, it's like whenever I know you've seen the pastors that be like real aggressive toward the gay people. they always end up like having a grinder profile or something. I just saw that there was a preacher. He was really hardcore on gays, but he's on a gay dating site, and it's like that kind of thing keeps happening.
Yeah, self-hatred.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel if people will focus on themselves, the world will be a better place. Uh, it's like if we really want to talk about now, I'm gonna start preaching to y'all. I hope y'all don't mind. I'm gonna start preaching, but but if we're gonna talk about Jesus, one of his best friends was a prostitute. You
Right?
know?
Was it Mary? I think. Or
Yeah,
not Mary?
yeah. I mean, yeah. So he would hang around prostitutes and publicans and criminals. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were even gay. But the only difference is I don't think he would have condoned homosexuality, because he was a Torah keeper. Like people keep forgetting that Jesus was a Jew. He followed the Torah. So he wouldn't have promoted it, but what he would try to do is teach by living by example instead of pointing the finger, and that was the method he used. The only real people you will see Jesus really lashing out against are hypocrites, people that were actually in the Bible. That actually observed the Bible. The Torah. He never really talked about criminals like that. It's like the hypocrites is who really got under his skin. I just think my major frustration is the church of today is dramatically different from the first century church. Is a completely different animal, So a lot of people have problems with the modern day church, and I'm one of them. And it's frustrating because you're like, dang. Now you have to go kind of do the red tape to clear out all the madness,
Okay, Alvin. I like it. That's cool. Your basis for believing the Bible is personal experience, not argumentation, not evidence. That's fine. So maybe we can talk about something else. You mentioned intelligent design and that you could make a case for it somehow.
Yeah, and here's my best case for it. I talked to my uncle's a physicist, right? And he talks to a lot of biologists. And a biologist told him something interesting, okay? He said the reason why intelligent design can't be put into schools is because there's no working model.
Right.
Totally. There is no working model of it.
Yeah, there is no hypothesis to be speaking of, let alone a theory.
But he did say this though, and I found this quite interesting. When you'll see a lot of ID proponents make the analogy where Bill Gates said, "Oh well, DNA is like a computer program; it's just more advanced." Like I'm sure you heard that, right?
Oh yeah.
So usually the rebuttal from the atheist is, well, a computer program is not DNA. That's the rebuttal. So they'll say it's an equivocation fallacy. But what the biologist said is that with the advancements in genetics and how we're breaking down the human gene and having a better understanding on what DNA is, we may be only 200 years, maybe 300 years of having the ability to make DNA from scratch. Now, if we have humans making DNA from scratch, taking non-living materials and make them living, I would have a working model of an intelligent being creating life from non-life. That would be a working model, and it wouldn't be an equivocation fallacy.
Well,
Yeah,
good. Good.
sorry, I just realized something. If you really think about it, chemistry and physics, computer programs are more like them. if you think about it. They were around first, all these rules, and if this, then this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
you're taking what happens in chemistry and in physics and writing it out into a computer to obtain some other result.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why you can't use the analogy of a computer program. But if humans literally take non-living materials and make literal DNA from scratch, that wouldn't be an equivocation because they have literally made DNA from scratch. It's not a computer program. It's the actual DNA. Now, obviously, this is just pure speculation. Like I can't say for certain if we would ever get that kind of technology, but I just found it interesting if that was ever to happen, and we wouldn't know how non-living materials become that way through natural causes. That would be that would be something interesting.
But wouldn't they be replicating the natural causes, like we've done with all other elements we've experimented with?
But it will be the assumption that it's not. See, it'll be one like things like evolution. You can test evolution and see it working by itself. You know what I'm saying? You can almost see it working by itself in real time. You know, as of today, we haven't figured out exactly how non-living materials became living. You know, now if we do figure it out for ourselves and we can do it ourselves, then we will have an example of beings of intelligence making DNA from scratch, but we still wouldn't have an example of it happening by itself. But once again, what I'm saying is pure speculation, since we can't do that now. But I just found it interesting that he said that.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, the issue I have is this example of metaphysical cherry picking. So let's say it happened today. Let's say tomorrow we open the newspaper and found out that scientists have done it. Let's not say 200 years in the future. The issue I have is that it isn't the intelligence bit that's doing it. We have never seen intelligence independent of anything else doing anything else. We've never seen a mind disembodied from a brain willing anything into existence. So if you're going to say scientists creating DNA from scratch is evidence for intelligent design, it's not the intelligence part that's doing it. It's a physical, well, if you want to call it a physical mind, I would argue it is, but a mind in a physical brain with a physical body, physically interacting something. We have no example of a disembodied mind.
Well, I could use the same thing for a computer. It's a physical body of me and a physical brain taking physical parts and making a computer. You know,
exactly. I mean, that's my point.
Yeah.
But the physical elements that I make up have constructed an intelligent being. My makeup, the carbon, the blood, the vessels, they all created this thing called Alvin that's intelligent. You know?
Yeah, but my point is this wouldn't, for example, well, we probably need to, I didn't see the first part, so if you've already mentioned what this intelligent designer thing is, then I apologize, but my issue is the intelligent design model is so far removed of anything what we think of as an actual causal mechanism, because we have no example of an intelligent, independent of a brain, independent of a physical body, willing something into existence. We simply have no example of that. So
they kind of move right past the designer part to what he designed.
Hey guys, just a second. I'm gonna be AFK for like 20 minutes. I left Alvin with mods and Dave mods. Guys, do not kick people just because there's some kind of disagreement. Try and keep this just civil. Allow for both parties to have their say in a sort of back and forth fashion. Also, don't forget to broadcast people because the cameraman is on, and look out for trolls. People who do not have an avatar of their image, or have names like Hitler, stuff like that. So yeah, I'll be right back.
I'll try to behave. I'm sorry.
Don't make me kick you.
Yeah, because basically what I'm talking about is there's no model for intelligent design as of today. I was just asking what would a model look like, and this biologist said this will be a model. Because then, guess what? if I'm, but because what will be taught in the class is, hey kids, this is how you make DNA from scratch. That would be intelligent design.
Well, it would be
You know,
artificial synthesis or whatever the phrase is. We have that
no,
now.
it,
It's just we
no,
don't have
no,
it
it
in the
wouldn't.
DNA.
It wouldn't be artificial because you're actually making it's actual DNA.
Well, no,
You know,
yeah, but it's artificial in the sense that it's humans doing it. Like artificial selection is when we breed dogs to mate.
but yeah, okay, artificial selection, yeah, but it would be an example of humans taking non-living materials and make them living. That's what would be taught in a school, and that would be called intelligent design.
Well, the
The
trouble
problem
is,
is,
if we try and
no,
fit
no,
that to 3.5 billion years ago when life sort of
but,
originated,
but, but, but
we
watch
have no
this. But what
examples
I'm
of
saying
it.
is, what I said doesn't prove God, though. You see what
I
I'm
completely
saying?
agree.
What I said doesn't prove God, but what it does prove is that I have demonstrated that it's possible for a being of intelligence to make non-living materials living. Right now, we don't have that. I can't prove a being of intelligence can make non-living material into living, so there's no working model right now. But if that ever happened, I would have an example of that. And
Well,
then,
you would, you would, but it wouldn't be the same sort of example as the origin of life.
but then I would have I did but then if I could demonstrate beings of intelligence doing that, I would then have at least something on the table like, hey, I've seen beings of intelligence do that, but we still haven't figured out the process how this can happen on its own. This doesn't mean that the God of the Bible is true. It doesn't mean that there's a God, but it does lean more towards the DNA is being made by something theological because we now have an example of this. But I don't want to stay on this too long because it's still speculation on my part because it hasn't happened yet. But I'm just saying from that standpoint, you will have something more solid than what we have now. You know,
I don't know. I think if anyone does an experiment like that, they would be replicating the natural processes, just like with.
but it would be the assumption that it happened naturally. That's what I'm saying. It's like it would be under the assumption that it happened naturally, to therefore say it's replicating it naturally. You know what I'm saying? Because the case, remember the case we're trying to figure out is how did non-living material become living? So if I can demonstrate, hey, we have an example of beings of intelligence doing it, we still don't have an example of it happening naturally. So then it will be like, hey, at this point, I'm leaning more towards this because we actually have a working model of this as opposed to not having a working model of that.
Well,
You get what I'm saying?
the problem though is like you would have to explain that intelligence came from. And somewhere down the line, it's going to have to be a natural process and not designed by an intelligence.
But here's the thing. This is what I would say to that, though. When you find any object and trying to find whether it was made or not, the origins of its maker is somewhat irrelevant as far as understanding that this can of pop I'm holding in my hand was not made by natural causes. Regardless if I know what made this can of pop and what made the thing that made this can of pop, looking at the object I'm seeing, it doesn't matter what's the origin of what made it as opposed to this can of pop. So if I find out, hey, we have examples of beings of intelligence making DNA, that doesn't then therefore mean that whatever made the DNA is eternal and omnipresent and forever lasting. You know what I'm saying? It just means something made that. And a lot of times with the ID people, they get accused of trying to hide God, like trying to use science as like a Trojan horse. But it's like if they're trying to be scientific, they can't bring God into a situation. So their position is kind of problematic. It's like, okay, we're trying to use science. We're going to be scientific about it. So therefore, we're not going to bring a being we have no evidence for. So then when they say, hey, we don't know who the designer is, they then get accused of being, hey, you're just trying to hide God. So it's like the position is problematic, to say the least.
It also violates the principle of parsimony. So God has a lot of extra assumptions that you simply don't need to make. In the same way, if we were trying to explain why there are earthquakes, what causes earthquakes, we can have two competing models. We can say the God model, whereby it's this disembodied mind that is omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient, and so on, that just happen to judge sinners who live along geological fault lines. That has a lot more assumptions than the fact that tectonic plates move. So because they make the exact same predictions and explain the same amount of data, so there is no situation in which there'll be a earthquake where there isn't either God or the tectonic plates. They explain the same data and make the same predictions. Occam's razor is we should favour the model which has the fewer unnecessary assumptions, which is basically what people should argue for Occam's razor. It's not that the simplest explanation is the best, it's that when you have two models that can't be disentangled in any other way, go with the one that has the fewer assumptions. And God just violates that principle.
Yeah. Now, and if we take Occam's razor, and we found out how to make DNA from scratch, and we now have an example of beings of intelligence making DNA, and we can see it and observe it happening, that would then be the assumption with the least, that would be a scenario with the least amount of assumptions, considering we can observe this happening, but we still don't know how this thing happened.
Well, if we're going with the fewest assumptions, then saying life is eternal has the fewest assumptions. It's almost certainly wrong. The universe, life isn't eternal, but it has fewer assumptions to say, well, life has always existed in some form. In the same way we could say the universe has always existed in some form, rather than positing a God that's always existed, which created the universe. So if we're just going to go by the fewest assumptions, but it's not just the fewest assumptions, it's the one that makes the testable model that explains the data as well as makes predictions.
Because even with your model with the tectonic plates, I can observe the tectonic plates doing what they do by themselves. Like I can actually observe that, and we actually have tested things. Like that's not even a guessing game. I guess the problem that scientists are still trying to understand is how do we get these non-living materials living? Evolution's not a problem. They've tested that, but the first step of gathering the information to kick off the process, that's the part that nobody knows. And as of right now, the consensus amongst most scientists is that it happened with natural causes, because as of today, there's not a working model of ID as of today. But in the future, maybe things will change.
I guess the issue... Sorry, I don't want to jump in if anyone else wants to.
I was just going to say.
I have a quick question.
Trying to use the scientific method to explain how God did it. That's like trying to use a screwdriver to calibrate the Large Hadron Collider. We couldn't understand it even if we wanted to. We have a disadvantage in that regard. So, God himself could come here and say, yep, I did it, convince everybody he exists. That's not going to explain anything to us. That's not gonna automatically give us the intelligence that he has to understand how he did it. It just, it's that simple, right? Like we lack the intellectual prowess to understand how he did it, right?
I guess that's what I find very weird about Jesus, the fact that he just cured people that he met rather than said, okay, for future reference, this is what you should do in order to not get in this situation. In fact, he contradicts what we know about germ theory of disease by saying you shouldn't wash your hands. So, because I was reading the Gospel of Mark before, and I was just reading it, like going, really? This is the Son of God who says, no, shouldn't wash hands.
Context, he was talking about the hypocrites. The hypocrites was up there talking about y'all ain't even wash y'all hands before y'all eat, you heathens. And then he's just turning around, well, okay, I'm not going to wash my hands on purpose because y'all ain't nothing but some hypocrites. That's what it is, because what it was them Pharisees was turning their nose up at everybody, and it was trying to get Jesus talking about, well, you're not following the Torah because you're not doing that. He's saying you stuck on the traditions of men. Like washing your hands was a traditional thing. So he ain't washed his hands on purpose. Like, now what? Like, that's something I would do.
I mean, Christ was augmenting reality through his knowledge of God. Again, something that we're limited to. Him being God incarnate, he would understand those things. We don't, but he tells us, how can you do these things? through faith in God, belief in God. And that's something that people struggle with when you're trying to bridge the gap between the natural and the supernatural. It'll never work. And that's why 2,000 years later, we still have the same questions. We still can't answer them. I mean,
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I've grown. The reason why I've been comfortable is because what's going to happen is going to happen. When it comes to the Bible and God and the afterlife, it's like we're all going to find out what happens when we die one day. I mean, we could theorize it and talk about, well, this happens, that happened, but all of it, just because we are all decaying right now. I mean, this sounds real miserable, but we'll all find out one day. We'll see. You know, I mean, we would very much like to, have a complete confirmation so I can show all of you guys for such. Like, I can show you, Dave, like, hey, when you die, here we go. I can show you this videotape. I went there and I recorded it. Bam. Like, I wish we could do this, but most of these conversations would just be speculation. Although I do have a scientific thing for a soul. I don't know if y'all want to hear it though.
It's not what Inspiring Philosophy just went through, is it?
You want to hear the scientific soul? Look.
Fire away.
This is my scientific soul. Now, we all agree that energy doesn't die, it transforms, correct?
Yeah, it can't be created or destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it can be created. Okay, so this thing called Alvin is I am a form of energy right now coming together that forms this thing called Alvin, right?
Sure.
Okay, sure. Now, doesn't certain forms of energy retain information, like radio waves? I don't know, whatever I'm using to talk to you on the internet right now. Doesn't certain energy retain information?
I don't think retain is the word. Transmit, perhaps, but not probably retain.
Okay, it transmit information. It doesn't retain it. Okay.
Well, you're not holding the sound waves that I'm. Sound waves are going out of your speakers into your ear for you to understand what I'm saying. The process of transduction. You're not storing that energy and retaining it. It's a receptacle rather than a. What's the word?
So the radio waves aren't holding any information.
It's more like transmitting in a pattern, and like the devices that pick them up know how to turn that into what we want it to be. Kind of.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, that's fair enough. So the radio waves is just it's just basically a tunnel for this information to go through, right?
Oh, you've lost me.
I'm talking about like for the radio waves that's giving this information to my computer. It's getting here by way of being transmitted through signals that we can't see.
Yeah, like there's no inherent information in it. It's what is perceiving it that's reading it in a way that gives it information and meaning, right? Like the machines that are set up to pick that up have a way of decoding what's in it, but there's not actually anything in there. It's the system that's turning it into something.
Okay, fair enough. So what
they're just different. They're waves of different heights, and what receives them turns the waves into what you can call information.
Okay, so what I would say is that when you die, all of the information that has been stored in you goes out into the radio waves. and maybe possibly be retained and then goes into somewhere else.
I think you could probably make it a lot easier just talking about atoms. You could say, I'm made out of atoms. The atoms that make up me don't disappear when I die. So so it's like Lego bricks. I'm made out of Lego bricks. When I die, you don't just destroy the Lego bricks. They just
Right.
break down into different things. That's probably an easy way of thinking about it.
Yeah. But
Is that a fair? I don't want to say if that's not a fair analogy, but it seems to be a bit more intuitive.
That's kind of just where I was going with. You kind of messed up my thing when you said it doesn't really retain the information, so I kind of had to flip it up a little bit. I
get what you're trying to say, but I don't know that it works out scientifically.
Yeah, I didn't really know how I thought the radio waves hold the information in there, but if they don't, then that kind of messed up what I was trying to do. It was a shot though. It almost worked.
Yeah.
I like the outside of the box thinking. I like it so. But,
Yeah.
I think there's certainly an argument for, I think is it Neil deGrasse Tyson who argued this that the atoms made him become the flora and fauna. So he doesn't really die. He just becomes, the grass and the ground or whatever happens to you. If you want to be cremated or buried or whatever. I'm just a collection of these, like I say, Lego bricks. So when I die, they're not destroyed, they're not disintegrated, never to be seen again. They just become different things. The things that make up my body then become returned to the earth, essentially.
Okay, Dave, I got a question for you, Dave. Now, since we was talking about abiogenesis, what do you feel about the whole thing of life not forming on Earth, but the first cells were developed on a meteorite, and then land? Have you heard this thing where life came here by way of meteorite?
I've heard, I think amino acids rather than cells. Cells are quite complicated, so it's unlikely they'd form on comets. But I think it's certainly an interesting possibility. So some of the more exotic minerals that we need may not necessarily have formed here. So I don't think it's to say life came via comet. I think that's a bit of an over exaggeration.
Because one guy said we're aliens. He said we're aliens because of that.
I like the dry humour of scientists, like calling it the God particle and things like that. That's sort of the way they sort of word it to make it a bit more provocative. I think it's certainly interesting. I think it's a piece in the jigsaw that the elements on Earth probably weren't enough, and the conditions on Earth probably wasn't enough as it was, so we needed something external. Whether that was from or whether it's from just the fact that Earth, the impact that created the moon, that things have been always hitting Earth and they've been depositing things. So we're not going to be thoroughbred Earthlings, if you want to call it that. That we're going to be made of things that aren't from Earth. I think that's Earth is made of things that's not from Earth. So,
I'm all into
but no, it's an interesting idea.
I'm all into the whole creation because I saw this thing. I don't know if it was on History Channel or whatever, but they showed how the Earth formed. There was actually another planet about the size of the Earth that crashed into the Earth. Like, I forgot what they call it, but the Earth was already made, and this big ass planet just came in and crashed in it, and like some of the pieces from that other planet turned into the moon. Like, it was really
the giant impact hypothesis.
Yeah, it just looked really tripped out, man. I'm like, and then it went through the phases of the end of the universe where everything just flatlines, like the whole basically all the atoms are separate, and there's there's no matter basically. You know what I'm talking about, Dave? Where
the heat death of the universe, where everything's become so evenly distributed that nothing can possibly happen. So it's like, imagine like a jar of jam, spreading it so thinly that the pieces are so far apart you can't even tell it's jam anymore, essentially. So yeah, it's so evenly distributed that there's no energy because there's no potential force. I don't know what the phrase is, but yeah, it's certainly, it's about 100 trillion years in the future, so don't have to worry about it just yet, but it's certainly interesting to think.
Wouldn't there be like a scientific model that explains, in space matter coalesces, right? Like energy coalesces. So I'm trying to reconcile, like, even though the universe gets bigger, that doesn't necessarily mean that matter would stop coalescing and forming stars and stuff. I could see like a star explodes, whatever, but eventually that matter would coalesce with other matter and start the process over again. I think I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a scenario or some kind of scientific principle that says that that would happen.
Well, the other issue is because the universe is expanding, we've got like dark energy, so things are going apart quicker than they're coming together, essentially. So, for example, there are stars and galaxies that are further away than we could possibly ever reach because they're going faster than the speed of light. So, because things are expanding, and it's expanding faster and faster and faster, it seems to be what the case is, they're not necessarily going to, I mean, they're still going to coalesce, but in a sort of local vicinity, but then as things between galaxies and so on become further and further away, then they can't coalesce, because matter can't go faster than the speed of light. Space can go faster than the speed of light. Space doesn't have any obstacle of doing that. It does that every day, in fact, but because it's expanding, our galaxy will become isolated from everyone else in, again, billions, if not trillions of years' time, so it's expanding as well as coalescing. So it's in the early universe, they were closer, so they could coalesce more. Whereas later on, as things expand, it's kind of like if you think of like bread baking in the oven. As it expands, you can think of raisins coming close together in the local proximity. I don't know why you put raisins in bread, but I couldn't think of anything else. They can sort of coalesce and become closer. But because the bread is expanding, then eventually you'll have one raisin on its own. So in the short proximity, so in the case of in the early bread when it was a lot smaller, they could become closer because they are attracted to each other. This analogy is breaking down very quickly, but
yeah, I think it's oversimplified because here's the thing: like if I have a balloon, right, and there's two things floating inside the center of that balloon, just because the space increases doesn't. I guess I don't understand why that the increase in space. What force does that exert on the matter to force it apart from each other? Just simply because the space gets bigger, right? Like there would have to be something tugging the matter away from each other, like moving them apart. I guess I don't know. Does that make sense?
So I missed the first bit. I was typing away. So what was the very first thing you were saying about the balloon?
Well, okay, think about, like, so you've got a balloon, and this doesn't really work unless you are in outer space. So, okay, I'm in outer space, and there's zero gravity, and I've got two raisins inside this balloon, and for the sake of the conversation, let's attach these two raisins on each end of a needle, right, so that they're sitting in place, and let's pretend that needle's not real, it's just there to keep them where they're at, and then you blow the balloon and expand the balloon bigger. Well, simply enlarging the space that they could occupy, how does that force them apart further? Simply because the space got bigger, I guess. This is something I mean, there might be some kind of law in physics that explains this. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's the space between them that's also expanding. It's not just the edge growing.
Now that would make sense.
It's expanding into itself is probably the way to think. I don't know. That might confuse you even more, but it's the distance between them is also increasing, not just the distance beside them, around them. I'm trying to think of what.
Yeah, he's asking why.
It makes sense to me, but if it doesn't make sense to you, I'm sorry.
Well, that would make sense to me if the expansion of the universe is also it's not just like an expansion of the borders. It's also the actual space inside the universe that's also expanding. Right? Makes sense?
I think that's probably, yeah, it's not just the edges being pulled by, it's not like a sheet that you pull from the middle, everything is expanding.
Like the space between the raisins is also expanding with the borders. Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it is. I was watching, I think, Physics Girl and Veritasium. I just have a binge of like physics videos, and then by the end, my brain just completely hurts because I can't understand what's going on anymore. It's like reality isn't what I thought it was anymore. But I love Veritasium.
Man,
have you seen the Magnus effect one that's blowing up?
Oh, which one was that? Sorry.
The Magnus effect, the spinning basketball.
Oh yes, I love that.
Okay, now let's get some real. Let's get into the nitty gritty now. How long do humans have left? Because I saw this thing that we might go extinct in the next 5,000 years, just based off the male gene deteriorating. It was a whole couple of things. I'm like, now wait a minute, I'm not feeling that.
I'm not feeling that either, bro.
Yeah, they said, because the male gene is deteriorating, Now, what they did say is that that we look a lot like this lizard in Africa that used to have males. And over the years, the male part of the species died off. So now the women reproduce asexually. I mean, well, the female lizard. So I don't know if that's our fate.
That would make life a
But
lot more interesting.
yeah, I don't know. Can you imagine being the last man on Earth? You're the last man on Earth.
It's like an episode of The Twilight Zone, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. But I don't think that would happen because of technology. You know, we can artificial everything. We're going to be able to artificial everything. Matter of fact, you ever see Michio Kaku, his breakdown of the 3 kind of civilizations?
I've not seen that, but I'm aware of he's spoken at this at length before.
Yeah, he said when they look for intelligent life out there, they're looking for 3 kinds of civilizations: a type 1, type 2, and type 3. He says we're like a type 0.0.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
That was like 3 years ago. I saw something about that where he was talking about that. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, he was like a type 1 civilization is a civilization that's harnessed everything on the planet, meaning they can control the weather, they can cause an earthquake, they can cause a tsunami if they want it, they can make it rain, snow, they can make it snow in the Sahara Desert if they want it.
He was basically he was basically talking about, well, yeah, what you're talking about, the type 1, type 2, type 3, how we utilize energy. Like, he's like, we could really harness the power of the sun, yet we're still burning fossil fuels for our energy. And he's like,
right.
By the time you're like a type 3 civilization, you're out, you're like, you've left the planet, and you're effectively harnessing energy from outside of the planet and relying on the universe, not the actual Earth.
I mean, isn't there a Dyson sphere civilization that uses Dyson spheres? Like, they surround the whole star with the structure and just gather all the energy from the star.
That'd kind of be like what he's talking about. That'd be more like type 2, though.
Oh, that'd be fucking awesome. It's like a mega giant fusion reactor.
You know, he added a new one. He put a type 4. You know what his type 4 was?
What's that?
Harnessing the dark matter.
Oh.
See, at that point, you're God. Like, if you now know how to manipulate dark matter, you're now moving galaxies around. You're moving them around. You know,
Fuck.
If you're doing that, you are God.
If you watch some of the stuff that they talk about, like the who are the 2 guys, the guys the Mythbuster guys, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen? There's like there was an offshoot program where it was just one of the Mythbuster guys where he's doing this narrative of how, you know, humans could transfer their consciousness and their whatever into a clone of themselves of some sort and essentially live forever. And
was this the one that had hair?
The one that what?
Well, the one of them is bald. One of them has
Yeah, it was
hair.
the one that had hair. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Because he's an atheist. He's the atheist one, so I'm kind of disappointed.
Oh, well, yeah, and basically, I mean, this is all purely scientific fantasy, but it was speculation on what could happen in the future, and he's talking, you know, it's like mankind's goal essentially is to become God, to be able to defeat death and live forever. And then he got, like, you know, he's like talking about even past that point where we become pure consciousness, and then it's like at that point,
I have evidence of this. It's already happening. You can go on YouTube. I mentioned this yesterday. They put a rat brain inside of a robot. They did it. And the robot is moving around like a rat.
Hey, dude, I think I watched the video that you posted. I think that's entirely accurate. But in a gist, sure. What they did, I think, is they made artificial neurons that reflect a rat's brain to an extent. I don't think they literally put a rat's brain in the machine.
No, they put the brain in like a petri dish. Yeah, they didn't take the brain as it looks like in a rat. They like took all the little what do you call them?
Neurons?
Little neurons and put it in the petri dish and then hooked them up to the thing But did you see how that robot was learning? Did you see that?
Yeah. I saw
That
it.
robot, it was learning not to hit certain stuff, moving around. Now
Oh,
you
yeah.
know they're going to want to put a human brain into. You want to know they're going to want to do that. They're going to want to do that, and then all of a sudden, the machines are going to take over, and then Neo is going to come to save us, and then there we go.
You heard it here first, guys.
What about growing a human brain, bro?
Oh, there go Issa. Issa, what up, man? Oh, this my guy Issa. You know,
Salam,
see a
family,
Christian,
salam.
yeah, a Christian and a Muslim get along, guys. Did y'all know that?
Always supreme. Is this dude a Muslim?
Yeah. He's Islam of the Quran. You gotta get it right, man.
We have
I
a
am a
friend.
Muslim.
We have a friend named Farhan he's a Muslim who's pretty cool. If you get the chance
Farhan,
to meet him.
right? Yeah.
Farhan, yeah,
Like-
he's
Well, welcome, sir. Welcome to the Hangouts.
Thank you. I missed the topic. What exactly is it about? Sorry.
Well, I mean, we've kind of went through, a lot of stuff. Well, the original topic is, did Jesus rose from the dead? Also, the other topic is, are the supposed miracles that are described in the Bible better explained by extraterrestrials rather than a god? But we don't have a specific topic. Like, we can talk about anything really. I mean, it's just a guideline.
Yeah, right now we're talking kind of about the universe and stuff. Like, matter of fact, Issa got an interesting perspective on what the universe is and stuff. I don't know if you want to talk about that. What is the universe, Issa?
Oh boy.
I'm putting you on the spot.
I think. I mean, for me, in a conversation, I normally need to know where other people sort of stand, because then I know where to start my conversation. Because I sort of start with the human being and perception, and then you first discuss what is the human mind, how do the humans perceive things. If we check everything far, it's supposed to be in our brain. So therefore, what is the outside world? You know what I mean? That's sort of the perspective I'm coming from. But in relation to what that brother said, Jesus, I think it was, what did he say?
Did he rise from the dead?
Rise from the dead. What was the second one? Was it
I forget what was.
extraterrestrial? Can the miracle of the Bible be explained by extraterrestrial intervention? I mean, is that what angels are supposed to be? The chariots and so on. Is it extraterrestrial, or is it that they were terrestrial and then they went outside and settled on the moon or Mars, or maybe flew around the galaxy for a while? And then they come back now and again, maybe.
Yeah, this is all kind of. I'm going to say they were a Type 4 civilization.
They were what?
A Type 4 civilization. That's what I'm going to say.
Type 4.
Type 4. We were just talking about as far as technology or whatever, about where we're headed to. We was actually just talking about how humans are trying to become artificially immortal. Actually, I mentioned that we're almost there. They're putting rat brains inside of robots. If I can put my brain inside of a robot, and it's me, with just maybe a touch up every once in a while, cook some oil up, I can pretty much live indefinitely.
I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, we have already beings that live forever. Like, what's the jellyfish, right? There's this jellyfish that lives forever. It just reverts into different stages. I mean, it's a matter of manipulating our natural mechanisms. The thing that you mentioned, that putting a brain in a sort of robot's body, it's a crude alternative, really. There's a lot more ways to do it, and I'm all for it. I'm a sort of a transhumanist. I look forward to this time where we can live forever and harness the energy, of computers, and
And that's what I think. I think the ultimate goal. The internet is already a part of our life, a pretty big part of our life. We're going to become the internet. They're going to want to put our consciousness inside of these computers, and we don't even need bodies anymore. We're just alive in the computer. A lot more myth in reality.
been watching Lawnmower Man.
It's gonna be Lawnmower Man. I'm telling you.
Okay, but look at it this way, right? If you go back and study the ancients a bit more, if you check the way they express things, it was always as though they could transfer or connect their consciousness to the consciousness of objects around them. So the ancient religion, so to speak, was where you could unite your consciousness with the consciousness of the tree, of plants, of animals, and so on. You know, when they say you're the spirit of this animal or that plant or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then things changed. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of, you know, if we're given the story of evolution, even though evolution may be a fact, maybe the type of ape, monkey type beings they're talking about may not be the ancestors that we had. And that may be the issue. I think when you're saying we're looking to do that, I think there's a certain perspective or paradigm of humans that see it that way. Whereas the Bible and the Quran may see it slightly different. The Bible and the Quran is human beings' expression of consciousness becoming, let's say, more expanded. Whereas the world we live in today, it's like, you know, you keep your, like for the ancients, you traded off your low base animal desires for having a higher, more expansive consciousness. Whereas this one says, you know, the way we live today is like, well, no, keep your low base desires and use technology to achieve whatever it is you want. So it's kind of like.
Well, I don't know. What, I mean, yeah, I would say like the general populace for sure tries to sort of.
Yeah, what's good? What's good, man?
Hello, Kevin. So yeah, the general populace definitely tries to sort of appease our sort of baser needs, right? And through technology. But some of us have higher goals. Like I want to live forever. I want to know as much as I can know. I want to be educated. I want to be, you know, I want to travel to the stars. Like my goals are higher than just appeasing my baser needs.
No, but when you say live forever, do you think? Just think of it this way: if you had the opportunity to live for 1,000 years on planet Earth, do you not think you'd get bored?
Yeah, you know that's a good question. Yeah, right. That's an argument that some atheists actually bring up against the whole notion of heaven. Although I don't think it really works because heaven is supernatural, right? But yeah, I agree. Right? Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys watch Star Trek? Any of you?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you know Q, right? Q.
What's that with Star Trek?
Say what? Oh, right.
I am a Trekkie, but after Next Generation, I couldn't get into the Voyager Deep Space Nine stuff.
Okay. Well, hey, listen. There's this episode. There's like a ton of episodes about this Q.
Oh yeah, the Q.
Right, and one of the Qs. So okay, the Qs are basically like gods, essentially gods, except that they're capricious. They're like the Greek gods, right? They have human flaws. They get bored. They have emotions, and one of the Qs is bored because he has experienced everything that he can experience. He's seen it all. He's been through time. He has been an amoeba, right? He's been a plant. He's been an animal.
He popped up on the ship a couple of times.
Yeah.
And I remember one time they made him human. One time though, I saw that one.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because he messed up. They punished him and made him human for like a day, and it was driving him crazy.
Right. There was another episode with the son of that Q, and he was also made to be human to learn some wisdom from mortal people. But the point is, I mean, yes, there is this problem that eventually sort of the amount of experience that we will have is going to reach some kind of a wall. There's a finite amount of experiences a being can experience, right?
I think.
Go ahead.
I think here's the ultimate goal. Let me live to be 100, but I stay physically how I am now. It's just when I'm 100, I drop dead.
Right, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, give me that. It's like I'm physically the same. I don't go the process of getting old and brittle. I stay exactly how I am now, and then when 100 comes, I'm gone. I'll live with that.
I want to ask you a question. Do you think, considering the fact that it intense experience that allows you to go on to the next stage. So your aging process, you know, because how you think and the pain and suffering is what allows you to mature. Then how would that work? Considering that what happens to you is what makes you you. And
You'll
what makes
still go. You still might go through hardships, not probably physically, but you got girlfriends. You might not get the job that you want. You might go through some stuff like you're still gonna go through some hardships. It just probably won't be physical hardships.
No, but hear what I'm saying. Any emotional and psychological hardships, they cause the brain to release chemicals and so on, and that has effects on your physiology. So they're interconnected. So that's my point.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
It always, even if you don't keep scratching yourself or getting scars on your body, it's what you mentioned, the relationship. If you look at society is degenerated because relationships are messed up. Men and women interacting are messed up. Yeah, if you want to match up a society, you interfere with marriage and family life. That's it. That's the whole damn thing. You mentioned the most important thing. What I was going to get to is, do we need to know or establish a purpose for human beings before we even jump to any other thing? Or at least have an idea, some sort of suggestion of what is the purpose of our existence? And then other things.
The only one I can say that I think most people will agree with is to live. Your purpose is to live.
To live. Okay, so why did we stay as a fish? Or the first thing that lived, it had no need to evolve because it lives. That's it.
No, well, in order to continue to live, it had to change to adapt to the environment in order to continue to live. So the purpose of life is to live. I guess that at the most basic level, that would be if we just want to just boil it down to the bare minimum basic, it would just be to live.
But this is what I'm saying. That's why I said, what's the purpose of us? So therefore, I'm saying the purpose of the human being, because there must be more than just to live. If the programming, the first thing was to live, then he's got that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Can I throw my 2 cents in there?
Let me just add this little bit where the Quran says, your eyes, your ears, and basically the senses that you have in your brain are a sign of your purpose. So I'm saying all of these things tell you and indicate a reason or the purpose for what the human being is here for. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Well, what is man to do on people? You know what I'm saying? That's what Scripture says. But ultimately, when you look at the uniqueness of a man, right? He is an intelligent, so intelligent in fact that he doesn't only stay in his environment, but ventures out.
Hey, just a second, Alvin, you have an echo. Could you please mute, dude?
All right, so it's like this. As human beings, we have this innate nature to go out and venture and learn about as much as we can. Like we were just talking about Star Trek, the boldly go where no man has gone before. It is that discovery. And with that discovery, we have science. We have the art of science, or the philosophy, right? In which we test all things to see what they are, to gain knowledge, to gain understanding. And like it says in the Proverbs, it says, get understanding. Like, from a human's perspective, I believe our goal and the purpose while we're here is to have a clear contrast on what God is and what is the world in its actuality. Like, how do we know what love is without hate? How could you see the stars in the sky without the black space, the black vacuum of space? It's like, from our perspective, we're gaining so much understanding of what things are and purpose, rather than a dog that just says, well, that's there for me to pee on, that's there for me to sniff on, and this is there. You know what I'm saying? Animals don't have that ability to even dive deep into the understanding of things. So as humans, it's like we are equipped with those tools to venture out and to understand, and so that we can relate to our God. Because like it said in the scriptures, he said, let us make them in our image and likeness. So it's like we have
Okay, I just like to say, Alvin, when you said that you're gonna get me some theos to argue with, you were not kidding.
No, that's hey, no. These are the most intelligent theists I know, other than myself. By
That's a
Yeah.
pretty low bar.
the way. Oh man, that's pretty good.
Kevin, let me just ask you a question, bro. How do you
Go
know,
ahead, bro. I just woke up.
um, Alhamdulillah, how do you know what you said about the animals in relation to their perception of things?
How would I know?
Yeah, you mentioned about
Simply
animals.
by right. Simply by observation.
Okay.
Simply by observation.
Do you agree that if you observe somebody walking down the street talking to themselves, and let's say they had a hood on, that your observation of them talking to themselves may not suggest that they're actually crazy?
No, he may be on the Bluetooth. He may be,
Exactly.
on the phone of
So
some
my
sort.
totally agree. So that's my point. You can't see what's in the mind of the dog or the cat, right?
Well, let's think about it. Why is it that you can come to the assumption if that man's on a Bluetooth or not? It's because of your understanding. As human beings, we have that understanding that we know the variations on what can happen in nature or what a person does. So I'm saying that's our purpose in life, to understand things.
I'm talking about perception. No, I agree with what you said about the human. It was just about what you said about the animals. Yeah, so my point is, in relation to animals, I'm saying the way that they perceive nature, like human beings generally do not live to their full potential. It's like out of all the creatures that we are not living according to our potential. You would see generation after generation of dog, they grow up, they run their hell, they love running and chasing stuff, and cats, same, kittens grow up, do their thing. But human beings, we got some of us that are using like intelligence to at least the best degree within the circle, within the frame of what humans are supposed to be intelligent in this day and time. And then the majority are probably not using their intelligence at all and just being robots and sheep and just following. So, in saying that, what would you say the purpose of the human being actually is?
Peace to the room. Man was created to
To
be
be
God.
right. I was going to say that, to be like God.
Hold on. One said to be like God and one said to be God.
Well,
Well,
to
how
be
can
God is to be like God in the utmost aspect of that statement.
Okay. So, what does that mean then? Because it's like saying if someone, if you had a son and you said your son is supposed to be like you or be you, it'd be something that's confusing. What do you mean by be God or be like God? What's your conception of God then? I guess we need to know first.
Well, we was created in His likeness and image, and in the fullness of time, we will be in the same celestial format, body type. So when we reach that potential, then we will be just like Him, image, likeness, and body type. So
Also, my
outside of
bad,
that,
bro.
we was created to have dominion over the earth, to rule it, to subdue things, loosen things, and bind things here on the earth, as He does in, I guess you could say, the universe, to be
So
limited in the terminology to use.
is it kind of like a Mormon thing where, you got to the celestial world and you have your own sort of kingdom, your own universe in a sense, and you're the God of that universe? Is that what you're saying?
Nah, we here on the earth, and I mean we live here with other human beings, so we can't have our own earth. You know what I'm saying? We occupy this planet with other people, but when we go in our house, we are the kings of that domain, so on and so forth. Limited to the laws, statutes, and commandments of the government of the territory which we live in. But when I say that, like I said, when you read the Bible and you deal with the main figure in there, Christ Himself, Jesus, I use that term. I don't know how many other people use another, you know, word for the name, but He is the number one candidate for who we are to be in the future, as well as present. When he was here physically, from the literary text, he walked around and did certain things and did the business of God or of his Father. So that's what
But
we supposed to.
we have a lot of problems with. See, when you've brought that statement in now, I've got things where Jesus allegedly was racist towards a Greek woman and disrespected her. So, do you know what I mean? You have him throwing stuff around and throwing money on the floor because he's angry.
That's biblical,
So
by the way. It's not just a saying. It's in the New Testament.
sorry?
Yeah,
I said it's not just a saying. It's biblical. It's in the New Testament.
No, I
Right.
know. What I'm saying is that when we're having a conversation about nature and reality and the way we think as human beings, when someone says, well, you know, what we're supposed to be like is an individual, and the information about the individual testifies to what we're doing anyway. We're getting at people out there getting angry and throwing stuff on the floor, people out there being racist. So, you know, it's like, well, we haven't got to go far. I mean, fair enough. To tell someone to come out of a tomb when he's dead for so many days, that's a miracle. You know, for healing blind people, for walking on water, these things, you know, that's the other half of it, which, you know, I ain't seen no one do.
that was to discern though, to discern the spirit of the person. You know, the text say try the spirit by the spirit. So just like we had a conversation last night and we talking about you know, the black and white issue and people hating other races of people. So we dealt with racism a little bit, but the thing is not to deal with race, but to deal with the characteristics of a person, if they're righteous or unrighteous, should be the test of if you want to deal with them or not deal with them. And so what Jesus did when he did call the woman a dog and give her that scenario, she humbled herself and said, well, hey, look, I eat the crumbs off the table. And then he had to respect that. He said, this woman got the spirit to have everything I give my whole inheritance now because she's humble enough to do with what I'm about to give her what she should do with it.
But my whole point is that she didn't do anything wrong in the first place. She came from different people.
Jesus wasn't being racist. He was, first of all, dogs is used synonymously with Gentiles, which is just an indicator that someone's non-Jew. But by her faith, and Jesus acknowledged faith more than anything. He could have cared less about whether you were a Jew or a Gentile. He wanted to see your faith. Her faith was great, just like the centurion whose faith was greater than Christ had ever seen. Christ was all about faith, not necessarily about your culture or skin color, any of that nonsense.
Dog is also synonymous with capitalist, and we all do know that Jesus was the first Marxist, so he probably meant capitalist.
Let me just quote what he actually said according to the King James Version, which was, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That preceded his statement of saying it's not right to take the children's bread and cast it unto the dogs. So already because it says what happened was the woman was calling, Lord, you know, Master, my daughter's possessed with a devil. And the disciple says, send her away because she's chasing after us. And that's where he said, I'm only sent to the lost house of Israel. So he's ignoring this woman because she's not part of his race. She's not part of his tribe, nation, his people.
Well,
So,
there's kind of a point to that, though. Christ was to come through the Jews, but even prior to in the Tanakh, prior to the New Testament, we're told that he is a light to the Gentiles. Like this whole plan from the beginning was never to exclude the Gentiles. It was to include everybody. Not just the Jews.
And the reason why he said that, it was all because of protocol. If you look at it, even in the beginning of Hebrews, he said, "A guy who has sundry times spoke to us by his prophets." And also, Paul says again, he said they're not done away with. He says for them was given the laws and the oracles and everything else. So what we understand from the basics of the both the Tanakh and the Gospel is that it's a protocol to go to the Israelites first, because then they are supposed to transfer the information and be a light to a Gentile as Christ was to them. But if you look at, for instance, the gospel, not the gospel of James, but the letter of James, and the first time he says, to the 12 tribes scatter abroad. So even he understood the protocol of going to the Israelites And those Israelites, such as Paul, who was of the tribe of Benjamin, and so is Kepha, Peter, they were given the revelations as Israelites to preach the gospel to those who are Gentiles. Like Paul said, I magnify my office. So
And
it's a protocol of everything.
and
None
also,
of that stands up to a fair judgment, though. This is all like one brother saying that, the Old Testament says he'd be a light unto the Gentiles, and the other sort of building on that. If I disagree with that prophecy being to him, and it actually is refuted by Jesus himself, because if you all are saying that for 3 years he only came to his people, and then the only time where there's some indication of him coming to Gentiles is after he's died. So that means the 3 years message was to only his people. So what's his message to the Gentiles?
no. He went to the Samaritan woman. He dealt with the Samaritan woman, sitting by the water well, and then she went and told her people, and he went to the Samaritans, but he told the disciples before, go not in the way of the Gentiles or the Samaritans. So that would be him breaking his own protocol in that sense. But it's a reason why he does those things. And so Kevin was saying it's a protocol. So just like you on the job, if the man beside you is doing a job, but you doing a job, and that's your primary job to do, even though you can help him, you're going to be focused on your job. Now, if it comes a time where you can help the other person, then you help them, but your primary job and what you're supposed to be doing is what you're supposed to be doing. This is the same thing he told Mary, them, I'm about my father's business. So he told him, go raise up the lost sheep of Israel and set them up right, and then they will teach the rest.
And I wanted to add to that. If you read the Bible, who were the ones that Christ was impressed with the most? It was the Gentiles.
Hold on, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
You're not even responding to what I'm saying. Okay, I'm saying that within the 3 years, okay, yes, he may have spoke to and done some good works to other people, but when he's standing on the mountain or whatever it is and saying, be ye not like the Gentiles. Now, how is he going to come to the Gentiles and be a light for them, but telling the people, who obviously can't be Gentiles that he's talking to, because he's saying, don't be like the Gentiles who hoard up wealth and silver, etc. And he says,
very good question.
You are the salt of the earth. What good is the salt if it lost its flavor? All of these things make it very clear he's speaking to the children of Israel. So my question again.
Correct. Hold on, Carl. I'd like to respond. That's a very good question. That's a very good question.
I just want to say one thing. He said to those that have an ear, whether you're an Israelite, Gentile, Hamite, or whatever, if you had an ear to hear his message, as he say, my sheep will hear my voice. And he said other sheep outside of the flock of Israel he had to bring into the fold. So that's simply answered right there, if you comprehend and understand it.
So we're supposed to put all of what he said, that's like the 99% for your misinterpretation of 1%. I'm saying his actions spoke.
There's no misinterpretation. If someone say, listen, I'm speaking to whoever can hear my voice right now and comprehend and understand. Okay. If you can't comprehend and understand and everyone else does, then the message was not for you. Most Israelites did not hear his message. But what we're dealing with now is other people from other nations did hear his message. So therefore, he was speaking to them because they heard, they had an ear. That's simple.
Well, let me
because I just wanted to be. I wanted to finish what I was saying. Okay, if you had 5 Gentiles that were part of, let's say, 100 people that heard Jesus say, "Be ye not like the Gentiles," those 5 Gentiles listening to the sermon of this Messiah are going to be like, okay, well, he obviously ain't talking to us, and he's telling his people not to be like us. So they could walk off and say, all right, he ain't coming to us. So whatever Carl wants to say, those who've got an ear, it's not going to make any sense. Okay, so Kevin.
Okay, let me help clarify that. If you look at what Paul wrote in his epistles, he gave the analogy of coming from a wild olive branch. And basically, those who converted or believed in the Christ received what was the circumcision of the heart, and they were grafted into what was the root of Jesse, or the Christ, or a part of the body of Christ, or essentially becoming the commonwealth of Israel, Israel themselves spiritually. So in his analogy, when he says, "Be ye not like the Gentiles," there's basically one who was not grafted into Israel. And Paul gives an excellent explanation about that. Now,
Hold on.
if you
He also said to not be like the Pharisees, which were Jews. He was
no,
reprimanding
actually, he said, actually, he
corruption in
did
Rome.
say, actually, he did say, be like the Pharisees. He says, see them. He says, be as they are, but not according to what they do.
Right.
So he did tell them to be. He did tell them to be Pharisees in the sense of their zeal and understanding and study, but not according to their actions and what they were doing
Actually,
politically.
he wanted them to surpass the character of the Pharisees, if I recall correctly.
In the text,
And I would agree in that they would surpass them in that sense. But to finish,
Kevin, the text itself said basically do what they tell you to do, but don't do as they do. Meaning they tell you what the word of God say, do what the word of God say, but they do not the word of God.
Correct. You're absolutely right.
Whatever you want to quote from Paul, the problem is that when you try and quote from Paul, and I'm quoting directly from what Jesus alleged to have said, you always find contradictions. So what you try to explain, Paul is saying, Jesus made it clear, do not be like the Gentiles who hoard up wealth and silver. So he's stereotyping a group of people, okay, talking to his people and saying, don't be like them. It's like, let's say, it's like the KKK saying, don't be like these black people who riot, and so on and so forth, or black people saying,
not necessarily. For instance, let me give you an example. Some people came to, basically, not being a Gentile, and from an Israelite's perspective, is rendering yourself to the Most High instead of rendering yourself to something that is not of God. For instance, they tried to come up to Christ and trick him, and they came up with the denarius. Or they said, who should we pay taxes to? Should we pay taxes to Caesar? And he asked him, he says, give me a denarius. And he says, whose inscription is on this? And he says, Caesar's. And he said to them, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, and render unto God's what is God. But if you look in Genesis, it said God created us in his image and likeness. So therefore, every man, if he listens to God, he recognizes that he is the image of God. Therefore, like that denarius that had the inscription or image of Caesar, we ourselves have the image of the Most High. So we are to render ourselves to him. So that's why he said, be not like the Gentiles.
Brother, please. I don't even know how you tried that thing there. When it said, who did they create? Adam and Eve, yes? Well, Adam was in the image, yes?
Adam means mankind. It comes from the root word Hebrew.
Well, let's not deal with that.
We're not going to get in deep with the Hebrew, but the point is,
listen, I'm just saying you quoted something as part of your evidence, and it doesn't fit. You're telling me you had a being that was created because Adam, right, whatever he was not like the rest that came along. We know the rest that came along were different. Okay, when they came out of Noah, they were different to the ones before. Okay.
Right.
So
trying to say that this is different. Hold up, Issa, what do you mean different? I don't understand what you mean by saying they was different than others.
It wouldn't have been great. But what type of human beings?
The type we are. Living,
what are you talking about?
Functional human beings, animated clay.
Okay.
Issa, what are you asking?
Okay.
You're asking you said that they were different. Can you clarify that?
I'm saying to you, you try to suppose that we are all made in this image. Okay?
Correct.
I'm referring to this being that was created back then. I'm saying the being that was created in the image was in the image when he was created. After the fall, that doesn't mean he was no longer in that image.
Okay, let's answer that.
Depends on what you mean by image. Image is likeness.
Right. Well, let's tackle that. God made Adam out of the dust of the earth, and he breathed into him. He breathed into his nostrils, and he became a living soul. Okay, and then Christ, who was the last Adam, right? He also became a living soul, because as it happened, and as Peter points out, in many of the apostles, he died and he was quickened by the Spirit. He said, I am the last Adam. So the first Adam sinned and brought forth death. The last Adam sinned and died and brought forth life. So anybody who believes in Christ, guess what? They become that Adam. Let me read for you out of Romans chapter 8, verse 29. It says, hold on, Issa, I'm still talking. It says in Romans, it says in Romans 8 and 29, it says, for those he foreknew, he also did predestinate to conform to the image of his son, that they might be the firstborn among many brethren.
So what you're talking about as far as like race and flesh and everything, which you still haven't clarified, doesn't apply anyway. Because those who believe in accepting and believe in Christ, they're conformed to the image of His Son regardless.
All right, let me just dismiss this because I can't believe you're trying to preach Christianity. Okay, do you agree that when Adam and Eve...
It's called Bible, that was biblical text.
Hold on. Do you agree that when Adam and Eve took from the tree that they were already created in this alleged image, yes or no?
Yes, they were a living soul. They were created in the image of God.
Okay. So when it says, behold, they have come, or he has become like us, knowing good from evil.
Right.
Prior to that, was there something missing?
Y'all dealing with something else now that has nothing to do with the
image. Yeah, I'm trying to understand where you're getting at, bro.
We're not talking about image for us like characteristics and attributes and stuff. We're talking about physical attributes.
Okay, so you're saying that the attribute of the image is literally the physical. So you had a head, 2 hands.
I got a head, eyes, nose, mouth, feet, toes, buttocks, and every other personal body part.
Does he go to the toilet as well? Does he go to the toilet? Does he eat food?
Issa, well, even if you wanted to,
I don't know a spiritual being.
Hold on, Supreme. Have you ever done any work with computers at all?
Oh my gosh, I know the analogy to use. Very good.
So when you take a copy of a hard, actually maybe Kevin can explain this better if he knows what I'm talking about. I don't really know what imaging is, but I think, I mean, this. Go ahead, Kevin.
All right, so basically it's like this. Let me give you this scenario. Let's say you had a lab full of computers, maybe 30 computers, and let's say that you have a new image that has the new Windows 10, right? But all these other machines have Windows 95. Now, the first machine was made in Windows 10, yet because of a virus affected it, it now dropped down and downgraded to Windows 95. So the computer originally had the software and the capabilities of the image of the primary machine, or ghost, but in this case, something happened to it where it was affected, and it changed. So Christ came by with the new image, and anyone who connected itself and imaged itself off that main PC were conformed to the image of the Most High. So when he said that, when he sinned, he says, no, look at them. They're like us. They know good and evil. That doesn't mean that they had that knowledge and maturity. Like my son, he's a baby. He's only 7 months old. He is like me. He has my attributes, yet he doesn't do them with control and maturity.
This is the problem I have with Christians. All I want you to do is, can you just explain what the image is with, because Christ didn't exist, or he wasn't born to Mary in Genesis. So can you just explain that? When it says the image, what does it mean there?
Well, that's why I said that's the physical attributes, hand, nose. That's all it is.
Kevin.
When he created man, he made them upright. He made them upright. He didn't create them on all fours like you see dogs and other animals and stuff. And he gave them a brain, and he gave them everything that functioned like he functions. We're just not in the spiritual body.
Well, I asked you a question. That's what I'm saying. I asked you a question, and you didn't know the answer to that. So, Kevin, what is it you're saying is this image?
Now, you're talking to Kevin about the image y'all talking about, and then I brought the image thing up, so I'm talking.
I know you did.
So I have a friend who's.
All right, let me.
Sorry, I have a Christian friend who seems to think that the image of God is just human rationality, our ability to reason, unlike other animals. I don't see why what's inconsistent about that. What's problematic about that? The Bible.
Right.
The Bible means made in His image. It doesn't mean something like the one thing that we would have in common with God, our innate ability to reason.
Absolutely. Right. I agree. Now here's something that's interesting. That word, the word for image.
You would need to know good and evil.
Right. The word for image. The word for image in Hebrew actually means an image, or a phantom, or a representation of, or something that shows resemblance.
When you look in the mirror, you see an image of yourself. That's the best way to explain it. Look in the mirror, and that's an image of you in there. So it's a reflection of you. We're a reflection of God for us, the mirror.
Can you let Kevin finish what he's saying?
I pretty much was done with my definition. It doesn't go beyond that. So,
No. Is it
image and resemblance would be just as simple as that. My son, I have another son. He's 7 years old. People say he looks like me, talks like me, act like me. So I can clearly look at my son and say he is in my image and of my resemblance. We like the same foods. We like to draw. We like to study. We like to mess around with computers. But there's something that he lacks. He lacks maturity and understanding. So my son knows what bad is. He knows what good is. But he doesn't know in its entirety the consequences of those things. But I do. You know, if I tell my son, don't walk in the street, right? He's thinking, oh, dad just gave me a law not to walk in the street. But lo and behold, he doesn't know that you can get hit by a car. But with maturity and understanding, he knows that.
I just want this is what I mean. We don't need to go all over there. Okay, so you're saying the physical representation is the image, right? This is what we're talking about.
It's the physical representation as well as
that's clearly not what he said. He did give some physical attributes, but he also gave some attributes that clearly aren't physical. The way you act is not a physical attribute.
Yeah, it's a twofold conversation, but the thing is, what part of it do you want to deal with? You want to deal with the physical, or do you want to deal with the mental and the spiritual aspect of man and God image?
He mentioned his son and how they say his son's the image of him, or his two sons. Yes. And then he went on to say something, they're not mature yet, and so on. I'm just trying to get a straightforward answer. If you're saying it's twofold, then I want to hear it's twofold. Kevin, are you saying it's twofold? The image is both?
Yeah, the image is.
Okay, so we can understand. So what are the attributes? So when we're talking about the physical image, we're saying we've got a head on top of your shoulders. You walk
right.
That
means he looks like me. He looks like me. He walks like me.
Brother, not you. I'm saying when we're talking about this Genesis story, and Adam or whoever God made was in the image of God, then we can look at Adam and say, well, you know, or human beings and say, well, he's got a head, so therefore his head's on top of his shoulders or top of his neck. He's got two arms and so on. He's got a phallus. He's got, you know, feet, etc. legs. So that's one side of it, right?
You got it.
Okay, yeah.
So the other side of it is what? What's the other side? The second part of the twofold.
All right. The second part of the twofold will be his mental capacity. Not his mental capacity, I should say, but his mannerisms, his personality. For instance, my son, I can honestly say, is me when I was his age. He loves the same things. He does the same things, everything. But he does it with a lack of experience and a lack of maturity and understanding. So the fact that's basically what happened in the garden. God created a man that was in his image and likeness. Notice it had two words. It doesn't say God created man in his image and that was it. He says he created him in his image and his likeness. Image being that which is represented in the physical, likeness being that which is the way they portray themselves and the way they are. So, but the thing that Adam lacked was the maturity and the understanding. And that's what made him fall. Because he lacked that maturity and understanding. And I believe that we have the best mechanism as humans to understand that through our children. When we have children that are just like us. We can look at our sons and daughters and be like, you know what, I was just like that. But yet, your children lack something. They lack wisdom and understanding. That's what you're there for. And like with all children, we understand that when they don't follow an instruction or they do something that you told them not to do for their own well-being, of course, they kind of fall on the wayside and something can happen to them, regardless of where you are or where you've been.
But unlike in Christianity, we don't punish those, especially children, who don't know what they're doing was wrong. As a matter of fact, in the United States justice system, we specifically avoid punishing people with the same kind of punishment we punish people that know what they're doing.
That's not quite true, because I think there was a 15-year-old boy that got a life sentence for accidentally killing his...
Right, but the intent, that's right. It doesn't work all the time, and there are people that obviously are mentally deficient who didn't understand what they're doing, but it's set up in our system that people that didn't know right from wrong don't get punished the same way.
No, I totally agree. The thing is, what I was getting at, Kevin, is, I mean, I think that the problem here is then the concept of God. and then we probably need to go through that before, because I don't even know how we got this far. We were talking about Jesus and him coming only to the children of Israel, and then it went on to God and image, and wow.
We was dealing with the fact that he will be a light unto the Gentiles, and any person out there that will read the book and deal with the concepts that the Bible bring forth.
Yeah, before we even got to that, because someone brought in the Christ and so on, and Messiah as an example. I'm not sure if it was you, Carl. But what were we talking about before that, which brought in the Messiah? I think you said he was the best example of what we're supposed to be. I think we're talking about human potential. Is that and purpose? What was the purpose? I think that was it. What was the purpose for human beings?
Right. That was the exact question. And I said to become God, and he was like to be God-like. So that went into the image and went into the attributes and different things that came up.
Okay, so let's say we achieve this. I mean, what happens? We become like Jesus.
Well, we change our community, we change our environment, and things of that nature. The story of Jesus, the character, the mythology, if you want to call it that, or the actual story, factual story, or whatever. People argue different ways, but when you look at the literary character, if people was more like him, then we'll have a better world and a better society. And I know you was pointing out that he was racist and stuff, but as we was dealing with that, it's the testing of the spirit of people, because you can't take people at face value. You have to try their spirit. You have to try their heart.
That's just your excuse. That's just your excuse, because I mean, clearly he was trying to walk away from the woman. She's the one that persisted. Okay. So you know, when you're saying even trying their heart, why would, if he's not sent to them, why would he even seek to tempt or test or try them?
He gave a parable about a king that didn't want to deal with a person, but the person kept going to the king and being persistent. So the king went ahead and did, just to get the person off of off their back for being so persistent. So the thing is, just like anything in life, it's anything in life. If you want it, then you pursue it. If you don't want it, you won't pursue it. So the harder the task is, and the more you go through it, that shows more that you want it. That's all that. That's the simplicity of the whole thing. If I tell you, that's just like the story of the leper. That's just like the story of the leper, right? He went to what's his name, Elisha. He went to Elisha, and he told him, just go dip in the Jordan River. His servant had to tell him, if he told you something hard, you would have went and did it. But he told you something simple, and you like, oh, to hell with it.
Alvin, are you there? Alvin, are you still there, bro? Because it's not even Sunday, and we're already like we're in church, man.
It's the Sabbath day. It's the Sabbath day, so we here observing the Sabbath day and dealing with Scripture. So why you keep trying to dog people for saying they deal with the Bible, or try to label them as Christians and stuff? You're doing worse than Jesus now.
We're having a straightforward question
about Jesus is what you doing now. You like these Christians and this church stuff, and you're preaching and stuff. Why you got to do that? Ain't nobody trying to dog you for being Muslim and dealing with Islam, so stop throwing stones unless you want to stone you.
I'll tell you why, and this is the problem. You can't even judge correctly. Tell me one verse from the Quran in this whole conversation. One verse.
I let Kevin deal with that, but I think Kevin gone. I don't deal with the Quran, and I don't dog.
Okay, Issa.
Listen, hold up. Let me finish. I don't dog people that deal with the Quran. That's why I wouldn't have to quote no Quran to you or go at you like that, because I don't care to do you like that. But you caring and you putting forth the effort to try to do that to us, that's wrong. That's not right.
Well, these are just legitimate questions, right? This room, for example, I created it. This is about the great debate, right? God, atheism versus, theism, Christianity versus Muslim. We're just proposing interesting questions to each other. We're not necessarily, attacking each other, right? It's not like, you cannot defend this, therefore you're a piece of shit. No, nothing like that. Not in my room. No.
If I see a fun on a target, I'll go attacking.
All my point is this: that if we're talking as intelligent adults, and I'm asking a simple question, for someone to start preaching to me rather than answer the question or think they're going to answer it in a roundabout, contradictory way using a Bible verse is insulting to intelligent adults. That's my point. Because
The
you just
Bible says speak the word of God in season and out of season. The thing is, people deal with the Bible.
what I'm saying is like I get interrupted. I don't know why. What I'm saying
No meaning.
is that we have you know, if we can speak with the respect to know that, well, if I don't believe in that angle, that interpretation, I'm trying to enforce it. That's why I'm not quoting the Quran. I'm just using logic or reason or rationality. I'm speaking
Supreme,
to you that mannerism.
Supreme, I have to stop you for a second. Your audio is cutting in and out very badly.
Yeah. It's
Very-
because he's on mobile. Everybody has to mute. Guys, if you could please mute. And also Alvin, Echo. So yeah, please everybody mute. Then Supreme can speak on a mobile.
Can you hear me better now? What I'm saying is that when somebody quotes you other parts of the Bible and then tells you that's the answer to your question, when your question is something they could just tell you from their own intelligence, then it's like they're trying to enforce the Christian interpretation rather than just saying, well, this person who've asked the question obviously doesn't believe in Christianity, so therefore I will actually look at it from their perspective and give them a reasonable answer. And that's why I'm making the complaint, because if somebody asks me something about the Quran, if they don't believe in the perspective that Islam comes from, then I'm supposed to answer them with the respect to say, well, obviously they don't agree with that yet. I'll just give them a logical, reasonable, rational answer.
It's a lot more complicated than that. A lot of times the things that are written in the holy text is a reasonable answer, and a lot of times that's what they're giving. Like, for example, if you're saying that, this is just an example, if you're saying Noah was a bastard or a bad person, right, the justification for that, a reasonable justification for that would be in the text itself. And if you're an atheist or a Muslim, and Muslims believe in Noah, so I guess an atheist, and you would be like, oh, well, that's not a good enough answer because I don't accept the Bible, then you would just be wrong and an idiot.
But the problem is if somebody looks at the Bible as a comic book, or they can't, get the reality of the situation, knowing that the people, let's say, who Jesus was speaking to were actually human beings, just like us. So then we can put ourselves in this situation. Imagine we went to a preacher who had 200 people in front of him, and let's say there was, either, 200 black or 200 white, and then you had 5 of the opposite, black or white. If he said, don't be like those white people or don't be like those black people to his congregation, obviously those 5 minority are going to be like, well, he ain't talking to us, and they'll scoot their ass out of the way. Do you get what I'm saying?
Wouldn't it be reasonable to try to understand the statement and ask the question, well, why did you state that in the way?
Hold on. I'm saying that there's so many different examples of this.
Look, man, stop muting me, because what you're doing again is attack.
Okay, guys, hold on a second. So, Supreme, Carl has something to add. Carl, go ahead. Then Supreme can respond or just address something else. Go ahead.
As I was saying, if someone make a statement, if we talking about being reasonable, intelligent people, if someone make a statement, instead of getting emotional and saying, well, to hell with them because they made the statement, if you're trying to reason with them, you would ask, why did you say what you said? What is your intent of saying that? And then if they give you a reasonable understanding, because that's what you're looking for when you ask the question, then you either go with it or not. So when Jesus make the
Supreme, hold on a second. Dude, don't mute. Hold on.
Yeah,
let him finish. Let him finish.
This guy is just, he's about confusion and stuff. You know what I'm saying? When he said, "Oh, this is not Sunday," and you're preaching and stuff, that's attacking. Why do he have to be so aggressive with negativity? You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, this is. Oh, he left. Okay, never mind. Too bad. But yeah, people, it's hard to, let's keep civil. I mean, these are questions that can touch our sort of, to the heart of our, things that we hold dear, right? But there's no reason why we should not be reasonable about this. I mean, we could just, just propose questions, let other people answer, let other people respond, and then you yourself respond.
Hey, Carl, did those guys?
But yeah, people, it's hard to, let's keep civil. I mean, these are
Kevin,
questions.
you have to mute the YouTube.
Yeah, you have to shut off the stream. It's echoing into the into the hangout.
Issa always wanted to kick up dust. I thought he was gonna be calm this time.
Yeah, he wanted to be controversial because but we talking the Bible, we saying we're unintelligent and we should just talk from our own intelligent personality, saying not going to the Bible for what we consider to be the answers to the questions of life. But we
Well,
should look at ourselves.
I understand his position on one sense. In one sense, you know, if you bring up a serious problem to a Christian or a Muslim even, and they look in their holy text and they say basically, oh, every time that happens or there's a contradiction, a wizard did it. You know, I can understand that could be frustrating, but I'm not sure that's what you guys were doing. I mean, if he's asking for an explanation for why Jesus seems racist in this one passage, then obviously the answer to the question is going to be found further in the Bible, where we have all of the writings describing Jesus.
Right, but if we maintain that Jesus is the creator or co-creator of all life, then how could he be racist seeing that he created all these different shades and colors of human being? So how can he be racist to bring about these lives and then say, well, I'm going to throw them away? As I said, we were talking last night, and the simplicity of it is that God wants to savage his whole creation. Even though some is falling by the wayside and will end up in quote-unquote the lake of fire dealing with the second death, still trying to savage every human being that ever was procreated and came to existence.
Right, and to say that he's racist is nonsense. Because if you do subscribe to the Bible, then you know that there was 8 souls on Noah's ark. From those, he had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. They're all the same race, right? So for those 3 sons, of course, changes have been made because of the environments that they were in and so forth and so on. But it's not really, then at that point, you're just really looking at the human race. I think what God was anti-cultures. He didn't like certain cultures that practice certain things. But it was never an expression of hate a person because of their race.
Correct. It's the same thing with the differences in different stuff. Don't hate or abhor them. So the thing is, he's saying what they was doing culturally. If you read further in the New Testament, say the Gentile worship devils, meaning they deal with Satan and they deal with this and that. So don't be like unto them and do the things they do and worship wood and stone, so on and so forth. Because he told Israel that he was going to send them into captivity in a nation that they knew not, and they would do those things. So if he came in the physical and he was telling them, hey, I'm renewing my statement now that I don't want y'all to be like unto the Gentiles, worshiping wood and stone and trying to usurp authority over each other. He said the greatest amongst you should be servant. The Gentiles usurp authority over each other. So it's an answer to his question within the text itself. But when you hate the text or hate someone quoting from the text, then you say, oh, you just quoting the text and you're not intelligent enough to speak from your own intelligence and not from biblical text. And that's an attack. You know, and one could take that personal, like he took whatever he took personal or whatever people want to take personal. And then, you know, you have a verbal comeback with each other and name calling and stuff. And this is something that shouldn't be. Now, when some of us, because y'all don't be in the circle, when some of us in other hangouts, we're cussing each other, fighting and doing all these things because of the same type of negativity. But it didn't go the other day because you got more reasonable people to say, hey, let's not do that.
Hey, I'm not sure that, you know, God created everybody, therefore he couldn't be racist. Makes a lot of sense. There's nothing inconsistent about somebody liking one part of his creation more than another.
Well, he opened up the womb and he closes the womb. So if life come forth, it's due to the fact he allowed it to come forth. How you gonna hate something he allowed to come forth?
The same way that I like some of my pets more than others, or some of my creations more than others. If I have certain drawings that I've created, I like some more than others.
Well, I would say more partial. You said like more, okay.
I still don't see how that translates into racism, though.
There's nothing inconsistent about it. God can create different races and hate certain races. There's nothing inconsistent about it.
So, what would be the reason why he hated them, or disliked them, or had a contention with them?
I don't know. Maybe he made them so he could hate them.
Hey guys, before we go on, just a second. Does anybody know Michael? This dude, his name Mike. Nobody. He's not here, buddy. Okay, okay, probably a troll. There we go. Let's make space.
Well, let me tell you. I got one thing. If you're looking for trolls, if you see this name, LeRon.
Martin Luther King joined the call.
I hate to do this, but Brett Keane has a okay system of dealing with it. You'd ask them to come on camera for a second to prove that they're not a troll.
Yeah, we had trolls in Nadia's Hangout where somebody was on camera, and when we broadcasted him, he just pulled out dildos and.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Yeah, that's a troll. Okay.
Nice, he seems pretty reasonable.
Martin Luther King, come on.
Yeah, this sometimes happens. You know, there's a few people who are just like trolling these hangouts, so they go away after a while, like
Martin Luther King's racist.
Hey, talk about I want to understand what does that do for them? Could we talk about the psychology of a troll right quick? What does that?
Don't feed the trolls. There's a sign there. Don't feed the trolls.
If you feed them, they will come back.
Yeah. Oh, the teacher. I think he's a actually teacher. Can you go on the mic? Because I think he's a Christian.
I think the real teacher you're thinking of, it says the Bible teacher. I don't think that's him.
Well, yeah, I have my finger at the button.
Yeah, I don't think that's teacher.
Somehow or another, I logged in under.
It is teacher.
Oh yeah, it's him.
Yeah, Peripheral knows my voice.
Oh, there you go. Welcome, teacher.
Yeah, somehow or another, I logged in under my other account. This is Rand Cam's old account. So somehow or another, I logged in under it. I wasn't even supposed to be.
Well.
Exactly.
You see, I have the exact same picture in my favorites that you're using as your avatar, except that it has a raptor.
Yeah, I'm after Veckle. I'm gonna have to. I wish he was in here so I could dog him a little bit, but I asked him to make a cartoon like he made a few other people, so that everybody can know it's just me. It'll look like me. It'll be almost as good looking as me. Anyway,
oh yeah.
Pretty good discussion anyway, so I've been listening in a little bit.
Yeah, we had a Muslim. I mean, that's a rarity in his hangouts. I mean, I think he's actually might be trying to get back in. He's in the external chat here.
Do you want me to leave so he can come back?
Oh, no. Yeah, you're fine. I think he. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me just figure this out.
The room might be full.
Yeah, it is full.
Yeah, if you want me to leave so we can come back in so you can have that direct conversation, that's not a problem. I can come in if somebody else feels.
No, we want you to leave for other reasons.
Oh, that's fine too.
No, he's kidding. He's kidding. He's been just a typical atheist.
I'm easy. I mean, I'm not here to cause problems.
I like the fact that even though we was talking racism at the same time, we got different races here, and I don't feel no racism in the room, so I don't even know why it was brought up in the first place.
Can I ask a real quick question here? I mean, what's the general view in this across this panel here? What's the general view of where the races came from anyway?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question is, on this panel, the people that are in this room, okay, is there a general consensus, or what is the general belief of where the races came from to begin with?
Oh, I'm going to go with the out of Africa thing.
Look, I'm trying to understand the question. Is he saying...
He said according to the panel, what do everybody believe that where the races came from?
Where
What is
the
your take?
racist or the racism come from?
No, where did
Race,
where did the
race,
where did Asian
ethnic groups.
people come from?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna go with the out of Africa joint with the whole people moving in and out of Africa going into Europe. There was a deficiency in vitamin E. They started eating more grain. That was making the skin turn lighter, blonde hair, blue eyes, blah blah blah. Bam. And then when you go to Asia, if you look at the Khoisan people, you can already see them turning into Asians because they got the same kind of eyes, the same kind of they're the same body weight. So
They do look like that, don't they? They actually look like
yeah,
Mongolians or like
yeah, they look
Chinese.
like yeah, the
I see
Khoisan
it as
people.
God with a broad spectrum, different colors and different sizes and everything. I mean, everything we see in this world, you got house cats and you got lions and tigers and things of that nature. Some bigger, different colors come through. This and that is just in the gene type.
But actually, physical appearance is a huge send off because I could get a dark skinned, big lip, big nose Nigerian, and he may be genetically closer to a European than he is to another African.
Papua New Guinea is an example of that.
Yeah.
Papua New Guinea, their
Yeah.
DNA actually is more closely related to Asians.
Yeah, so it's like the appearance of somebody is sometimes a send off. It's like this whole thing of races. There's really only one human race. Like everybody on here is like 0.00062% different. That little bit of difference makes me look like this and makes Seth look like that. That little bit of difference, you know, but the appearance is a huge send off as far as trying to determine how different somebody is genetically.
Hey guys, teacher, Supreme is trying to get back. If you'd be so kind, could you give him the spot like you offered before?
Not a problem.
Awesome, thank you. You can join in later, of course, when there's a spot open.
That's fine. And by the way, when I come back, I would be more than happy to give the panel my description of where the race came from. Okay?
See, but that's what I wanted to hear.
I know, right? I wanted to hear that.
I guess you'll have to stay tuned in then.
We will be there for a while. Don't worry, guys.
Give a cliffhanger, right?
The Tower of Babel? Or is that before the... I can't even remember. Babel post or pre-flood?
I think it's post.
It's post.
Yeah, then wouldn't the races come out of the consequences of the Tower of Babel?
That will be the languages. Now, I would say that the languages was a driving force or mechanism that forced that, right? Because, of course, people stuck to who they can speak to. And, of course, societies are based upon communication. So they grouped together. They went to a certain area, and that's what occurred. So I wouldn't doubt that it has some mechanism or has some workings in that.
But the fact that you had Noah and his wife, which is the mother and father of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? And then they had wives that we don't really know where they come from and how they link into, you know, race or whatever. But all three had children that start, you know, forming their own, you know, features and stuff, you know, and different genes split. That's how it happened. I mean, it's simple as that. We don't know if, you know, one was heavy, one was small, one had slanted eyes, even though they could have all been, quote unquote, dark-skinned people. They could have had different features even then.
You know what? I've always held the position that I would think Shem, Ham, and Japheth probably look somewhat the same with them being brothers.
They did.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
Because no one talked about mitochondrial Eve either.
Right.
We can actually trace back the mitochondrial DNA all the way back to current population in Africa. Now that's current population. So
well, I mean, at the same time, you, like I said, you got brothers and sisters and stuff, and some do have more slantier eyes or you know, bigger eyes and, you know, different looks. That's just
I agree with you, Kev. I'm more on like what you're talking about, Kev.
What's the subject, Alvin? What's the subject now?
The origin of the races.
Origin of races. Okay. So why not just go with the idea that the original people were of darker skin and woolly hair, and they moved to various regions.
Well, we agree.
Okay. So what is it? What is the discussion about then?
Well,
See, the guy that. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Kev.
now I was saying the discussion was of the origin of the races, and so far it seemed like we're all pretty much agreeing that the mitochondrial trace actually comes from Africa. Like the average human being probably has a Neanderthal or archaic human mixture of only like probably at the most probably like 3%.
Well,
So
not all of us agree. I think it was alien.
you agree with who?
I think it was alien.
Okay, we have another troll here.
You being serious? What's his name?
No, he's
Seth,
kidding.
you being serious? Oh,
No, I'm not.
He's joking.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, but there are people like that. Yeah. They're
Oh,
not in
and
our
they're
hangouts.
around here.
Yeah.
Not uncommon.
So basically, we got Ham, Shem, Japheth, and they seem to go separate ways, or their descendants go separate ways. And it seems that Ham and Shem are closer and seem to intermix a lot because they seem to live very
Yes,
close.
they did. In fact, wasn't it Moses actually got an Ethiopian wife, and they lived in Egypt for 400 years. They went in at 70. They came out by the millions in a mixed multitude. They constantly ran back into Africa. A lot of their settlements was in Africa. Even the kudu, which they used to make the shofar, which is the horn that they blew, came from an animal that lived in the South African region. So,
what my point of mentioning that was in just if outside, because when you get the snippets of stories that are in, let's say, the Bible and the Quran, you know, they give you, let's say, I don't know how many days or years, but it's a very small amount of information compared to the amount of years. So when I say the mixing, I'm saying the fact of where the Canaanites live and where, you know, Ur of the Chaldeans, I'm saying they're so close in where they live, you know, in land-wise, and the fact that they were doing business and trading, I'm just saying they were very close in comparison to, let's say, you know, northern parts of the planet. Do you know what I mean? Where allegedly the Europeans developed. I'm just saying that's, you know, there seems to be a major difference there. But okay, so have we gone off the topic of the purpose of human beings?
Kind of, no. I mean, we can get it back. I mean, I don't mind.
No, I'm thinking because it sounds like we agree on the races being, you know, a climate thing. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't have a problem.
Okay. So who actually we speak to Alvin and Kevin. What do you all say is the purpose of human beings, or even the other brothers? Is it Art Norris, right?
Yes. You can call me Art. Well, I think the purpose, we cannot choose our own purpose. I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in the intrinsic purpose.
No, I'm saying, in other words, as a species, I'm saying that even if you, this is interesting, if you're an atheist, that's even better, man. You're about the only people that, well, for the most part, that give some sort of challenge, you know, intellectual stimulation to Muslims, really.
Well, thank you.
So, are you saying that you don't see purpose in nature?
No, I don't. There's no evidence of any such thing that I've seen.
Okay. Do you agree that you had to have the food that animals are going to survive on before the animals evolved?
You mean like plants?
Yeah, that's generally.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So do you agree that the mouth and the anus, or the evacuation system, they sort of like, they have a relation to each other, right?
As far as I know, yes, but I've heard that there are some simple forms of life that do not really have an anus, so to speak. Their metabolism is kind of different. But okay, let's say yes. Okay. Yes, they do have a relation. Yes.
That's the mouth and the anus, right?
Yep. Yes, they do have a relation. So.
I mean, they're part of the system. I mean, it goes in one and comes out the other. I guess you can reverse it too.
Or
Right,
as
so
my nephew's favorite book would put it, everybody poops.
okay, Supreme, where do we go from that?
I'm saying, do you agree there's a purpose of the
I
evacuation
think
system?
Supreme might be having connection issues.
Yeah, I think so. It's too bad.
I
Is that
hope he
better?
wasn't going to go where I think he's going to go, because that'd be kind
hear
of
me?
embarrassing.
Are you thinking of what came first, the mouth or the anus?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Hello,
That
can
would
you not hear
be
me?
really embarrassing.
Hello? Hello? Can you not hear me?
It's called coevolution, right? It's just that these systems co-evolve essentially. It's not a problem for evolution.
Oh, now we getting into evolution.
Well, I'm guessing that's where it's kind of going at.
I hope not. I find this topic really boring.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
No, it's,
Oh, yeah,
it's
we can hear.
not that I have a problem defending evolution. I just find it really boring.
Yeah, Supreme, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, my mic's back in. Okay, so I wasn't saying this which came first. Ridiculous.
I can't hear him either.
Oh, okay. So we have a bug here. So,
Can you hear me?
Supreme, some people cannot hear you. Could you reconnect quickly, Supreme? Because there are people.
If you hit the refresh, you should be able to refresh before somebody else can pop in.
Yeah, Supreme, I can hear you, but a lot of other people in this hangout cannot. So you should reconnect quickly. That should fix the bug.
Okay. Alright, let me try it.
There we go.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
I can. Seth, anybody else? Can you hear Supreme?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Cool. There we go. It's okay. So go ahead.
The subject, the premise we were talking about was purpose. So it wasn't which came first. So I'm saying, do you agree that the evacuation system has a purpose?
Well, purpose. What do you mean by purpose? Like, does it have to be from a thinking entity, or can it be?
No, on that being that it occurs on, when it evolved, it has a purpose, does it not?
Well, a purpose.
Get rid of waste.
No,
Right, right. So the way I'm thinking of purpose is given by mind, right? So, as I'm an atheist, I believe in evolution, and abiogenesis to an extent. I cannot really propose that there is a mind behind anything in life here, in its structure, right? I mean, there could be a purpose in a sense of that it has evolved through natural means to have a use for the biological entity to use, but as for it being given by mind, I disagree.
Brother, I didn't say anything about given by minds or anything like that. But I understand you were trying to say that human minds is what gives something purpose.
No, not humans' minds. Any minds.
Any minds. Okay. So even if you want to say minds are what give something purpose, minds are what tell you that you're an atheist. Minds are what let you know that these things evolve from this to that. So surely, if you're going to have that mind have that much value in letting you know you're an atheist, then why don't you allow it to continue to say, well, there's purpose? Because you agree there's reasons why you do things. Yes, in your life, you have purpose for certain things. Yes.
Well, I give purpose to myself, sure.
There's a reason why you would do something. So there's a reason why you wouldn't pour water on your computer, for instance.
Yes, because I want it to function.
Exactly. That's my point. So I'm saying that if you want to look at anything to do with purpose, it's always connected to something else. And that's what you can see in nature. The purpose of this is because it's relation to something before and after it. And the other things
you're talking about causality then, not purpose.
No. Hear what I'm saying. Purpose and causality are interrelated. And that's my point. I'm saying human beings rightfully attribute purpose to things. Do you not agree?
Oh, you mean intuitively? how we perceive that nature has purpose.
No, no, no. I'm saying in the life, yeah, as we live our lives, we have things that are like we purposefully, for instance, lock our doors. We did that on purpose. Yes?
Yes.
So there's a reason behind it. So I'm saying we can determine the reason behind things through, understanding, let's say, the life of somebody that they live in an area of crime or whatever, because maybe some people in certain communities don't lock their doors. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying once you identify how purpose works, what it is in relation to nature and the nature of the human mind, then you can apply it now to evolution.
But the thing is,
this is kind of the difference between why questions and how questions, right? If you're saying that why we have something, I can't believe we're talking about anuses, but why the anus evolved? There's no intent behind it to give it a why. There's a how the anus evolved, right? How we got an anus, and that's kind of related more or less to the reason it evolved. There's no intent behind these things. They just.
Well, how do you know how it evolved? How do you know how it evolved?
I can't hear what you said.
He said, how do you know how it evolved?
All I heard is how it evolved.
How do you know how it evolved?
How do you know how it evolved?
Yeah, it sometimes cuts out. So what he's asking you is, how do you know how it evolved?
I don't know specifically how it evolved. I kind of assumed it did because it's not. I know that we have lots of evidence for evolution, and I see no reason to think that it's irreducibly complex.
Okay.
I mean, you could go through the stages of a child in the womb and how, quote unquote, it evolves in the womb.
Carlo, I was just making a point. The reason why I said that to you, I think it was Brother Seth, is that I'm saying that the reason how you know is because you applied exactly the same mind that I'm suggesting you apply to purpose. So when you're trying to, say, well,
I am, and I did. That's why I haven't concluded that the anus has a purpose, like at least an intended purpose.
No, but hear what I'm saying. You're saying the why, and we know why it's there, because obviously it's showing via its function, right? Yes.
No.
No.
So I think again, there's between how and why questions, right? The why question, at least in some way, implies a mind that made it for a purpose, right? Why this thing happened, right? We know how it happened, but why, as I think, kind of problematic.
Hold on. You've got an anus, so I don't see how complicated this is going to be.
Do I?
We eat food, it's digested, it's transformed in some way, it comes out. Yes?
Yes. That's something that happens.
Right. So I'm saying to you, in relation to the system of that being that does that, then it has that function and purpose.
I don't know about purpose. It has that function. I would stop short of saying that purpose.
So hold on.
That's the way it functions.
Okay, so what is purpose then? In any, outside of evolution, inside, if we go to your life, do you have anything does purpose exist in your daily life?
I think all the thing that separates purpose from function is intent, right? That's the only difference. Okay, a function with intent is a purpose, and I don't think there's intent.
Okay, so you're saying that there would need to be some sort of intention for the anus to exist. So a pre-planned, and he said, right, I'm going to create a mouth and an anus, and I intend for that to happen. Yeah.
And I think our language is kind of sloppy, and a lot of times we use purpose when we should mean function. All right, and these are easy ways to explain things, right? People tend to think teleologically, so a lot of times we'll say that things have a purpose when they really don't. It's just an easier way to think about it.
No, I totally agree. My point to you is I think we probably have to go back to the beginning, I guess. I think the problem there is we would have to define even intent. and find, is there some signs of intent within nature itself? Externalize, you exclude the human being from that.
Well, there may or may not be. I don't. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying when you just look at nature, the way it functions, because if you look at the human being, when we have intent, it's still a function. Do you not agree?
Yes. Well, that's what I said, right? It's that all purposes are functions with intent.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying the human.
I said that.
I know, but you said yeah, that's what you said. But I'm saying something else, and then asking you.
Could I add a 2 cents in? Could I throw a 2 cents in? I guess what it is this. Like, for example, okay, for example, Issa, let's say a thunderstorm happened and a tree fell into a river. It got hit by lightning. It fell into a river, and it created kind of like a dam. And then because the water is running and trickling that certain way, that dam formed some kind of algae. So then we could say that lightning's purpose was to strike. Yeah, I think that's kind of the long lines we talking about.
Or that now that there's a dam, that the purpose of the dam is to pull back that water. But that dam doesn't have any purpose. It's just an accidental.
That might use the term.
I just want to add, Art, where the fuck did you find these people? Alvin got one of my analogies. Nobody gets.
I know. Alvin is awesome. I love him.
Y'all might want to use the terminology reason. The reason is something happened.
No. But it's just like.
Now you saying cause and effect. That's what you're dealing with now, cause and effect. Because this happened, then it's brought about this effect. So this is the reason why. You know what I'm saying?
I really like.
Issa was asking, the mouth and the anus, they go together, right? So if you got a mouth, the reason you got an anus is because it enter in and then it exit out the other. That's the reason you have that system.
I really like the dam analogy because it really highlights what I'm trying to say, right? There's a how the dam was created, but there's not a why.
But what I would contend, now what I would contend is. Now, what I would contend is, if we're going to go with the just the how, I believe if we're going to eliminate purpose, humans are causing an effect somehow. We can talk about the extent of the effect humans have if we can swap that with purpose. So I guess we can swap purpose with effect. How about that?
I mean, that's the bit, because what Issa was saying about locking the door, because you live in a criminal environment or neighborhood that has crime in it, then you lock your door. That would be the reason and the purpose of locking the door. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. May I ask a question? I'm a little lost here. Are we talking when we talking about?
What up, man?
When we're talking about this, are we talking about categorizing this scientifically? I mean, are we talking about protostones and durotostones?
What we're talking about. The question is, we got to a stage where we had to say, well, do human beings have a purpose? Or the human species, does it have a purpose? And then other brothers saying, well, they don't have a purpose. We actually come back to discuss, you know, if they do and if they don't. By doing that, we're looking at does nature or things in evolution have a purpose, to define what purpose is outside of the human experience. So within
would it be good to ask the question, what is the reason we exist? Instead of saying what is the purpose for.
If I can interject, I mean, just scientifically, I mean, I haven't studied biology and studied in it. I mean, we are, and I say this very loosely, we are a miracle in terms of the universe, because the universe didn't necessarily want us here. It was a random occurrence that built upon itself based on a chain of actions. And I'm speaking very loosely because I know everybody has an opinion. But I mean, according to science and the atmosphere and what's made of the atmosphere, in the universe, 99% of the universe is uninhabitable.
Yeah, how
And we
peculiar for God to create a universe like that.
I mean, I'm just giving you a scientific rendering of it. Some may be atheist, some may be religious to it, but
I understand. There is a universe that is very inhospitable for life, except for small portions, and that's in one sense it's a problem for atheists because atheists have to explain why.
Can I?
I know. I
got a
really
comment.
Question this
I
thought
got a
real
comment
quick.
to that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh no, what I was gonna say is oh my bad, you wasn't done. I'm sorry. Are you done?
No, I wasn't done. I'll finish real quick. So, on one hand, atheists have this, thing to account for, the fact that there's life when it's very, very unlikely that life would happen, right? But on the other hand, you have theists who have to account for the problem that God supposedly created the universe for the purpose of creating moral agents to really come to know and enjoy Him. Yet, the rest of the universe is very inhospitable for life. So this isn't a problem for the atheist. It's a problem for both of us at worst, and possibly just you guys.
The problem with that is that's a Christian perspective of God, and that doesn't, the Muslim has no problem.
Okay,
I don't think that's true, but we'd have to talk about
Well, my thing is, but my thing is this. I want to know where it says in the Bible that humans are the only show in town, as far as the universe was only created for humans. I don't remember that in the Bible.
Did I say
a lot of Christians say that.
So I specifically didn't say
life. I mean, why is life? Yeah.
I also
even life. Just
I didn't say life
I don't
either.
see anywhere.
I specifically didn't say life.
Well, the whole premise. You said that. Why would a God create a universe that's 90% inhabitable?
What did you say? You said what, sir?
Okay, I don't want to paraphrase you. What exactly did you say? Wait a minute. What exactly did you say? Because I don't want to misquote you, Seth.
I think atheists and theists have something to explain in this, and that is why is the universe so inhospitable for life if the purpose of bringing the universe into existence is for free moral agents or free moral beings to really come to know and enjoy Him.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't see anywhere in the Bible to where that's the sole purpose of the universe. I know that's the sole purpose of people living on planet Earth, but as far as the whole universe, it really doesn't say anything about that. So, I don't see how it would be a problem for a Christian. I mean, if there was a verse that said, hey, God created the universe specifically for humans and life to spring up, then we got have a conversation. But the Bible don't really speak on that. The Bible basically just stays on planet Earth.
To Brother Sif, I mean, how much do you know about the function and the nature of the human being to even make a comment? Right?
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me,
Peripheral's doing something in the background, and he keeps coming up, so maybe he can mute.
As he said, everybody has to mute their mic when you hear Issa speak. So whoever is unmuted, mute your mic when he's speaking. Then we can probably hear him better. He's drowning out.
Yeah, can you hear me better now, Seth?
Yes.
What I was saying, how much do you know about the human being in relation? Let's say, for instance, someone puts reincarnation on the table. Let's say even someone says what you perceived about the size of the universe might be wrong based upon what we know about quantum physics, and based upon what we know about the nature of the mind. Because it seems that a lot of atheists...
Can you repeat that?
Okay, let me say this bit first.
I heard what you said, but you were kind of trailing. It's kind of hard to follow what the question was.
Let me say this bit. This is probably sum it up. It seems that atheists trust and believe in the alleged findings of, let's say, physicists for the most part, but scientists, but in general, physicists who define alleged, in the sense that, for me, I don't see how somebody can be well respected as a physicist or even scientist, but as I'm talking about the physicist aspect, where you do not fundamentally study the detective device either before or at the same time as studying what you're detecting. And the detecting device that I'm talking about is the human mind and the human brain.
Right, because neurology doesn't exist.
Neurology does. I said, tell me a physicist that studies and relates his findings to neurology.
Oh, no. There are different branches of science that comment on each other, though. And I think that's good enough. I think you want experts in each of their fields.
I don't know,
but the problem is, Issa, is that physics is actually the foundation of any branch of science.
Oh,
well,
naturally
in like chemistry and when it comes to chemistry and biology and things of that nature, physics is the underlying thing. It is.
Kevin, hold on. Just let me. What I'm saying is that when you're studying physics, okay, I used the human, as I said, the detecting device. Okay, so I'm saying the human being, whatever we find in physics, okay, we are the people that set up the hypothesis, the theories. It's the human mind and brain that comes up with the questions. So it's like a loop system. We're assuming, we go by what we are born with, what our nature tells us, what our senses tell us about what's outside. Then we use that as empirical data, etc. But I'm saying it needs to be recycled back. When we're dealing with physics, the speed of light, what is time, what is space, we need to go back to the nature of the mind and how the mind itself perceives things before we just, because all we've done is just. Sorry?
I don't know what you're talking about. You've completely lost me. I'm trying to follow you very much, and I don't know how smart I am, but other people tell me that I'm intelligent, and I just don't follow what you're saying. The best I can gather is physicists need to be neurologists so they can make sure that their findings are correct because the minds can deceive them. I mean, that's the best I can get from what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm kind of hearing.
Minds can deceive them, but I'm saying to be accurate about what you're talking about, considering the detecting device, the computing device, is the human being itself. So I'm saying when you're talking about, well, we found this, well, we found that, etc., that's all well and good, but what about the damn device that's computing the thing in the first place? I'm saying they should correlate. They should.
Oh, yes. Well, that's exactly what science sets out to do with double-blind studies and publishing the results and controls, and that's exactly what it sets out to do, to be objective. And objective basically means something like non-bias or sans bias. Science, as a method, does its best to take human opinion and subjectivity out of it. This is why they don't report on, hey, we saw a mouse eat a bunch of pellets on day one. They weigh the pellets and count the pellets and have a control rat, and when they publish, they will publish all the raw data.
Right, but that's why I said human perception.
You know what, Issa, you're going kind of into Satan Brudenkake land a little bit. How do you know your reasoning is valid?
Hold on, bro.
He hasn't gotten there yet.
That's very Brudenkake. Okay.
What I'm saying is, when the brother mentioned what we do in relation to objectivity, I'm saying that doesn't even make sense in and of itself, because that already is a bias, because you're talking about human objectivity. So I'm saying, well, what is the expanse of what the human could possibly be?
Well, no, there are things that humans can. Okay, humans aren't perfect, but there are definitely things that humans can report on that are objective. Like if I measure a shelf, right? It's not my opinion about how big it is. I could actually measure it to 12 inches or so. Oh, I guess in everywhere else in the world it's so many centimeters because we're fucking backwards in the United States. But
if you
get my
trust your
point. There's
roller.
an objective fact about how long a shelf is.
Hey, Issa, this is what you do. Look up this guy, Satan Brudenkake.
Hold on, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying already we start with we're supposed to be objective in our approach. And I agree, as human beings, we have no choice but to use the starting point of what our senses report back to us. But I'm saying after that, we all, I'm sure here, agree that human vision and what we can see with our eyes, or with our brain, that our eyes report back to us, is only a small amount of the frequencies that our detective devices have told us are out there. So I'm saying,
no, it's not necessarily detecting devices that tell us these other frequencies are out there. They're actually a result of Maxwell's equations, which we know through pure reason, mostly pure reason.
Hold on. Are you trying to tell me that they haven't got a device to detect gamma rays?
No, what I'm saying is, if I understand my philosophy of science and history of science enough, we don't necessarily need that kind of detecting device to determine that there are other light waves out there, that they are a product of Maxwell's equations.
That's correct, because you're dealing with the scale of the universe. You have three different phases in science that are used to measure what is called life. You have the scale of the universe, which is diameter in meters. You have branches of science, and then you have hierarchy of science. So those three things kind of are interdependent on one another. It is not about literal vision when we're talking about the scale of light in diameter.
There are
somewhere else. I was trying. That was
mathematics that come out to actually proving that the speed of light without having to detect it, and I think that's also true about the other wavelengths of light.
Okay. Hold on. This is what happens. That wasn't my point. I was setting that down to jump to something else. Okay. What was it you just said about the speed of light there? Sorry.
Right. So we don't necessarily need detecting devices to determine the speed of light. They're a result of other findings that we have found. Like, for example, Maxwell's equations. If you use Maxwell's equations, you get things like the speed of light in a vacuum. You don't necessarily have to use detecting devices, and you don't have to experiment this out. They're a product of other things we've discovered.
Right. So you're saying we've discovered other things. We've put them stuff together, and we've used our intellect and so on, and then we've calculated these things, yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So, going back to, none of this makes a difference to what I'm saying, but I'm not sure how else I can put it.
Are you going full Descartes on me?
I have no Descartes. I don't know. I've heard of him.
Descartes. René Descartes is a French philosopher who said cogito ergo sum. He pretended that he wanted to answer to all the skeptics at the time for answering if there's anything that we could know for certain. So he took everything that he could possibly be fooled about, put it on the table, and brushed it off and said, I'm not going to believe any of it until I can find something that I can know for certainty, with justified certainty. So he pretended that there was a demon that could deceive him about anything that's possible to be deceived of. And just threw out everything that he could have been deceived about, and he came up with cogito ergo sum. The one thing he couldn't be wrong about is the fact that there is something that's doubting.
Okay.
So when I say, are you going full Descartes, are you trying to push me into solipsism? Are you trying to push me into saying that either I can't know anything, or that I can only know that I exist?
Yeah, that's Saitan Brudencape. That's his thing.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I said we're the detecting device. Okay. If we use the device to detect the speed of light or the frequency of something, for our peers to review what we've come up with, they check the device itself to make sure that device is capable of checking the speed of something, is capable of checking the speed of the things it's supposed to be checking. And I'm saying that
Is Supreme still talking?
Yeah, I am. Can you not hear me?
No, I didn't hear you. You just cut off.
This bloody mic. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah. As I was saying, when it comes to physics, if a device is made to detect the speed of a particle or something, a peer review would include checking and making sure that the device that is supposed to be checking the speed of the particles or whatever is capable of checking the speed and even detecting those devices. So they would check, detecting those particles. So therefore, the peers that are going to review this would need to know about the device itself. And I'm saying...
No,
Sorry?
not necessarily. They could just repeat the experiment and see if they get the same results.
No, but when you say repeat the experiment, unless they're going to know about the device, how are they going to repeat the experiment?
They would know about the device, and even if they didn't report on the device, they could just repeat the experiment and test it with some other device that supposedly tests the speed of certain particles. I mean, that's kind of how peer review actually works. Is some people repeat the experiment with different variables, like instead of using one type of speedometer, let's call it, they use a different type of speedometer.
I'm thoroughly aware, but I'm trying to make it as simple as possible because I've said it like 3 or 4 ways and you still haven't got it. So that's why I'm just trying to make it as simple as possible. Okay, so...
I don't think I'm the only.
No, I'm sure... No, you're definitely not. Because I notice there's a lot of other philosophers that people are... Right, so as I've said,
And I can't hear you again.
Yeah, I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, you cut out right as he started saying it again.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's his headphone. Right, so as I was saying, if we say that the human beings collectively are the various different devices that you said, well, in the peer review, you might actually use a different device, as you said.
Let's call them how about let's try to make this clear. Let's call them the ultimate device, because ultimately it comes down to what we're taking into our minds or brains, right? Because you're talking about some devices like how to detect the speed of something, and then you're talking about us as a device. So why don't you call us humans the ultimate device?
Whatever you want to call us. The point I'm making is who is checking the ultimate device in relation to what the ultimate device is finding.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying that there needs to be a perspective outside of our own as humans.
I'm still saying that we need to study the human being, how the human being perceives things. So I start off with the human perception in relation to the findings of physics or any other subject.
And we do.
It's the most important.
Yeah, we do. There's psychology and there's neurology, and we study how the mind moves.
Hold on, Seth. Can you show the studies that relate neurology, psychology to physics?
No, it doesn't relate.
No, but psychology and neurology looks at the ultimate device that you're speaking about. So what we're saying is humans are the ultimate device observing these things, and there are things that are checking the perspective of humans, which is neurology and psychology and so forth and so on.
Yeah, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth here. At one point, you're saying that we need to test to make sure the ultimate device is working properly, which is neurology. But on the other sense, you're asking me how does neurology relate to physics, which there's an answer to that, but it's not the answer you're looking for. Neurology relates to physics because neurology is actually studying how the brain physically works and how that relates to our qualia and sense perception.
Right.
Let me say it again.
That goes into, I mean, there's different categories. You can't just overlap things like that because formal science is a branch that involves logic and mathematics. Basically reasoning, philosophy, computer science, statistics, that then give way to physical science, which deals with physics and chemistry, going into particle physics, thermodynamics, and then you give way to cellular biology and then functional biology in life sciences dealing with cells. And then you go into social science, and then you'll go into earth and space science. There is a hierarchy of science that dictates how to reason the human
correct. Correct, Albert.
Seth, can you hear me? Seth? Hello?
Yeah, so I was typing something and I couldn't unmute. I just finished.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so getting back to what I was saying, there's no talking out two sides of my mouth. What I'm saying is, in the studying of the way the brain works, okay, I'm saying the fact that it is the brain that is coming to any conclusions of what you find in physics or the mind, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I'm saying, don't you think that the brain, also, and it's that whatever they find about the brain needs to be correlated to whatever we find about physics, that whatever equations we have in physics, because it's the mind that directly is, the brain is coming up with something because the eyes are sending, are receiving the light rays, sending electrical signals to the brain. The brain has an encoded way, so it's already there before the human being came, or shall I say, before we're born. Our ancestors already had genetic data that says we are going to see these colors. We are going to see these spectrums of the frequencies of light, or sorry, we're going to see this range within the frequency spectrum. This is already, set for us as we are born, as we grow up, because we're human beings. So I'm saying that based upon physics, we know beyond what our sensory perception is telling us. We know there's other frequencies of light, other frequencies, electromagnetic radiation, other forces, etc., which we don't directly detect or don't directly know that exist, etc. So my point is,
well, then obviously Islam is true. No, you stopped. You cut out again.
Yeah, you cut out. My point is cut out.
If I can just digress for just one moment, I think it's the nomenclature issue here with understanding that scientific language, it has a certain understanding as opposed to as a lawyer would speak legalese. Like if I say theory in science, it's a study of facts already established. You know what I mean? If it's the way that we interpret for facts as a scientist, as opposed to just using a layman term theory, which would mean something totally different. So in science, these certain words that we're using have totally different connotations if used properly in science. When we start using the term physics, there's rules in which you express the terms. You just can't use standard language in simulating things scientifically.
You know what? I think the problem with the whole back and forth there was I don't think Issa didn't take into account testability. Like if we're going to talk about if what I'm saying is true, I can say, hey, if I drop this bowling ball, it's dropping different from me dropping this feather. So from there, I can be like, okay, I've tested these things out. So it's not according to my opinion that these things are happening. It's according to what's happening, and then you build upon there. So
and that's what science is. Yeah. It's what's observable, it's what's repeatable, and what's testable. You can repeat the experiment.
I just want to go on the limb here. I just want to go on the limb here because I'm listening objectively to both sides. And truth be told, it sounded biased coming from Issa. So that sounded biased. There wasn't a genuine inductive or deductive question to denote proper reasoning. As a matter of fact, it was quite abductive and it seemed loaded. That's why Seth was answering the way he was. I'm not trying to speak for you, Seth. I'm only just saying, observing it from a scientific point of view, it was rather biased. That's why.
Well, according to Issa's logic, how is your assumption correct?
Because he was asking questions. He was asking questions he had the answer to. That's why he said he was talking out of both sides. He wasn't claiming a point left or right. He was just meandering. He wasn't claiming.
He tends to do that a lot.
And this is something that you spoke about before about Issa, about him not having the actual stance, actually being on the fence about it. But
hey, Kansu say that about me too, though. Kansu think I got an agenda too, though.
I mean, but we're not talking about that. He's just saying.
I mean, most of the time, a lot of people take that type of stance. They play the middle of the road, and whichever way you go, they just take the opposite side so they can argue and debate it. I mean,
I do not.
It makes the art.
Yeah, I don't think there's
anything wrong with being contrarian as long as you're a good interlocutor.
Well, I mean, a debater, if he's a good debater or she's a good debater, can take either side of the debate and, sway people to their side, even though they might not even believe what it is they're arguing. It just means they know and have the skills to do it. That's all. And understanding of the topic where they can, twist and turn it to, a good debate.
Yeah, I think more the conversation about purpose and stuff, it starts to get real philosophical because there's no the thing that what Dawkins say that the universe looks like it has a purpose, but it really don't. I'm paraphrasing, but from the atheist side, it's like purpose is something we make up because we're pattern seekers. No, that was Richard. That was Hitchens said that. So we're pattern seekers. So whenever we see a pattern and it's there, we assume a purpose. That's like a human thing to do.
Such as a snowflake.
Yeah, like like the snowflake thing,
The golden ratio.
Yeah, so I believe there's a purpose, but it would be that would be a philosophical conversation more so than a scientific one, I would say. Do they consider philosophy science?
Science employs philosophy.
Yeah.
I mean, the scientific method is by nature a temporal philosophical method.
Yeah.
Philosophy is science. Yeah. It's
I don't think science. I think science is philosophy.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to say the scientific method, that's different from science in general.
Yeah, science comes from the Greek, which is, I think, gnosis, which just means knowledge or to know.
Right.
What have I heard that before?
High school.
So you guys never have been taught that philosophy and logic fall into the branch of life science?
Yeah, I mean, it's not science in the sense of...
Or we're formal science. I mean, it's formal science.
Yeah, I would say as far as...
A physical science.
Yeah, when you're talking about philosophy, you're more so dealing with opinions more than facts.
Huh?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I'm talking about to a certain extent, like, okay, it's not as cut and dry as like biology. It's not cut and dry like physics. It's like it's a little more nuanced than those, I should say. I mean, you're dealing with some
biology.
What you say?
Compared to physics, biology is a soft science.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Although compared to physics is a soft science.
Yeah, like okay, how do you go to a lab and test a philosophical point of view? I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying. Like,
You're looking at science. All scientists don't sit in labs.
No, I get it, but I'm just talking about it's a different kind of science. I'm saying it's not like
it's part of the trivium, and then there's the other half called the quadrivium. So you have the trivium sciences that deal in the psychological sciences and things of that nature, and then you have the quadrivium. So it depends upon what branch you're talking about, and this falls in the trivium.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like I wouldn't put it.
Doesn't have a white lab coat.
No, I get that. No, so I'm putting philosophy in the same brand of science I would put psychology, per se.
I really don't think. I think it's very wrong. Well, not very wrong, but I think it's wrong-headed to call philosophy a science. Mostly because science is actually a philosophy, and that's how it stemmed out, and it's
right.
Part of the reason why, and the other reason why is it doesn't work in the same way that science does. It just doesn't.
Could we say that? Could we say that science is a product of philosophy?
It absolutely is, and the foundations of science.
Somebody came up with a statement and then people test it.
I mean, there's a relationship. I acknowledge there's a relationship there. It's just that philosophy is like, it's a different kind of thing. But it's the same, but it's different. You know what I'm saying?
Hey Simon, there's something wrong with your mic.
Yeah, okay, I'm trying to fix it now.
Anybody got any other topic stuff?
Any topics?
Yeah. Why do all of you Christians?
Wait, Simon, you're right. Thank you. There you go. Somebody asked for a topic.
Yeah, I think the topic should be why do Christians hate science?
Yeah. And the next topic would be why do atheists hate God?
Yes.
No, the next one I was about to say is why do atheists hate science? That was going to be one.
Oh, that's like saying you hate your mom. It's like, what?
You know what? Let me tell you why.
1, 2, mic test.
Yeah, you're better, Simon.
Sound better.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why Christians don't hate science. Because when they get sick or have to go to a hospital, they go to a hospital so that science can heal them.
Yeah, but not all of them.
Christians don't hate science.
Yeah, but interesting that you brought this up because I just saw a hangout yesterday with Peripheral Prophet there, and it was about vaccines and Peripheral is against vaccines. I'm guessing some of you guys.
Hold on, don't misrepresent.
Sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. Sorry. You're not an anti-vaxxer.
Not an anti-vaxxer. Not against vaccines. I appeal to Christ for healing. I believe that we can claim authority in Christ and what we're promised through faith to be healed by God.
Right, but there's a problem because you will.
And that works against polio.
I'm sorry.
So,
I said that works against polio.
I'll let you know when I get polio and have to treat it.
Listen, I praise the Lord every day that He made vaccines and aspirin and in hospitals that I can use them.
Did He make them or did He allow me?
Well, they're there. Everything is in His will. There's a hospital over there. I will take full advantage of the hospital.
It's like that Family Guy episode.
There's a joke that I'm going to tell right now, right? There's a guy who's on a cruise ship, and the cruise ship sinks, and he's on a raft, right? And he prays to God to save him. And the ship comes by and says, "Hey,
I gave you a ship,
a
a helicopter, and a boat, and what else do you want?"
Seth, we heard that same thing. I must have heard that from 7 different people yesterday. Everybody told that same story a little bit differently, trying to convince me that I needed to take my child and strap him to a chair and stick him with needles.
Yeah. Well, hey, Perf, I would actually suggest my. Sorry, go ahead. Finish up.
Well, I was going to say I would simply point you to Nate's Hangout because it turned into a 6-hour conversation, and I'm not sure that I have the time or the patience to do that again.
Okay. Well, can I just kind of sum up what I think should apply here? And this is a quote, right? Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Right.
Hey, and I did concede. Hold on, I did concede that because my child hasn't been born yet. He's only been in the womb 6 months, so he's got a little bit more to grow. I am going to prayerfully consider vaccinating my child only in accordance with God's will. So if His Spirit convicts me, right, that I need to do this, then and only then, through God's will I do that. And I am going to prayerfully consider that between now and his birth. So it is something that I have conceded to in the sense that I will petition God directly for the truth of what I need to do to protect my child. If that's what He wants me to do, He'll let me know.
So Art, you just said something that drives me crazy. Not because you said it, but it's what happens. Like quotes like "Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition," and things like "God helps those who help themselves." Those then automatically get put in the Bible. Like people start saying, it says in the Bible, God help those who help themselves, or pass the what. Like a couple of like sayings like that, people will swear up and down in the Bible, and then they'll be nowhere to be found.
A family that prays together stays together. That's not in there.
Yeah, like all that stuff. it'll find its way in there, and it's like it's like how in the world? And then you'll say people quoting it like, "Well, God say a family that prays together stays together." I'm like, what chapter, what book does it say that? It's
Right,
a
I
nice
get it.
though.
Hey, I got
Alvin's in the Gnostics.
a
Yeah, it's
question.
in the Gospel of Thomas.
I got a question, y'all. I'm gonna put something on the table because I'm having the debate on the 25th and the 26th with this preterist saying everything was fulfilled in 70 A.D. that's written.
Bro, please let me talk to you about that sometime
What was it?
one-on-one.
Can you repeat it, Peripheral?
A preterist. Do you mean
He's
Catholic?
basically, yeah. There's a guy named Aaron Voluntarist on here. He's a Christian, or says he's a Christian, but he believes that Christ already turned. He's a full preterist, and I debate guys in eschatology quite often, and he had absolutely no historical precedence for his claim outside of twisting scripture to kind of sort of fit his views, and I mean, I've kind of embarrassed him a couple times just through questioning things that he could not answer, and ultimately had to resort to his own personal bias to extrapolate a position that is so
you
far
missed it last
removed.
night, Peripheral. There was a dude that we were debating that said he was the Son of Man.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm a son of a man as well. Just
Jesus,
point that out.
he was a descendant of Jesus Christ. I'm sure I missed the context there, but it kind of threw me in my chair when I heard that.
Yeah, but like I said, the 26th, with the 25th and the 26th, y'all can tune to my channel, Israel Doctrine, and you'll be able to see the debate.
Yeah, I'm adding you for sure.
Yeah, the dude I'm debating, his name William Bell. He's kind of real deep in that circle. I think his channel is All Things Fulfilled.
Oh wow.
And yeah, it should be interesting.
The only William Bell I know is the preacher turned atheist.
Nah, I don't know him. You know, when they said that name, it wasn't just one person with it, but you know, we can be talking about the same person, but I doubt.
You know what I like? You know what I like? You know who I like looking at every once in a while? Y'all heard this dude Shock of God?
Yeah,
oh no! Please don't!
No. Wait a minute. No, Art. Let me tell you why. Because I don't believe he was ever an atheist.
Oh yeah, that we can agree on.
I don't believe. You
No,
know,
I
that's,
don't.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
About Shock of God, I have to say, I don't know if anybody in here knows this, but Shock of God is my neighbor.
No way.
No.
I'm not joking. I don't know where he lives. He lives very, very, very close to me. Every single one of his videos, I can tell you exactly where on the freeway he is.
Wait a minute.
He lives very close to me. I mean, I don't recognize stuff like because I go to LA a lot. I recognize stuff like right down my street. He's very close to me.
Interesting.
Hey, no, but his whole thing is he used to be an atheist. But y'all know that y'all love his question though, that he trumps and cuts y'all every single time he asks y'all.
Oh yeah, he destroys atheism.
Art, wait a minute. Let me ask you, Art. If you cannot answer this, I have debunked atheism. Okay, Seth, I'm about to debunk all of y'all. Art, can you prove to me atheism is true and correct?
Oh no! He asked the question. No.
Art, this is what no. This is what you magic sandwichists always do. Alvin, do you believe in the magic sandwich? No, of course you don't. But do you have any evidence?
Wait a minute, hold on. Who said I didn't? Who said I didn't believe in the magic sandwich? Wait a minute. I do believe in the magic sandwich.
No, I thought you believed in the Bible. The magic sandwich cookbook says not to have any other cookbooks before him.
No, hold on. But okay. That's what it said. I don't believe in the magic sandwich. I believe in it, and I don't use any other cookbooks.
The problem is this always turns into equating God to something else, but essentially you're just calling that thing God. And then, yes, in that case, if God is being called a banana split, then yes, I believe in banana split.
Yeah, but the point of that though, Justin, is that you're doing the same thing by calling God an omniscient power.
Yeah. Oh,
Right, it's the concept we're talking about, though. Like, if you just relegate God to like a
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Have mercy on the keyboard. Have mercy on that keyboard.
punching your keyboard.
That's
No,
cool.
I just don't like that question. If it prove atheism is real, because
Well, have you guys have seen where Daniel and Craig is talking to, I forget what that old guy was, and he's like, well, I believe in a supercomputer, and Daniel's like, well, essentially asking him, well, is this computer all-knowing? And he's like, oh yeah, it's all-knowing. Did this computer create everything? Oh yeah, it created everything. He's like, well, you're talking about God. And the guy just sat there kind of looking dumb. Everybody started laughing.
Yeah, I mean,
problem is, before you're doing the same thing by equating God to omniscience or goodness or morality. You're doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, but that's. I just want to say
your argument.
I'm not trying to derail this conversation, but I think it's important to say that was not my point in bringing up a magic sandwichism. It was a completely different point.
Do you want to get back to this?
A magic sandwichism.
The magic sandwich. No, the spaghetti monster. The spaghetti monster. That's the one.
No, I was just mocking Shock of God's way he turns the question around on atheists. I like it makes a lot of sense. Like
now, what about the one? No, they got. Hold on, they got the other guy, the guy with the big head. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Who be putting out the guy, the chubby face guy. He put out them videos. He was like, evolution is not a fact. It never has been. It never will be. What's his name?
Joshua.
Yes. That.
Who is this?
Joshua Kirstein, guy with the limp, stole a bunch of money from donors.
Listen, I love that guy. He's entertaining. You know what? It's like I've been looking at so many debates and stuff, and then after a while, you'll start seeing the same arguments being circulated. But I think the worst one was the banana.
Oh, yeah.
So, Alan, what you been doing?
When the amazing atheist shoved a banana in his ass, yeah, that was terrible.
That's a different argument.
I got a problem. Now, see, I don't like the amazing atheist. It's like he goes. It's like I don't believe him. I don't believe him. Like it just seemed like he goes out of his way to just be like.
I haven't believed him since he went full banana.
Yeah.
Oh, question right quick, Alvin. This is what you've been doing since we couldn't. I ain't been able to catch up with you on the Hangout or talk to you. So you've been watching debates and videos and stuff.
No, I've been doing this. No, see, with y'all group, I was dealing with stuff like I wasn't on Google Hangout, but I was like on YouTube looking at all these atheist versus deist debate. Like I was doing that before I got with y'all. Like you the first one that showed me how to Google Hangout work. I didn't even know how. Remember, I couldn't even get my computer to work.
Yeah.
I ain't know how to use one, but then now I'm on here instead of just typing, and I continue not to be able to get any work done because because now I'm talking.
No, whatever you've been doing whatever you've been doing is cool because I think we all here due to you. So I mean, you being a bridge between others is a good thing, man.
I am the ambassador. No, but then people get mad at me for that too, though. I'll be a heretic. Matter of fact, did I tell you what the brother told me? Israel, look, this dude said, Alvin, I don't like you. You're like a humanitarian mercy guy. Like I'm like, those are insults? Like he said it like that was supposed to be an insult.
Wow.
Like that was I was like, so you're saying this as if those are insults. Like that's how far removed that it got, man. Yeah, man, but yeah, the atheist versus theist thing, I think it's going to mellow out. I do feel a new religion is going to form, though. I feel that. there's going to be a new religion. It's going to be called spirituality. Like that's going to be the name of it.
That already.
You know, they actually did a study. I don't know if you guys seen it, but Bill Mayer, he actually debated a Christian, and according to a study that he put in his book, although Christianity is in fact shrinking, but the amount of people who still believe in a God is actually increasing.
Yeah.
So
do you know they've had that religion around in India for about 3,500 years? Spirituality.
Yeah. Hinduism,
Yeah, that's
Jainism.
why I said already exists.
No, but I'm talking about globe. It's not going to be in the form of that. It's going to be like a global. There's going to be a one global spirituality religion where everything goes.
If the Bible's true, that has to happen. There has to be a final one world religion that all the world worships.
you know, Oprah got her world spiritual class. People all over the world do that.
Oh yeah. See, it's forming. It's coming. You know, there's going to be, and it's going to be of love and peace, and everybody can do whatever the hell they want to do.
Woohoo!
Stop it, Alvin. Stop it.
That's terrible.
Hey, Albert. Hey, look. This Albert thinks I got an agenda, y'all. He think that I'm the Trojan horse. That's what he said. So whenever I be starting to talk, man, he be cutting me off because he think I'm trying to spread some kind of propaganda. Hey, Albert, man, I ain't spreading no propaganda.
Alvin, what you're saying is in line with Bible prophecy. I mean, the whole world is going to move towards a one world religion.
But you already have the universal church.
You know, we're already having.
It's called atheism.
Hey, check this out. We already have a one world culture. Everybody kind of dressed the same.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I don't wear tight pants, man.
I'm just talking about everybody wears Western style clothing. Everybody around the world is speaking English, the lingua franca. You know, we have a one world culture. You go to China, they're listening to rap music. You go to everywhere.
McDonald's everywhere too, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, a one world culture is forming.
I mean, McDonald's everywhere.
Matter of fact, a one world race is forming. So many black and white kids coming together and having babies, and Chinese. It's like eventually you're not going to be able to distinguish the races.
Yeah.
With all
one day we'll all be 50% Chinese.
Well, then how the hell will I know who to hate?
We'll find out another way to hate somebody though. We'll do that.
Yeah.
We'll find out some.
We'll go back to the tribalism thing and.
Yeah.
Well, it'll boil down to
be like, I don't like the way they dance.
No, we won't like guys with beards like Seth. Like, we don't like because you have a beard. So
no, the Dragon Ball Z fans will fight the Pokemon fans.
We're gonna kill all the philosophers.
No, the Marvel fans will fight the DC fans. That's happening right now. Like,
the Android
man, it's like the United States versus freaking Georgia or something, man.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask this: do any of y'all watch Naruto? Because I'm looking for the new episodes.
I was never in Naruto.
Oh, man.
I tried to watch 2 episodes a day. It was just a tad too kiddie. Maybe if I would have tried it a little longer.
Now you got to get the more recent episodes. You got them, you know, as a young child.
Yeah, I had to get them past that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now see, now we really getting into some sweaty nerd territory right here with the animes. I am a connoisseur of such, especially that Death Note one. I don't know if y'all seen that one. Death Note, that one is like a smart people one. It ain't really a lot of action in it, but it's like a whole bunch of like plot holes and twists and stuff. You know. But the best, let me tell y'all what you should, like Seth, all y'all on here, y'all should really pick up this book called the Bible. It's like the greatest book ever. Y'all should check it out.
I have like.
Oh, you know, it's a wonderful book.
Yeah, I especially like the part. Oh God, I can't think of it. I don't know the
I
words
know
now.
you're about to say something. I walked right into it, but go ahead.
Yes, yes. The part with the members that ejaculate like horses. What was that?
Wait a
Get your
minute.
mind out of the gutter, bro.
Wait a minute. What verse is that? I ain't even heard of that one. Who's
Yeah,
ejaculating?
emissions like that of donkeys. I think.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Hold on. Wait. Say that verse. What verse?
Ezekiel 23:20. She lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emissions were like that of horses.
Oh, that's talking about the Egyptians.
Oh, that's just saying he was hung, huh?
Hey, no. Go look at some of those Egyptian reliefs.
This is hilarious.
Go look.
No, they worship the phallus. So the bigger it is, the more worship he got.
That's right. I remember that because they have.
Are there any atheists in this country?
Yeah, the southern Egyptians were known to be very tall.
Did you ask if there's any atheists?
Incredibly powerful warriors.
Yeah.
Are there atheists in the hangout? I mean, I'm a pantheist, but I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I'm an atheist.
I'm an
You
atheist.
atheist, sir?
Yes.
Oh man, more power to you, bro.
Get your old. I'm happy to see an atheist face.
Man.
Power to the atheist.
Did he say he was a pantheist?
He did.
That's what he said.
I'm a pan.
Did I say something wrong? Did I say something wrong, Prophet?
No, I didn't hear. I didn't know if you said you were an atheist or a pantheist.
I'm a pantheist, but I enjoy listening to atheists. They make great points.
You enjoy listening to me too, Consul.
Oh.
You, Consul, you enjoy listening to me, man. So I make you go back and think about stuff like, man, you know what? Alvin said something, man. You know what I'm saying?
What are you, Alvin? What are you?
Between you and Kevin, man, I don't know.
Hang on a minute.
I believe in the Bible.
Cool. And Carl?
Oh yeah, I deal with the Bible.
Great. And Kevin?
He deal with the Bible too.
Yeah,
like I tell people, I lived about 20 years without the Bible, trying to read it or study it and, apply it in life. And I'm 38, so I ain't even lived that long with the Bible, so I know how to live either or.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Come on home, Carl. Come on.
But hold on. But I think I said this. I don't know if y'all was on here though. But you do know Christians were one of the first people to be called atheists.
They were,
because we were against.
No, Socrates was not a Christian.
No, I'm talking about. I said one of the first because Christians were against the state religion of Rome. The Romans called them atheos. They were against the Roman. They were against the state religion.
Hang on.
No, I'm not.
Guys, just one moment. We've just had an assertion from Seth, and I'd just like him to back it up. So Socrates, that predates Christianity by some 600-700 years.
No, I said one of the first, not the first. I said.
Okay, so I'm asking Seth now, just about Socrates and atheism, if you wouldn't mind.
Semantics.
How's this? I said one of the first. I didn't say.
I don't know how serious Simon's being and what he's asking.
Say again.
I'm not sure how serious you're being or what you're asking.
Well, did anybody refer to Socrates as an atheist?
Yeah, his accusers.
Athenian and Ionian priests called him.
That's really what I was asking. I was being serious.
Okay, he accused him of atheism and corrupting the youth. That's why he had to drink the hemlock.
Well, corrupting the youth, yeah. But I didn't know that was called atheism.
No, atheism and they accused him of blasphemy of not believing in the God.
Yeah, I'm saying the definition of atheism for them is not the same one of the definition now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
If you were against the state religion, and you did not bow to the gods of Rome, whatever you else believed in, they would call you atheos. So they
And
would call Christians
the
atheists.
Christians, the first Christians was Jews, and they was dealing with the Jewish religious mindset. So it wasn't a Roman. Into
Yeah,
Roman.
thank you. Where are you getting Rome from?
What are you talking about?
I've actually heard this before, that the Romans refer, like what he's talking about is essentially the Christians were atheistic towards the Roman theology.
Right, and they called them atheos,
Right.
not meaning that they didn't. Right. If
It's
you
not
were
the only one. Thomas Paine also called Christians atheists.
Really?
So we can call ourselves
Yeah.
Christians, atheists, we're still right. Anybody who goes up and being atheist is actually
You're definitely an atheist.
Well, if you're
I
right,
rec-
then yeah.
I recognise one a mile away.
Yeah.
You're just suppressing the truth. That's all.
Suppressing the truth.
suppressing the
Daly, Daly's was a pantheist. That's a fellow pantheist for you, Consul.
Probably
I'm
Einstein.
aware of, but I'm more of I'm into Mother Nature universe. I'm a Bayesian. I believe in Bayesian theory and things like that. Theorem and things like that.
I'm sorry. What did you say, brother Simon?
I think Einstein might have been one. Spinoza, obviously, are two famous possible pantheists from history.
Einstein was a pantheist. Oh, I
Well,
didn't
he
know
did say, one of the quotes from him is, if I believe in a god, it's the god of Spinoza.
Oh yeah,
Right,
yeah.
and
That's
a lot of people think that Spinoza was, I mean, really consequentially an atheist. Spinoza's God is non-personal, not even necessarily the creator of the universe. He kind of believed in this God that was almost like a force of nature. Really, Spinoza was, at base, an atheistic naturalist.
Yeah.
Now, wouldn't he be a deist then? I thought that he just believed something made everything and just left it alone.
And Einstein also, in a private letter to, I think it was a naval captain who wrote him and asked him about a priest calling him a man of faith, said that, referred to himself as an atheist.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It's kind of like singular consciousness theory, like the universe and all of creation is kind of consciousness experiencing itself, manifesting itself to experience. I don't know. It's
You have
weird.
to read Spinoza to get the different takes on it, really, because there's two sides to it. There's the universe side, or what we would call reality, and then there's the ethics side.
Yeah. We have all the. Can you imagine there was a world once where there was really no labels to a religion? It was like, oh, you believe this God, and then that's it. There wasn't really no labels towards nothing.
I can't, no, not if you call it religion.
Alvin,
Yeah.
you remember when we did the what was it? When we went to that site and we looked at the definition, I forget what the
Are you talking about religion, the etymology?
yeah, the etymology of the religion and stuff.
Yeah, it just I just had it like like a lot of times when people hear that word religion, they're like it's like it's just runaway scared, like, oh, it's evil. But if you just look at the core etymology, it just means binding yourself to something. So if you're an atheist and you bound yourself to a certain set of principles that you believe are morally correct, and you're not going to budge from these standards you set for themselves, you could say, my religion, I'm bound to these set of principles that I won't
I
go
think
for.
that's a bit general, though, Alvin. I mean, we know when we say religion that we're specifically talking about a belief in the supernatural.
I know. That's. But if we just go with the etymology, if I said, hey, these set of core principles that I believe in, that I will not budge for, not waver from, I'm bound to it.
Sure.
You could say that's a religion.
In the colloquial sense, yeah.
But it would be dishonest if I said that without giving the
Context, yeah.
without giving the context behind that. It would be
Sure.
dishonest. I'll give you that.
I appreciate that.
I think there are certainly easy enough ways that we can demarcate religions from things that we clearly wouldn't think of as religions. And I think that has to do with revealed, passed down theology and moral teachings. And I think that's what makes a religion and other things not religion. I think if once you have that, you can clearly call something a religion, whether it has gods or not. And I think that clearly demarcates things from things that aren't religions that other people might accidentally put in a religion category. Like when I first kind of came out as an atheist to my friends, and I met up with an atheist group on a Sunday. They mocked me. Oh, it's a religion now because you're meeting up on Sunday. I'm like, yeah, like your car club is a religion. Yeah, it's a religion because we meet up on Saturdays, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's like I think a lot of times the problem with some of these forums and hangouts, instead of really trying to build with people, a lot of people are just looking for I gotchas. You know, like they'll be like, so Seth, you go and meet up with a group of atheists on a Sunday? Boom. That's like a religion. You know, it's like a lot of people try to do the gotcha thing, and it's like a gotchas is like a cheap thrill. Like, you know, you'll have a laugh for like 2-3 minutes, but then people obviously see whatever you said is out of context. You know? And I think that's a lot of problem when you have a couple of these discussions. Then all of a sudden, and then it creates this thing. I think I was talking to you yesterday about this, Prophet. When everything becomes so, like, for example, I was talking about an object, right? I was like, let me give you an example. Let's say you're holding an object in your hand. The dude said, well, what do you mean by object? So then it turned into a 20-minute debate about what is and isn't an object.
Oh, that's a profound question. I mean, especially if you're talking about, you know, Platonists versus Neoplatonists versus non-Platonists.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just using an example. I'm like,
Come on,
just,
someone
okay.
say to me, Carl.
Yeah, I said, let's say you have an object in your hand. That's all I said. He was like, well, what do you mean by object? It was a 20-minute debate about what an object is. It's like, if this talk was not about religion or God or anything, he was like, okay, I got an object. It wouldn't even have been nothing. But because it's a talk about that, it like becomes this thing where everything is like, so what do you mean? But, you know, it's probably because people are so, they're bracing themselves trying to avoid an I gotcha, to where there's really, even when there is no I gotcha, you know, because I don't really do the I gotcha thing, but they're so worried about that coming, it's like things get a little out of hand sometimes.
Yeah, it drives me crazy when people won't answer a question because they've assumed where you're going with it.
Yes. That drives me crazy.
Well, I always try to just answer questions bluntly and honestly, even if I'm afraid of where it's going. I just shoot it out there. I might want to clarify it, but I think it's important to answer it honestly before you and earnestly before you get a chance to qualify it.
Yeah, that's what I do, because I found even if your answer is not a real benefit to your argument, you look better by saying something that doesn't make you look good than not answering it at all, because it'll be like, you know, you ask me this question and I don't want to answer it, so I'm just dodging it. That kind of makes you look bad, as opposed to just answering it and getting it out of the way, you know, and then moving on from there. You know. But, you know, but then again, you know, people are, a lot of people are too worried about just being right all the time instead of getting the right answer, whether they're wrong or not. And that, after a while, I stopped talking. Like that one dude, man, I was on here the other day, and we were talking about, I was trying to talk about the narrative of the Bible, right? I said, yo, let's forget about it being real or not. Let's just talk about how the story goes. So we was talking about the nature of God in the Bible and what he consists of, and then every single time we start getting somewhere, but that doesn't prove he's real. I'm like, we're not debating that he's real. We're just talking about the narrative of the story. So when every time I would get him to a point to where I was trying to make the point I'm making, he always say, okay, all that's fine, but that doesn't mean it's real because it's in a book. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. It's like, that kind of drove me crazy. That stuff drives me crazy. Where you got like 5 or 6 different debates in one thing. You can't narrow it down to one. Ain't that right, Consul? Man. Yo, man, I'm gonna actually try to get some work done today. You know, if I wanted to, I would be on here for the rest of the day talking because I love hearing myself talk. And I'm sure you guys like hearing me talk too. But
It's been a pleasure. Thanks for the interesting folks you pulled in.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, and Seth, I'm very sorry what happened to your 2 older brothers, Cain and Abel.
Oh yeah, it was tragic.
I hope y'all can patch things up. How's the family doing? Y'all good?
Enoch's doing well.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, man. All right, Consul, I'm holler at you later, man. Kev.
See you later.
All right.
Good. How are you, Seth?
So, atheists, if there's no God, then why is Einstein dead?
If there's no God.
Because we wouldn't have cared about him otherwise.
There's no God. Why is Einstein dead? If there's no God, why is Einstein dead? Wow. Is that actually a coherent question at all?
I don't think questions have to be coherent. They just prove Christianity right, dog. That's it. It's over.
Is Green Dog's Flying dead?
No.
7.
We don't know.
Hey, I'm here. What's going on?
I'm pretty sure they have to be coherent.
We're debunking religion right now.
Go ahead, I'm listening on.
Why is Einstein dead if God doesn't?
It's like, this is really fucking with Simon. It's just a joke.
I don't see why it's funny. Einstein's dead because he was a wanker. Like all
Yeah,
humans.
that's funny.
That's what the Bible teaches.
It's just a parody of really bad questions people ask. Like,
I know, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Like my one was against Neff when he was going on about how bad evolution was, and I said, well, you know, if you don't think it's right, then show me one transitional fossil between God and mankind. His brain literally went.
That's actually kind of clever in a way. I like that actually.
I was trying to come up with the worst arguments for atheism.
All right, how about this? How about we go around the room and we describe the worst arguments, even in loose definition of the word argument, right? The worst thing somebody said to you trying to convince you of the other side, the dumbest one-liner.
Is Prophet still in the room?
No, he left.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll try and start thinking about.
Oh God.
What is the worst one? Well, I mean, the bag of chemicals. You know, if you're just a bag of chemicals, how can you have any morals?
Really, that's the worst?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, isn't that just like? Okay, carry on. I'm just off the top of my head. I'm trying to think of some. So
my worst
these aren't
was
the worst.
definitely, and I legitimately had this asked to me once, is that if God isn't real, then who wrote the Bible?
Oh, brilliant. Oh, brilliant.
Boy.
Has anybody got any mod, by the way?
This is open to the Christians and the pantheists in the room too. I mean, you guys. Or no, wait, did he leave?
No, no.
Art, are you still here?
Hey,
Albert's still here. Go on, Groovy.
yeah,
Well, I was
Albert's
just
not.
trying to see if Art was
Albert's
still
not
here
a theist.
because I thought
One more
he
time.
gave mods to Peripheral and Alvin.
Albert seems to be away, so Peripheral's left.
Hello,
Sensitive
can you
sort
hear
of-
me?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yo, what's up, man? Took a while, man.
Ah, right. Yeah, Supreme. How you doing?
Yeah, not well. Just heard
We have-
people backbiting me. Weren't too happy about that.
Hey, shit happens in G plus, dude.
Yes. In relation to the Pantheist dude, yeah, there's issues there, a lot of confusion. No, when I was presenting my point, and any points I present, I'm always trying to either present my opinion, my perspective, and generally I'm trying to demonstrate it so the person grasps it as quick as possible and completely. So therefore I use various. If I try it the first way and I don't get it, then I try another way. What I was going to say, who was the person that mentioned something like, I think it was a consciousness that is like throughout, that pervades creation, so to speak, and is seeking to know itself or something like that. Who mentioned that?
I have a feeling that might have been Peripheral, but I'm not certain. It could have been one of the other guys. It could have been Alvin or Carl.
No, it wasn't Alvin. It definitely wasn't Alvin.
Okay.
All right, cool.
I think it might have been Peripheral that he was talking a bit at that point.
So you're an atheist.
I am, yeah.
So what's your name? How do I address you?
Simon.
Right?
Yeah.
Are you in England?
Simon.
Yeah. I'm down the road from you, probably, by the sound of your accent.
Down the road. You
Probably.
don't sound like a Londoner.
Well, yeah, I am. I'm kind of southwest London.
Southwest, all right. Cool.
I didn't know you guys called them. I didn't know you guys called them roads. I thought you called them something like Tory Wiggly Way or something.
We've got a huge echo going on.
Yes, no, roads and streets, that's what we have over that you live in.
Oh, you guys don't have avenues? That's weird.
We
Oh,
do
yeah, we
have
have avenues.
We do
Oh, so you guys don't have boulevards? Why not?
We even have that as well.
Do we have boulevards?
Oh, no, you have boulevards.
I don't think we do. It's French.
Lanes.
Yeah. I don't think we have boulevards.
We have streets, lanes.
Dual carriageways.
Dual carriageways.
Present.
Motorways.
Present.
What do you call yours? Freeways or something?
Actually, they're only called freeways in certain parts of the country.
Yeah.
Freeway. California, they're freeways, and in California we say the and then the name of the freeway, and no one else in the country does that, I guess.
I see. But what's the
Ours
one
are
where you can
highways.
go as fast as you want? What do you call that? Well, not as fast.
The
as you want,
Autobahn?
really fast. When you lot want to go, when let's say so for us, where you can, if you're traveling long distance, we call them motorways, and you can go, the limit of the country is 70 miles an hour.
Oh, the highway.
That's called
In
a
California we call it the freeway.
Freeway. And
Well, from the East Coast, they usually call them by the number of the route, like 95 Interstate, or some people say 480 or 85 or 77
we
or
have
something.
numbers as well, but is it called a freeway or a highway, or is it both?
Highway.
Sometimes they're
Highway, a
turnpikes.
loop. Some people call them loops. Like I jump on the loop. And,
But a loop sounds more like something that's more interstate.
right.
Is that not correct?
Well, now like a loop is more, yeah.
So we might call that, I don't know, dual carriageway. I think I can't remember anymore. Okay, no, that's cool. That's cool. So how many atheists we got in here?
Are you an atheist?
No. I'm a Muslim, but my definition or type of Muslim would be one that follows the Islam of the Quran. So that is in differentiation to
let's say the Sunnis or the Orthodox Shia, who they sort of have a cultural perspective first, and then they sort of like interpret the Quran to fit that. So let's say the Sunnis in general would put the Hadith on the equivalent level of the Quran type of thing. Whereas for me, I'm dealing with what the Quran establishes Islam to be, and from there I determine which Hadith is authentic and that kind of thing. Yeah, that's the difference. But yeah, I mean, I guess most of you probably would have never heard of or understood the type of Islam, unless you. I think it'd be close to Sufism. Has anyone ever heard of Sufism?
Oh yeah. There's a couple of Sufis on the G Plus community.
In the what community?
In the G Plus community.
What's that?
Well, this community, the Great Debate community.
Oh, this is Great Debate, is it?
Yeah, more or less, loosely defined as, I suppose. Anyone disagree with that?
Not at all.
So, well, I don't know. So, is there a group of people that belong to it or something like that?
Yeah,
It's a loosely defined group. There are a lot of people on Google Plus who communicate, who frequent these hangouts that generally end up talking about a lot of issues, but they kind of seem to center around the Great Debate. Does God exist? Why does God exist? Yeah, there are good reasons to believe in God. Are there good reasons to not believe in God?
Got you. Okay. Yes, that makes sense.
Hey, can you guys hear this?
The tough questions.
Say again, Groovy?
Can you hear this?
I can't hear anything in the background of you. No, just you here speaking.
Okay, just trying to work out what mic I was using.
Cool. Oh, I can hear you speaking, yeah.
Thank you.
So, Groovy, what's your position? Belief? Atheist?
Yeah, mainly atheist.
Position, she's currently crouched inside of a Dalek.
Yes.
Inside of a Dalek. Got you. Okay.
I crave the sunlight.
Do you not agree, for the atheist, that basically the real study, is to do with consciousness? Considering that when you go to most of the minorities or the intellectuals of all the religions, they generally would say that what they're referring to when they say God is like a concept that labels the consciousness of the universe, sort of thing, like what humans might perceive to be a mind behind nature.
I don't understand the question.
I'm saying that, all right, let me put it another way. When Richard Dawkins writes his book, The God Delusion, and those that seem to follow suit, they always seem to attack the anthropomorphic concept of God that the masses believe in. But when you go to the intellectuals, let's say, of Islam, the intellectuals of Judaism, and so let's say the people that believe in the Kabbalah, etc., they generally have a logical concept of God and the universe.
I would say that Richard Dawkins is not the intellectual of atheism. When I look for intellectuals of atheism, he's the Joel Osteen of atheism.
Okay. Who would you say
He's
is the
great for
intellectual
biology.
of atheism?
Yeah, he's great when it comes to biology. He's fantastic. The Selfish Gene is one of the greatest books ever written. It really is. But when it comes to theology and philosophy and arguing whether or not God exists, I think he's embarrassing at times.
Okay.
Who do I look for when looking for an atheist intellectual?
Yeah.
Somebody like William Rowe or Anthony Flew before he turned into a theist. Janelle Mackey.
The singer?
No.
Let me see. How can I find these guys? Are they on YouTube?
No. If you want somebody on YouTube that I respect a lot, I can give you two names. One of them would be Theoretical Bullshit. The other one would be Justin Schieber. No, I didn't say Justin Bieber.
I'm surprised you didn't mention our Lord either. Seth.
Oh,
Seth is a believer.
Matt Lahunty.
Ozymandias Ramsey's on YouTube. He's really good. Really, really good.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's that?
Ozymandias Ramsey's.
The second. Just type in Aussie, but with one Z.
Brother Seth, have you got any anything specific you can quote from these guys that say, some powerful argument they have?
I don't know which one exactly I'd be quoting because I've got kind of a mishmashed version of some of the arguments that I respect. Well, I guess I can give you, I'll give you kind of the cutest argument. I think this is really kind of adorable and clever in a lot of ways. Justin Schieber put together an argument from fine-tuning for atheism.
Oh yeah, you said that. I better mute.
It's kind of fantastic.
What's that now?
Justin Schieber put together an argument from fine-tuning for atheism.
Okay.
I know. Everybody.
We've got echo. We've got echo. Everybody could mute, please. Let's just say what the argument is, and then we'll sort it out.
Okay, so Schieber's never actually written this down anywhere, at least not the last time I checked. I've pieced this argument together from debates that he's had and appearances he's made on podcasts, because he's not one to write it down. He's kind of like Socrates in that way. But from what I gather from the debates and discussions he's had, the argument goes a little something like this. All right? We have this peculiar situation where we have a universe and we have complex biological creatures, and a universe which has very finely tuned life-permitting parameters, right? That if they were different in the slightest way, wouldn't permit life. Now you have two theories about life, right? You have atheism and you have theism, right? Naturalistic, or let's just call atheism naturalism, because in this sense it would imply naturalism. So naturalism and theism, right? Which one is more likely given these scenarios? Well, under theism, if you just assume theism is true, you wouldn't expect to necessarily see a whole large universe with finely tuned parameters that would barely allow for complex biological life. All you need for theism to be true, the only thing you'd expect to see under theism is you might see interacting moral agents, and you don't need a physical universe for that. You don't need complex biology for that. You don't need a physical universe for that, especially not one that's as large as it is, that's finely tuned for complex biological life. All you need is interacting moral agents. Under naturalism, on the other hand, if naturalism is true and we see complex biological organisms, you would absolutely have to see a finely tuned universe. There's no way around it. Naturalism is true, complex biological creatures, the universe would have to be tuned, or at least have the parameters that would allow for life. And that's the other thing. I'll take it even one step further. If theism are true, and we wanted complex biological life, you wouldn't necessarily see a finely tuned universe. God could make a universe that's not finely tuned for life that still has life in it. Therefore, it isn't a slam dunk for atheism. This is probabilistic, and it's a fine probabilistic argument. It says, under this argument basically just says that given no other assumptions, atheism is more likely than theism, given fine-tuning.
Okay, so that's one of the arguments they present, right? Fine-tuning.
I don't know. It depends on what you mean by favorite. I don't think it's the strongest argument. I think it's a fun argument.
Okay. Can you think of one that's the strongest?
One of the
strongest that you know?
Because the one you gave, like similar to what you said before, all involves a anthropomorphic and a more Christian concept of God. I keep hearing these
No, it
concepts,
doesn't.
and they all
No,
seem
that
to
argument works for I think that argument works for yeah. I don't see why it wouldn't work for Islam.
explain that. How would that work for Islam?
Well, you seem to suggest that it wouldn't work for Islam, so why wouldn't it?
No, you've already said that, so I'm asking you. You said it would, so I'm asking you.
It does.
Yeah, based upon.
Why wouldn't it? What about Islam makes theism more likely given a fine-tuned universe?
Because you've said yes, I'm waiting for you to present your argument as to why it relates to the concept of Islam in the Quran, or the concept of God in the Quran.
I'm unaware of any reason why it wouldn't.
Okay. But wouldn't you have to have some perspective or some knowledge on the concept of God from the Quran for you to make the statement?
Yeah, I think the concept of God in the Quran would yeah, I think Islam is theistic, and that in the Quran, I could be wrong, but did Allah not make the universe for humans to come to know and enjoy Him?
No, it's not quite like that.
How is it?
Basically, what you have is let me start off by saying this before I get to the direct answer. The Quran itself is a guidebook to knowing yourself and knowing Allah. So there is a perspective of how Allah is spoken about, but then there are signs, if you like, directions of you to contemplate and to, if you like, up your learning or up your perspective or mature your perspective. And one of these levels of, let's say, maturity is that you come to the knowledge that Allah is a word or name used to apply to the source based upon human reflection. So after studying nature, after studying yourself and so on, logic, reason and rationality dictates that there is a source, and in studying nature you can deduce that there is either an intrinsic or some kind of intelligence that's going on, or it's on the pattern, or nature functions on the pattern of intelligence.
Yeah, so
you would say Allah is the source.
This is a way that a lot of people like to attack a lot of atheistic arguments, and I have no idea why. The response to an atheistic argument is a theistic argument. You haven't actually responded to my argument at all. You just presented a vague theistic argument.
No, I haven't made an argument. I've explained the Quranic perspective of God or Allah.
No, you said that there are reasons to believe that there is a source for certain things, and that source is God. It's a theistic argument. That's not a response to my argument.
No, I didn't say. Listen.
What was your argument, Seth?
Hold on. I explained the concept of God because Seth was saying he doesn't know what it is and so on. So I'm saying based upon the concept.
I didn't know what it is. Simon asked you what it was because you seem to be alluding that it's something other than what I said. So I'm curious also. What is it?
Well, I explained just now. So I want to see how does that fit? Because somebody asked me, doesn't the God of the Quran create everything?
I don't understand what you said. In a way, it kind of seemed like you said, according to the Quran, God is the creator of the universe.
Right. So did you hear me say that human beings, that the Quran is a guidebook for humans to understand themselves and the source through a reflection and thinking and so on?
Source?
Yeah.
What source?
So,
could you define that?
Yourself, as in so you start off with.
You said source. You said yourself and source.
Source. Yes, source. Source meaning.
Source meaning the stuff you put on stage.
Source meaning, and I said additionally your intellect and so on. So you're looking. The human being is looking into nature. He's studying himself. He's studying nature, and he's finding that there is something that, according to his logic, reason, and rationality, that is the beginning of this. And the human mind will take it to a level where you get to it and say, well, I actually can't conclude and determine anything beyond the fact that this is a source, or the source, so to speak. And then there's some attributes about this source because of what comes from it.
And the attributes are?
This is just a vague
Yeah.
theistic argument.
Yeah,
Not
we're getting there.
There
We're
can be
getting there.
99. There can be 99 attributes, so to speak, in the Quran, and there's more than that.
Right.
But they
do you wanna
label what's
mention-
around creation.
Two. Say three. If there's 99, just say
Three
just mention
are,
three attributes.
You can say the living, the light, the sustaining.
So this is basically a pantheist view of the universe in philosophy.
I wanted to hear Seth's argument. I never heard it.
Let's go through that again, because I think we're slightly sidetracking if we're thinking that these arguments addresses what Seth said.
Yeah, so when I say my argument, I was referring to the argument I presented, Justin Schieber's argument.
Okay, which was?
Which was, given the brute fact that we have complex biological organisms in a universe that's finely tuned for them, atheism is more plausible than theism.
Okay, so you're saying that because that we have complex organisms or the universe has fine tuning, that's evidence for atheism. Explain.
I did.
No, you didn't. You just made a claim. I'm asking you to explain that.
Were you not here?
How does it? No, I wasn't. But I'm saying how does that show evidence for atheism?
I'm sorry to jump in. Those that are on broadcast, nobody has mods in the room at the moment. We're trying to get hold of Art to sort it out. If you can't speak or can't unmute yourself, please hang on. We're going to try and sort that. Sorry, carry on.
Sorry, Kevin. I didn't realize you weren't here. That's what I was. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Justin, this isn't my argument. This is Justin Schieber's argument. I think it's a fun argument. It's not. Can you hear yourself? Hear myself. Thanks. I don't think it's the strongest argument for atheism, but I think it's like one of my favorite right now because it's kind of fun. It takes fine tuning and turns it on its head. Justin Schieber seems to think, and I find it hard to disagree with him, that the fine tuning is actually an argument for atheism, in that sense that. Given the fact that we see fine-tuning in complex biological organisms, and given just the base assumptions about theism and atheistic naturalism, one fits what we see better than the other. Theism you wouldn't expect to see. There are two things you wouldn't necessarily expect to see. You wouldn't expect to see, if you wanted people to freely come to enjoy God, or whatever reason God wants to make people, he seems to not need their physical essence, right? He wants something like moral agents who interact with each other, which is, I think most theists would agree. You don't need either a fine-tuned universe or complex biological creatures for that. You just don't need it. There's no reason for it. And simultaneously, if you want complex biological creatures for some reason, you don't need a universe that's finely tuned for them. You could make people live in a universe that's otherwise not tuned for the creation and evolution of life. It's completely superfluous to the theory that theism presents at its base, without any other assumptions. Naturalistic I'm not done. Atheistic naturalism, on the other hand, fits perfectly. If you see complex biological organisms, which we see, you would expect to find a universe that's tuned for them.
Okay, so what you're saying is that because there is a fine-tuned universe and that we see complex organisms, is more reason for that to belong to an atheistic perspective rather than a theistic perspective, because a theistic perspective won't necessarily require that in order for it to be a theistic setting. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's a weak probabilistic argument. It just basically means atheism is somewhat a little bit more likely than theism, given this argument.
Well, here's the thing. Let me ask you something. Let's talk about this fine-tuned universe that fits the atheistic's point of view. Where did it come from?
I don't know.
Okay, so I know you're saying you don't know where it came from. So with that, how did the universe come into existence? You say you don't know how the universe came into existence?
Yeah, I don't know, and it's completely ineffectual to the argument. It has nothing to do with the argument. Basically, we're presenting a cosmological
Well,
argument.
here's my follow-up. I would argue, I would counter that, and I would actually say that a fine-tuned universe and complex organisms is in fact more evidence for a theist than it is for an atheist.
Why is that?
Well, if you look at how a complex organism, for one, it has DNA. The only resemblance that we have of DNA is things that come up from a theistic mind. Can you show me any materialistic evidence of something such as a complex organism arising?
I'd love to, but then we would be talking about the argument I just presented. We'd be talking about a different argument for theism, which I'm not really interested in. You asked me to defend my argument. I did.
Well, no, it still doesn't defend your argument, because you're saying that a fine-tuned universe in complex organism.
I'm avoiding your red herring.
It's not a red herring at all. You're talking about a fine-tuned universe. You're saying a fine-tuned universe and complex organisms give evidence for atheists. I said, okay. Then from that atheist perspective, how does the fine-tuned organism? How prove that to me? How could that come about in the atheist setting?
You're making my point. You're making my point for me. You're saying, yeah, okay, that might be evidence for atheism. You're not saying that, but you're saying, oh, that's the argument you might be making. But what about this evidence for theism over here? The fact that DNA exists.
No. We're still talking about the complex organism. You said the complex organism is evidence for atheism. And what I'm saying is, okay, when you look at the atheistic model, it wouldn't allow a complex organism.
Well, again, that's a different argument. It is. I don't understand how you don't see this. That is a different argument. It's relating part of the same thing in the argument, complex biological organisms, but it's a different argument. You're saying, yeah, but sure, we would expect to see this under atheism, complex fine-tuning if we see complex biological organisms, but there's these other things that atheism has difficult to explain, or atheism finds it difficult to explain this one thing. But that's not what the argument tackles. This is a very simple probabilistic argument. Just given the base assumptions of theism and naturalism, you would, if you see things like complex biological organisms and a fine-tuned universe, you would atheism would be more probable than theism. Now, you can on the other hand, you can say, okay, well, you can say that might be true, and there are better arguments for theism, like you can't explain this code, and codes come from a mind, but that's just a different argument.
It is actually not. If you think about what you said, you're actually saying that complex organisms fit better in the atheistic worldview. And I'm saying if an atheistic worldview can't explain...
That's not my argument. I'm saying, given the fact that there are complex biological organisms, fine-tuning makes more sense under atheism.
I don't see that argument.
I know you don't.
Well, you're not explaining it. We're trying to get into the meat of it, and what you're doing is you're just sticking to, oh, it's not required.
It's not. It's a different argument. You're presenting as a different argument.
Could I just ask you whether you meant to say most? Because I heard a qualifier in your second part of your statement, which I was unsure of. Could you just repeat the second part?
Which part?
You said fine-tuning under atheism makes something blah, 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 blah. Could you just repeat that sentence?
Yeah, given the fact that we see complex biological organisms and we discovered fine-tuning makes more sense in a universe with complex biological organisms than theism does.
Than theism, so more sense.
It's more likely. How's that?
Right. So now I'm getting into that. I'm saying, okay, how does it make more sense? Is that hard to understand? You made that claim. Okay, I heard what you said. What I'm asking now is, let's get into that. How does that fit with the atheistic model? How does it not fit with the theistic model?
Because under naturalism, if there's complex biological organisms, you would need a universe that permits that, has parameters that permit that. And under theism, you don't.
I will argue against that by saying that theistic mindset actually offers the explanation of where complex organisms arise. Whereas from a materialistic standpoint, there's no successful model to even begin to explain where they come from. So to say that that's an argument for an atheistic mindset, to me is kind of like, okay, how could you say that?
It's a different argument. Now you're saying that, no, I can explain this thing and atheists can't, therefore that's a different argument.
Well, I mean, would you think that's appropriate? If I can explain it and you cannot with your worldview, how then can that fit your worldview?
Right, no, you're absolutely right. If you want to make that argument, you could make that argument. But that's not the argument. You're no longer talking about the argument I presented. That's fine.
Well, here's the thing. I will say this. I do acknowledge what it is that you're saying. You're saying that the theistic mindset just deal with moral relationships. Okay, fine. An atheistic mindset will be more closely related to a fine-tuned and complex organisms, a fine-tuned universe of complex organisms, because it's all that it needs besides all the moral relationships. All right, fine. But now let's get into that. I heard what you said. Now I'm saying let's get into it. Now let's look at the materialistic side. Let's look at the theist side. Now let's see in depth how those things will be related to a theistic or atheistic mindset. So now you're talking about complex organisms. Can that be explained through a materialistic mindset? In my opinion, no. I just asked you, can you tell me the origin of the universe? You said you don't know. So it's like, how can you substantiate that now is what I'm saying.
Now you're asking two different questions. You said, can atheism explain the complex biological organisms? And then you asked how the universe came to be. Those are two totally different questions.
Well, you did mention fine-tuned universe and complex organisms, did you not?
Yes, but I'm not talking about the origin.
So now I'm talking about fine-tuned organisms, fine-tuned universe and complex organisms.
No, again, you're talking about the origin of a thing and the properties of the thing. Those are two different things.
Well, wouldn't that be the basis to figure out whether those things are related?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
So if you're saying that, it's like kind of like this. Let's say I'm a big guy and you're a small guy, and we looked at a SUV and a truck, and you're saying, well, it looks like you require the space, so you will fit more with the SUV, and I'm smaller and I will fit more with the sedan, right? But now I'm saying, okay, if you're saying that's true, let's look at the registration. Let's look at who owns the car. I'm getting in depth to show where the relation lies, where is the foundation of that relation. You get what I'm saying? So you're saying that atheists require a fine-tuned universe and complex organisms, yet atheism or materialism.
No. Not saying that at all. Nothing like that.
Okay, well, let's back up then. If you're just saying that atheism is better fit with a fine-tuned universe and complex organisms, and theistic view doesn't require that, then you're not really. I really don't see you making a point in anything.
Right. It's admittedly a weak probabilistic argument, but it's still from the attacks that I'm getting from you on it, and I mean attacks. I mean attacking the argument. I don't think you're oppressing me or anything. The attacks that I'm getting to the argument from you just don't challenge it at all. It still stands. The weak probabilistic argument that stands. Now, being a weak probabilistic argument, you could come up with an argument for theism that's better, and they would cancel each other out, or even if it's better or even more probable that theism is true given the other one, under those two arguments, theism would therefore be more likely. But until you actually do that, then...
Okay, then let me make a claim on that same level. I would say that the existence of, in addition to moral relationships, a fine-tuned universe and complex organisms argues more in favor for a theist, because, of course, we believe in a designer and we believe in an intelligent cause, and that a fine-tuned universe and complex organisms doesn't fit with the atheistic mindset because there is no materialistic explanation.
Yeah, theism doesn't necessitate God being a designer. Christianity would work perfectly well if there's no physical universe and there was just moral beings interacting with each other.
But we're not going to go in depth on that.
Okay, but that makes your claim that I just...
All right. Well. I will say this in respect. With that, I see what you're saying, but I don't agree. To me, I think there's a lot of. I really don't see how the relation in that. Now, let's say this. Now, was the argument or what you were claiming was it solely based on just the moral part of it?
No, it's just basically whatever you would expect to see under theism. The one that I use a lot because I think it's the most attributable to most theists is interacting moral agents, because most theists think that somehow, some way, the creation of the universe has something to do with how humans treat each other, right, in a moral sense, or how they treat God, how they interact with God. So saying that theism predicts moral agents interacting with each other is a shorthand for that, and of course you don't need physicality for moral agents to interact with each other.
Sounds like a straw man.
Well,
No,
no, I wouldn't say it's a strong man because it was initially his claim. You know, I'm trying not to straw man his argument.
No, I'm just saying that the argument.
Supreme.
You're supposed to believe in as a theist, and then they try to knock it down. So I'm like, well, how's that the case?
No, I'm not doing
What
that.
Seth is saying, and the thing about it is, I said, okay, let's go forth and prove those things. But what he is saying is that the theistic worldview requires moral beings communicating with one another. It does not require a fine-tuned universe. It does not require a complex organism. But he's saying through the atheistic worldview, complex organisms in a fine-tuned universe is required.
No, I heard what he said, but I'm saying that's why I said the straw man argument is this whole thing about human beings and so on and so forth. That's ridiculous.
It's not a straw man.
Well, a straw man will be taking, like for instance, a straw man would be, I'm taking his argument and I'm reconstructing it to something weaker so that I can attack it. And I haven't done that. When I'm saying, and I disagree with him, however, that he's saying is a red herring, because all I'm doing is proceeding to step 2.
The theistic position, and I'm saying that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm allowed to do that because I've done. Well, number one, I'm not trying to strawman you. I'm not misrepresenting theism. I'm presenting a consequence of theism that most, if not all, theists would subscribe to.
Right. I agree that you're not strawmanning anything because like I said, it was initially it was your claim.
I am. Apparently, his God didn't create the universe to judge or to interact with or have anything to do with humans interacting with each other on a moral basis or with him in a moral basis. Yet the Quran is full of moral pronouncements of how humans should treat each other.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. The theist. See, if you're talking about the being itself, okay, then from the Quranic perspective, human beings are not necessary. So that's your whole argument there in the bin.
No, it's not.
Okay, well,
I fundamentally misunderstand the argument. I'm not saying God has. Hold on. There's another argument that I find quite well called the existence of non-God objects, which proposes that God being perfect would never create non-God objects. So, yet non-God objects exist, so God doesn't exist. It's perfectly consistent with my worldview for theism to predict.
Say that again. Can you explain?
Repeat that again. I didn't hear you. You said that.
Hold on. Did you call me an egghead?
I don't think anybody said that.
No, that's what I'm asking Supreme. Did you call me an egghead?
No. I said, what did you... No, can you explain non-God objects? Egghead? No, I didn't say that. No.
I'm a blockhead.
Non-God objects are objects that aren't God.
What was it? Non-God objects is what I think.
Just repeat what you said, Seth.
There are objects that aren't God.
Okay.
Is this controversial?
Okay, can you repeat? I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
There are objects that are not God.
Okay.
Simon asked. I'm answering him. Did you have a follow-up?
No, is that all you had to say? Is that there are objects that are non-God?
I'm talking to Supreme. Supreme asked me what a non-God object is, and I'm answering him. Yet he doesn't seem to
Oh,
understand.
okay, I see. Well, what I'm asking you, can you repeat what you said before that?
Right. There's another argument against theism that proposes that God, being perfect, would never create objects that weren't perfect. He has all great making properties. So why could he, or how could he even create objects that aren't perfect? He would just be diminishing the perfection in the world. So he would never create non-God objects. But non-God objects exist, therefore God doesn't exist. It's not an argument I like to present a lot, but
I don't understand where you get that logic. So you're saying that a perfect God would not create non-God objects? Like, I don't understand the point.
I'm trying to hear. Can you not hear Supreme talking? Supreme was trying to say something. I'm trying to hear what he was saying.
No, sorry, I was laughing. And Kevin, I'm telling you, this is all straw man stuff. Sorry, Kevin.
Straw man. You don't.
No. It's not a straw man. It's not a straw man. I just think that it has no point. I really don't see any strength in it. You're saying that since God is perfect and He's able to, or He did create, or if He did create non-God objects, that will go against His nature because He is diminishing the perfection of, I guess, Himself being God. That to me doesn't make any sense.
Depending on how which version of the argument you take.
So what you're doing is you're working off an assumption.
Hold on, Kevin. Come on, you asked me a question. Can I speak for more than a second?
Go ahead, that's fine.
Right. So first of all, I don't know why you guys got so wrapped up in this argument. I was just showing Supreme how my interpretation of God and the philosophic interpretation of theism doesn't require that God creates humans. He said that apparently seemed to think that the previous argument supposes that, and it doesn't. And by demonstrating that, I was just showing another argument that I heard that I'm not really presenting here, that proposes that God couldn't make humans or wouldn't make humans. And I explained with that argument. I don't know why you guys decided to jump on it so thoroughly. I'm not really that willing to defend it. It's a fun, silly little argument. Not one of my favorite arguments against God.
All right, so this goes back kind of to the question I asked you before. I said, what is Mika asked a good question on the side, what is perfection? But let me ask you this. That goes back to the question I asked you before. Where did the universe come from? If you are in fact saying that there is no God, right? Or let me ask you this. If you're saying that God is perfect and He wouldn't create non-God objects, then you will have to have an explanation of where the universe came from, right?
No, there wouldn't be a universe.
No. That's nothing to do with his argument, Kevin.
That's what I said.
But what it kind of does.
Well, it doesn't. If he's put a premise on it, this is why I keep telling you, religious folk. If someone puts a premise on the table, respond to the premise. Why keep going all over the place making stuff up?
Well, I already responded to the premise. I was done with that. I said that didn't make any sense. What he was saying, a perfect God and creating non-God objects, that doesn't make any sense.
Sorry, Seth, can I ask you a question? Because when you were answering my question, sir, my thing was breaking up. It seems to be working well now. Can you just tell me again what a non-God object is, please?
He's saying just
object.
like a...
Sorry, let him speak. Go on.
Objects that aren't God. This keeps happening.
Objects
You
that aren't God.
You don't say anything.
Sorry, objects that are not God, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Is that it?
Set of God that you have. So that's where it all messes up for your perspective. But that's very interesting. So
I didn't hear any of that.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm saying that the concept that you have.
And you're gone again. I'm sorry, Supreme. I'm just going to go back to talking.
Yeah, Supreme, you were cutting out randomly.
Yeah, Supreme, you were cutting in and out.
Is it still? Is it bad now?
It's kind of cutting in and out. You know, one time we can hear you, but
But I will say this, since you're cutting in and out, Supreme, I will say this. I don't see an argument at all in let's say by your definition, a perfect God creating non-God object. Where's the
All right,
conflict?
let's do this Socratically, okay? Kevin.
I'm here.
All right. Is it more perfect or less perfect to instantiate perfection?
Is it more perfect or less perfect to substantiate perfection?
Instantiate.
Like, what do you mean?
To make it be, bring it to existence?
Yeah.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, is it more perfect or less perfect to instantiate perfection?
It will be perfect to instantiate perfection.
Oh, more perfect rather than less perfect. Or perfect rather than less perfect. Fine. Are non-God objects perfect?
Understanding is valuable.
No, non-God objects aren't perfect. But
Right.
But the point is that.
Hold on. So God is less perfect by instantiating non-God objects, and your God is perfect, so your God doesn't exist. Boom. Atheism is true.
That is funny as hell, man.
No. See, you're basing it on your assumption and your view of God.
That's exactly what I said at the beginning, Kevin.
So are you? So
the problem.
You know, this isn't even my favorite argument. This is not the strongest argument for atheism.
What's your strongest? Bring your strongest, bro. Come on.
The problem of non-belief or divine hiddenness.
The problem of
non-belief or divine hiddenness.
No, we got too much echo going on.
Non-belief what?
Yeah, Kevin, you're echoing. Kevin, you're echoing. Could you please mute when you're not talking?
My mic is muted.
Oh, okay.
Non-belief what, sorry, bro?
The problem of non-belief or divine hiddenness.
That's your strongest argument.
It's my favorite one right now.
Okay,
maybe it's not my favorite. I don't know, but it's my favorite.
Can you elaborate a bit, please?
I mean, honestly, from the reactions I'm getting, I'm starting to think the problem of non-God objects is the strongest. But so yeah, the argument of divine hiddenness suggests that under theism, God wants a relationship, or at least everyone in the universe, all humans, let's say, because humans are the only exist, to freely come to know and enjoy Him, or at least to know Him. Right? Islamists definitely think that it's important, if not primary. Huh?
Yeah, I would say that's not where the Quran is coming from. I
don't care if it's where it's coming from. It would certainly be the case that Muslims believe that people need to know that God exists, right? And that Allah is the only God and Muhammad is His prophet.
Why would you divert and go to Muslims when we're talking about the Quran itself? You said you don't care what the Quran is saying. Why would you jump from?
Oh no, I do care what the Quran is saying. You think the Quran does not presume that everyone should know that Allah is the only God and Muhammad is His prophet?
Well, the problem you have is
the Quran not. Yeah. See, this is going to be really difficult, Supreme, because you keep cutting out, and it's impossible to have a conversation like this.
Yeah, Supreme, try reconnecting again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but it's going to cut out in the future. I can predict that.
I just don't trust that it's going to stay.
It's just cutting out randomly, dude. I mean.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now, but it's going to cut out in the future again.
I don't know. It's even.
I mean, try reconnecting for the last time. If it doesn't work, I mean, you might resort to just quick comments, but really, it's not possible to have a discussion like that. Maybe you should go on a PC if you have one, or a tablet, laptop, or something.
But thanks for the free enlightenment anyway.
But I wanted to get back to that argument about perfection. Like, what is your? I was trying to get at your definition of perfection. Like, what do you mean by? It's like, are you basing it from what? Where did you get? What is your concept of God is perfect? That's what I was trying to understand. I was like, okay, you're saying God is perfect, and you're saying if he was perfect, he wouldn't create imperfect objects. And so I'm trying to get your definition of perfection or a perfect God.
Yeah, so perfection is lacking any flaw.
So you're saying that something that lacks no flaw cannot create something that lacks a flaw, or has flaws?
No, only would create things that lacks flaws. There's another way you can propose the argument too. You don't even have to use perfection. You could just use God's all great making properties. You know, a being that has all great making properties couldn't possibly make objects that weren't all great. Yet there are objects that aren't all great.
So you say there are not objects that are all great. I see. Again, it's from your perspective of what is great and what is perfect and what is not perfect.
Is this so? Art, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, he said Art. He said me.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
He said, are you there?
Have you heard this before? I mean, I feel like nobody's heard this before.
Yep, something like that. But I could not word it better than you can. Well, Simon, I think.
Yeah, I've heard it before, and you're saying it perfectly clearly to me, if not the most clear I've ever heard you express it, to be perfectly honest. And I agree, it's got some flaws, but none of the flaws are being pointed out as far as I can see. So yeah, it's more a diversion than anything. And you can claim that you don't understand what perfection is, etc., or great making properties, or etc., but these are definitions that come from particular theists and particular theologians, and are well
right, from theists and theologians. But say, for instance,
sorry, Kevin, please let me just finish what I'm saying. These are views that come from particular theologians and theological traditions, etc., are well recognized for that. And it's not to say that, you know, and as such, these atheistic arguments, as always, and Zeth is very cleverly turning them around, I completely agree, but as usual, they're more a response to a claim, and they work better as a response. But if you can't see how the twisting is being done, and that seems to me the issue, then it's difficult to respond to the actual argument, I would say.
Right, but when he's using the term perfection, and from what I heard so far, he's coming from the textbook definition of perfection. But like, say for instance, you were talking to Isa. He gave his definition. He was like, well, according to the Quran, and it's all about the perspective and what his text is talking about and the perspective that it's talking about. For instance, in the Bible, in what you call the Christian Bible or the Holy Bible, the definition of perfection is just what his ways. What he does is perfection. So when you're taking that and you're saying, oh, a perfect God, why would he create an imperfect object? You're looking at anything that is besides the absolute perfect. So what I'm saying is, you're not talking from the perspective of what the text is saying.
No,
what is not true?
What is not true? The last statement you made about what I think.
So are you coming from the perspective of what perfection is in the Bible, or the definition of perfection in your definition of what is flawed and imperfection?
I'm coming from the point of view that there is a contradiction between perfection and not perfection.
Okay, so let me just say a few of those, just a few. Like you have Psalms 18 and 30. It says that as for God, his way is perfect. And again, in Deuteronomy 34 and 2, it's 32 and 4, it says, he is the rock. His works are perfect. So the perfection is attributed to his actions, not necessarily the standard of perfection. His way may be the standard of perfection, but then it goes into, so are you arguing from that point of view of what is perfect?
Kevin, you said it quite clearly there. His works are perfection. Those were the exact words you used as a quote.
Right. So it's the same as me saying, it's the same as me saying, my professor's lecture is perfect.
No, it's not the same.
It is because what I'm
No, how
doing.
is it
I am
possible?
using the
Are you
standard. I'm
you're
using the
comparing,
standard
you're,
of the way
no,
he teaches as the standard of perfection. It's
Kevin,
not to
you're
say
saying that
that.
no, Kevin, you're saying your professor is God.
No, what
How
I'm
about this?
saying.
Let's put it a different way. Okay. Is there anything in the universe that's greater than God?
Was that for me?
No.
I heard art. Sorry, I heard art. Never mind.
Oh,
I'm an
Of course
I'm an
not.
narcissist like that. I'm
God,
sorry.
not
Of
art.
course not. There's nothing in the universe that's greater than God.
All right. So, is it greater to instantiate greatness or not?
You say, is it greater to substantiate greatness or
Yeah, to
instantiate
instantiate
greatness?
or not? Instantiate. To create or sustain greatness, is it better? Is it greater to sustain or instantiate or sustain greatness, or is it better to lessen greatness by creating non-great things?
It will be lesser to make things that aren't great.
Right, and things. So if the only thing that existed was God, then there'd be nothing greater, and anything he would make would be less great, which means he makes things less great, which is impossible for God to do because God has all great making properties.
See, but again, you're going into your you're saying because God. It's like, come on. What you're doing is what you do is you switch over and you go from your definition of this is what God would have done. Well, okay, here's what I'm saying. Instead of doing that, why not, when you debate the atheists, find out in their text what is the definition of God and what is perfection according to the Bible. Once you have that, then basically what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Because that's why it took a while for me to think about it. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about in the Bible? Or are you just talking about perfection as in just perfection?
Right, we can go there too. Right, in that case, then things are great or perfect or moral for no reason. Because in essence, God's properties are non-contingent on anything else, which means that there's no purpose or anything else that they lean on, which means that in essence, at base, ultimately, they have no reason. There's no reason things are great, perfect, or moral.
No,
that
I
is if
wouldn't
God
even go.
exists.
I wouldn't even go as far as saying that.
True, there are reasons things are perfect or moral or just or great.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So you're saying that something that is great cannot make things that is less great than itself, or for I'm trying to get what you're coming from. Tell me what God is. How about that?
God is the perfect, omnibenevolent, omnipotent, omniscient creator of the universe that is non-contingent and has all great making properties. Oh yeah, and he's necessary. He's the necessary being.
Okay, so you just gave your definition about God. Now, when you say He is the perfect, what do you mean by that?
I mean he's lacking all flaws.
Okay, now that would depend on your definition of a flaw. And I'm not trying to twist the argument at all. Now look what you did. You have your standard of perfection, and then you have your standard, or the way you say you have your definition that's subjective to you on what is a flaw and what is not a flaw. Now, according to the scripture, all it is saying that God's nature is his perfection, is perfection.
Right, then it doesn't mean anything. Then you're just basically saying a foot is a foot, or Seth is a Seth tall. You're not really saying that saying God is perfect in that sense means nothing. It just means God is God. You can say that if you want. You can say that if you want, but it's completely vacuous. Perfection and greatness no longer mean anything.
Perfection and greatness does mean something. It still does mean something.
No.
So you're saying that a being greater than ourselves, in his ways are perfect, meaning that is the standard. You're saying that that's not needed, or not? I'm sorry. You're not saying that that's not needed. Are you saying that that's not possible?
Well, let's just rephrase what you said by its definitions, right? You're saying perfection is whatever God does, right? So whatever God does is whatever God does, is what you're saying. Do you see how vacuous that is?
No, I don't see how that is.
Okay, well, I'm done then.
Well, hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
So okay, that conversation ran into a halt. Maybe we can switch topics a little bit. Does any of the theists wants to present an argument for God, for example? Anyone? Please, come on. No, I'm good.
I love you, peeps. Peace to everybody. This is Mikael.
Hello, Miko.
I don't. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not actually able to speak right now because I'm doing something, getting ready to travel for this journey. But I can hear your dialogue nice and clear throughout the house. I wanted to address Brother Seth because we were talking on the side comments. And
Yeah, I just before you say anything, I just want to say I hope you don't think that I was being off-putting or challenging to you, saying that when you speak we'll talk about it. I just don't want to talk in the room to a ghost when it's live, especially, and I find it really difficult to type all this stuff out in a side chat.
oh no, not at all, not at all. No, I didn't take it that way. It seems that y'all having a good, healthy dialogue. So on this type of platform, I would just ask that I be able to interject something into the conversation that you presented on the non-God theory. So I'm going to ask you, is this a fair comparison? By that theory, and I know you said you didn't really want to defend it, you just threw it out there, because I have heard a similar theory to that. I didn't know that was the name of it, though. But under that concept, if you were someone to defend that, wouldn't it be a good argument for me to use that example in saying that a supreme or perfect God, by whatever your definition of perfect is, cannot create an object that lacks perfection? Wouldn't that be almost like saying two athletic parents can't create a non-athletic child? And I just like
No,
to
it
hear
would
your
be like
dialogue
saying
with it.
it would be like saying two parents that couldn't do anything but create athletic children created a non-athletic child.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to hear everybody's perspective on it because I found that real interesting. All right, I'll be listening. I'll chime in whenever I get a chance. Thank you for answering the question too.
Thanks for chiming in, Michael.
So, how about that Holocaust?
Oh, it obviously didn't happen.
Right.
And I can say that because I live in the United States.
Are you talking about the Holocaust in World War II?
Yep. I was just kidding. It was a throwaway kind of comment. But I mean,
you know what? I'm gonna come on this hangout some more, and it's been a while since I rolled with some atheists and debate on some things. But Seth, I definitely would love to see you in the future because I definitely want to tackle that argument of perfection, and basically from the worldviews of scriptures about what you're saying is perfection, what you're saying is a flaw. And I know you said you're gonna leave it at that. You're not gonna buy into that about God can just do whatever He wants to do, and that there's no objective standard of perfection. You know, we're gonna talk about that. But you definitely will be seeing me again.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, cool. So, are you leaving now, Kevin?
No, I'm not. Just that I'm ready to move on. But again, I'm gonna come back to that.
The Pepsi Challenge, baby.
Hey, Tommy.
Oh yeah, man.
Hey, Seth. Good to see you, sir.
One of my favorite people.
Yeah, you guys. Sorry, I kind of cut out. I was about to say, does anybody? This is a serious question. Anybody of the theist want to present an argument for God's existence?
Hold on. Can you hold on 1 second? Just hold on a second. God damn it.
You're a pretty.
All right. Well, it's gonna hang up on me. And oh wait, is it gonna work? All right. Ask that again.
Oh, okay. Does anybody of the theists want to present an argument for God's existence?
Yes. I present art. Yes, sir. You.
I was waiting for the crickets. It was late, but it still had the effect.
It was late and nobody. You know what? Whatever.
Anyway, well, that's fine. That's fine. Hey, we'll have another topic in mind, and we kind of already talked about this with you, Seth. We challenged Mac to this, right? Remember about whether or not the Bible condemns child molestation.
Oh man, or pedophilia. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Yeah, I was honestly, I didn't expect it to go on that long, and I didn't expect there to be such a problem with finding a passage that even kind of implicitly condemns pederasty. But I found it really difficult to find one.
Right. So, if any of the Christians here, or maybe the Muslim, even though a Muslim would be talking about the Quran, can you guys present any scripture that even implies that pedophilia or child molestation or pederasty is a bad thing?
Well, it's lawful. It may be evil, but at least it's lawful. Because all things are lawful, but not all things are good for the building up of the called. So it's lawful. Yes.
You're saying awful, right?
No, sir. Lawful. Lawful.
As in the law permits it?
Well, I'm not saying I grasp such deep theological profundities, but I do propose that all things are lawful. All things, including menage a trois pedophilia, premarital pedophilia, all things. If you can conceive of it and do it, it is lawful. I propose.
That's an interesting position.
That's kind of a brave theological claim, but it is written. It is written, all things are lawful, but not all things are good for the building up of the called, whatever that means.
I can almost imagine Veckel, Mac, and Peripheral Prophet just
Oh man, they go into
palming.
They go into orbit every time I quote it. They just writhe in their fear of well, it's their fear. They can name it.
So I mean, but in saying that, the only thing that would matter is those things that are good and building up.
Well, I think it works like that in the Bible, right? Because you can do the way it works is that you can do whatever. You can do anything unless the Bible says you cannot do it, right?
Well, it may be a point of that there's nothing unlawful. There's no condemnation associated with law. Not that there aren't good things and evil things to do. There obviously are, but that there all things are lawful, and no condemnation is no condemnation for violation. All things are lawful. And again, not that I understand it. It seems kind of a ballsy claim to me, but kind of comforting though.
Yeah, I don't agree that that's what it's saying, but I will say this in Matthew 18:6,
Oh, yeah?
he said, "But
What do you think
if
it's saying
anyone
then,
causes these little ones who believe in me to sin, it will be better for him to have a large millstone hung around his neck and be thrown into the depths of the sea."
The fear.
Actually,
Who was he talking to?
and I'll let Art handle that one.
He was talking
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Jews. He was talking to Jews under the law. That quote that you quoted. All right, what are you doing? Fear mongering?
Okay, that's okay. Hold on, Tommy. Hold on. We can handle this from different perspectives. So, yeah, as Seth pointed out, this verse was brought up already, and see, the problem is, well, you already have a better interpretation, more accurate interpretation, because the person, Mac, I think it was Mac, he was using KJV, and it had a more of a nebulous, sort of word there. The sin thing, that's perfect. The problem is, where does the Bible mention that pederasty, or more accurately, child molestation, is a sin?
Also, the verse in question doesn't actually isn't saying what you're saying. You're thinking it says. It's not. Read it in context. It's very clearly talking about the sin of not believing in Jesus. It's the sin of not believing.
Right,
Read a
it's
couple of
stripping.
passages afterwards.
Right.
What?
It talks about tripping, right? If you would cause a young one to trip, it's talking about tripping of faith, right? And that's the sin it's
Right.
talking about.
It even continues afterwards saying that if your hand causes you to stumble, cut it off.
Yeah.
The same word. Obviously talking about things other than harm, simply doing harm to a child.
Well, I propose that those words uttered by Christ Jesus were declared to people under the law, to Jews under the law, and they may not be appropriate to ingest in the same way that than to those to whom he declared them to.
What words did Jesus spoke?
You know, pluck your eye out, cut your hand off. All those words. He came to the Jews under the law.
Right.
You know, things
Correct.
he said were to Jews under the law, and we're not under the law, but under grace. Law is fulfilled.
I wouldn't go as far as saying that. You seem to show some ignorance in that topic, but that's probably for another time.
Thank you for your rating. Thank you for your rating, and I look forward to your maturity in understanding these concepts. Yes, I hope the best for you, my brother.
So just as it was the same for you to say that, I couldn't say that your understanding of that. You said the law was done away with. Can you explain that then?
I didn't say annulled. I said fulfilled. Please, consider a hearing aid, my brother, my righteous brother. Please.
Well, guys, come on. I kind of sense.
No, I want to ask Tommy a question. Tommy, can you say that was "Give Me Shelter" on WKXY?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that inquiry?
Can you say that was "Give Me Shelter" by the Rolling Stones on WKXY?
That was "Give Me Shelter" by the Rolling Stones on WKXY.
You fucking missed your calling.
It's still not too late. Hey, I'm willing to accept a job, you know. Hey, I kind of like one, but thank you. Thank you, Seth. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, so back to the topic. Yeah, Tommy, Kevin, could you guys tone down? Right, I sense some hostility there. Just chill down.
Yeah, I'm butthurt. I'm butthurt over law proclaimers. You know, it gets on my nerves, man. It's like I get these charges of licentiousness a lot. You know, I do apologize for peeing in the corner here, Nate. I'll hold back. My blood pressure's going down. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Well, okay, maybe we can. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, how about we come up the rest of the time we're here? We come up with euphemisms for butthurt, like butt bothered or
chafed. Yeah, chafing.
Assassinated. Anus assassinated.
Theo sodomized. Yeah. Or well, never mind.
Right. So back to the topic. Hopefully, does the Bible condemn molesting of children? Anyone?
Speaking of, oh God, I can't make that joke.
Yeah, don't. I already feel it's gonna be that. Hey, go ahead, Kevin. Kevin, you want to say something?
Yeah, sorry, I thought my mic was on, but yeah, I'm here. No, it does not condone it. There's no verses to condone that.
I mean, condemn. Sorry, my English. Condone, condemn, different things, right? Condone means allows, condemn means disallows. Right?
To allow, right.
Right. So we are arguing that there is no verse that condemns child molestation in the Bible, right? Sex with kids that are not adults yet, that cannot safely have sex, essentially, right? And we have never seen a verse that condemns it, right?
There's no verse that condones it. There are more verses that will more so condemn it.
Okay, we want to hear those verses, if you may.
I just read one from Matthew.
Right, but I think we can. Okay, so what Matthew exactly was that?
Matthew 18:6.
18:6.
Right, it's clear in context, though. What he's not saying is don't harm children or don't have sex with children or any kind of consequence of that. What he's saying is whoever causes children to doubt me or to stumble in their faith. The sin in yours, in almost every version, it's not sin. It's either stumble or if you harm children. The word is later in that same passage. You talk about hands. If your hand causes you to stumble, cut it off. And it's talking about in their faith.
Also, keep in mind that even though, even if it, sorry, go.
Yeah. So basically, to make one sin or to make one stumble will also be not to be sexual or immoral with that person. A child's mind is very impressionable. To have sex with a child at that young age or to do something to them like that would be abusive to that child's mind, and would definitely more likely cause that person to sin. So from what Christ is saying alone, of course, you have 1 Corinthians 6 and 9 about sexual immorality or doing things to other people, and Ephesians 5 and 3 that talks about be kind or don't be impure, or don't be of greed or don't be of sexual immorality. Verses such as that. But what Christ is saying in Matthew 18 and 6,
Problem
basically,
with the sexual immorality one is you're begging the question. The Bible doesn't say, for example, you're saying that the Bible does say don't commit pedophilia or don't be a pedophile or don't commit pederasty because it says don't be sexually immoral, assuming that the Bible means bisexual immoral, pederasty or pedophilia.
It's like we today do view it as immoral, but that doesn't mean that that's how those people meant it, or that's how God meant it. You're now basically doing eisegesis, not exegesis. You're putting the verse in the context of your own culture.
Give me 1 second. I gotta run to the other end of the house and do something. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Oh, I mean, Seth, we can declare victory, right? He totally ran away from the debate.
Totally ran. This is for the winning now.
May shame be on his family forever.
Get this clip and send it to Richard Dawkins.
We're destroying Christianity. One Google Hangout at a time. Well, if anybody else has a comment, guys, feel free to chime in. Don't let us dominate.
Question, comment, screaming rant.
Picture of boobs, whatever.
I would say you totally won because he's totally ran to another premises.
Ho 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 ho.
Boom boom.
By the way, yeah, I should invite him actually.
Oh, that would be fun. Oh joy.
So said Simon sarcastically.
Oh joy. No, what I haven't had enough of today is someone calling me a dumb fuck.
Oh, I know who you're talking about now. I missed who you're talking about.
Gotta get your daily dose of dumb fucks. I mean, there was the hangout we were in, right? Someone said, "Oh, so let's have an argument." You said, "I'll give you an argument," right? So he came up with some like whatever it was, and ended it with, "And that's why you're a dumb fuck." And we all like laughed, shit. And then from then on, hang on a sec. From then on, it was a matter of trying to get everybody in the hangout to to get him to call everybody else in the hangout a dumb fuck. So literally, we all just asked really stupid questions. And he went, "Well, that's a dumb fuck question. You're a dumb fuck too." And then in the side, people were getting like 3 out of 8.
How do you not
4 out of 8.
How do you not love Matthew Bell? I don't understand.
He pisses me off. I just don't know. He gets. I don't know. He pisses me off. It's like he touches my soul, like in a bad way. Like I wanna show an doll where he touched my soul.
No, it's amazing. What's amazing, even among Christians, my most controversial thing I've ever said is not, "Oh yeah, we can know that God doesn't exist," or "Yeah, God doesn't exist." It's, "I like Matthew Bell."
Yeah. Well, hopefully he will stop by and call us all.
I'm the same. I'm the same with Jesus, though. I have to say.
Okay. Well, anyway, Kevin, are you here, Kevin?
Yep, I'm right here.
Yeah. So go ahead, continue.
Well, yeah. Well, basically, it is tradition. Well, I was gonna say it is tradition to Israelites that a girl is married off basically at the latter years or when she starts her menstrual period, which is usually about 13, 14 years old.
Problem.
In fact,
Problem.
that's a problem with that. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
the age can vary, but
It's
what
not
you have
about
to look at it is what you're doing is you're looking at it like, oh, the Bible condones. Well, what you're not doing is it sounds like you're very ignorant of a lot of culture that went on during that time around, especially around Africa and other places.
I'm
Marriage
quite
was
familiar.
right.
I'm
So
going to
marriage was always among young girls around that age, around 14 or so, or a little bit or younger. They were married off to men that were older. That's always been a custom. So that I wouldn't necessarily say that or put that on the shelf of, oh, the Bible condones this. It was just a practice. The women got married at that age for the longest time.
Right. The problem is between. Okay, so you mentioned the standard as to how they know if the girl is, for example, suitable for marriage or sex, is when she gets her first puberty signs, right? Essentially, either pubic hair, menstruation, or a wet dream, right? Which is kind of like what the Quranic sort of theologians are viewing this as well, which is kind of fine for that day and age. The problem is today we know that when these first signs of puberty come, that doesn't mean that the person is an adult and it's safe to have sex with them physically. I'm not even talking about mental state. Hold on, just a second, let me finish. These first signs are only signs of the beginning of the process of puberty, which changes human beings from childs to adults, right? So in the middle of the process of this puberty, yeah, you can say, yeah, it's kind of acceptable, depends, right? That's where we have the age of consent in some countries at 16, 18, 21, right? Which is roughly the sort of half period of puberty, right? The problem is when you do it at the beginning, that's you're still basically having sex with a child, mentally and physically, and there's a ton of statistics that support this. That it's dangerous. It's dangerous and it's unhealthy both for the offspring, because there's a high risk of fetal death, and both for the mother herself. So that's a bad standard.
So you were mentioning all of those things. So what age would you say that a woman becomes developed, that they have pubic hair and they have their menstrual cycle and they have breasts?
Roughly 18 years old.
All right. So in the Bible, in Ezekiel, it actually talks about this. It actually says it's actually more of a poem. It says, "You grew and developed and became like a most beautiful jewels. Your breasts were formed, your hair grew, and who were naked and bare. Later I pressed upon you and looked upon you and saw that you were old enough for love." So according to the tradition in the Bible, being old enough for love would be at the time when you are fully matured and you have this. So you're right. It is a process. It is the beginning of the process. But traditionally, that's why a lot of biblical scholars say Mary had to have been around 13 years old. This has been a custom all around Africa and the Middle East for the longest time, to wait for a woman to mature. Now, some cultures may have done it early. That's up to them. But the Bible clearly says that at that time when a woman develops all those things, then she is old enough for love.
Could I interject to Kevin?
Before you go, I think Seth wanted to chime in.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to bring up this idea that like I've told Art this before. I've said it a lot of times, and I think this is just seems to kind of cement this. Remember how I always bring up the Dostoevsky quote that without God all things are permissible.
Right.
And actually, it turns out that it's just the very opposite. Instead of, I see this a lot of times happen. I mean, G-Man does the same thing when
when asking about slavery in the Bible, instead of actually, and Kevin isn't doing quite this. He's not going all the way down this route, but instead of actually finding a verse or justifying why pedophilia is wrong according to the Bible, he seems to be arguing that it's not pedophilia if the girl's 13, and I have a problem with that.
Well, see, but what you're doing there, Seth, is I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about the perspective of pedophilia to today's standard. Of course, that will be pedophilia now, or statutory rape if a older man got with a 14-year-old, even though if it was consensual sex. But let's be real here. At the time of when these people were living, back in those days, it was very common to marry a 14-year-old woman and to have many kids and expand your household. It was very common for them to have multiple wives.
Right.
So to say that that's a biblical thing that's bad, then you basically blowing away everything from our history.
I get it. Morals come from God, and God's morals change.
No. Don't try to twist that. Don't try to twist that.
Well, let's kind of what it's.
Understand. Your definition of pedophilia didn't come from the Bible, okay? It came from the laws that we have now. That anybody under the age of 18 have consensual sex or have sex with somebody that is over the age of 18, that's considered rape or pedophilia.
That's not what I consider to be pedophilia. My definition of pedophilia is sex with somebody who's too young to have sex with somebody who's either prepubescent or barely pubescent, and what you're justifying is sex with girls who are barely pubescent.
Okay, man.
Bro. I can read you from Ezekiel. I can read you from. Well, go ahead, Mikael.
Yeah, because I can only peek in, duck out, and I'm going back and forth in the rooms, and I hear it's getting real interesting. Okay, now I don't know if that was Seth, but somebody just brought up an extra point. They brought up 2 points, and I like to say, here's where the problem come in at. This is not to jump on my Christian brothers and sisters, but not all of them, but a lot of them are really oblivious and ignorant of the scriptures, because a lot of them have been taught through theology school and seminary school, and they actually train you how to read the Bible, and so they miss a lot of vital points. Now, one thing that Kevin was bringing up, and I would like to lamb back off that, don't want to say piggyback because I don't eat pork, but it was one thing that you said when you were dealing with the age of, we would say, accountability, like as it pertains to a female or a young female. Now, there has been debates on just what certain terminologies mean, like in the Torah, for example. You can look in Deuteronomy, Leviticus, and a couple of other spots where it talks about a damsel. Now, some people have had different interpretations of a damsel, but that is just a young lady. But what we do know is, if you really study the scriptures, it actually was a case-by-case basis, meaning, like Kevin said, it depended on that woman, or if those parents felt that she was of that age. And you know this because if you look throughout, especially the Hebrew history, women got betrothed most times before they were married. And betrothed would be nothing but the modern day term for engaged. Sometimes it would be family with family, or for political reasons, or things like that. But the fact remains, when someone was betrothed, he did not go into her until she was ready. There were people that were betrothed for years until they felt that she was ready. So if we really wanted to bring it to a modern day dynamic and you look at it, it actually was laws against pedophilia. So it has to be studied deeper. And then I heard you bring one up too, and it's just a little sidebar. He threw in there, I think you said something about, man, what was the other thing you threw out there, Seth?
Who threw it out?
I think it was Seth. He just threw it out there, but it was another thing, a law about in the Bible.
But Mikael, I wanted to put on to what you were saying. Actually, there is a law that if a teen is under 18 years of age but older than 16, even in that case, they still can marry with parental consent. So that also aligns with them being betrothed by the family. So we people do this today in the United States.
Yeah, and actually, what's even more funny It depends on state to state because in Illinois it's 17 and not 18, and I think it's in Alabama it's still 14. So it's in the eye of the beholder. I mean, I'm like what one of the guests said. I know when it's pedophilia. I mean, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to know when a girl is a baby. I don't care how I don't really, I'm not even gonna try to defend that. But I know according to the scriptures, you cannot put it on the scriptures to say that it condone child pedophilia, not whatsoever. It just takes deeper study. Because really look up betrothed families, and you will see that it was always a condition determining on that lady's growth, or that young girl's, or that damsel's growth.
Well,
So
okay.
that's not true.
Okay, I would like to see some examples of that, and I think Kevin mentioned. You mentioned what was this? Was this the in Slams, right, or Slams? Or how do you pronounce it? That there was this. I think it's the book that has a lot of poetry, right? Erotic poetry. Is that the one, Kevin?
I was away. My bad. But what were you asking? From what I was reading from?
Yeah, the verse for where you said that the Bible says that, I've saw you and you were ready for love or something. What was that?
Okay. That was in Ezekiel.
Ezekiel. Okay, so I'm just gonna Ezekiel.
Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 7 and 8 through 8.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. What Kevin said earlier about times back then, and 13 back then, and times are different now. Well, God's supposed to be unchanging. Stealing is always wrong, even back then. Murder was always wrong, even back then. So, child molestation should always be wrong. And if it wasn't wrong back then, and it's wrong now, then that makes it subjective, so there are no objective moralities.
Okay, so your name. Here's where you're incorrect. Where did his law change? And what was I justifying? What was I saying changed at all?
You said back then it would be okay for a 13-year-old to have sex.
No, I said back then it was common among a lot of different civilizations and cultures. It was very common. Today it is uncommon because of the way we changed it. How does that change the law in the Bible, or how does that change the morality at all?
Well, there is nothing in the Bible that says it's wrong.
That's what I said. There is verses in the Bible that actually condone sinning against a child, and there are verses in the Bible that actually speaks about when a person is appropriate age, or like Mikael pointed out, when a family betrothed a daughter. But there are no verses that support pedophilia, which was the original question, correct?
No, that is not the question. There's a question.
No, the original question was, did the Bible condone?
No, whoa, Kevin, come on. You asked, I'm going to answer. Let me finish. The original question, the original point of this topic, trust me and Art know, because we had this discussion a couple of days ago, that's how it was brought up, was whether or not the Bible condones pedophilia. And me and Art are of the persuasion currently, until some evidence comes out, that the Bible does not condone pedophilia.
You mean condemn.
Sorry, God damn it, I got that totally.
Yeah, confused that too, so.
I've been up for 24 hours, by the way.
Right, I see. Because that's the thing that was confused before. He said condemn or condone. I'm like, man.
Yeah, the Bible.
That's what was going through my head. I was like, don't screw it up, because that's how I got screwed up before.
But here's the thing.
Hang on, the Bible condemns stealing. Okay, I think child molestation is a lot worse than stealing. So there should be something in the Bible that says, do not molest children. But there isn't anything.
Whoa.
Well, like I said, there's nothing that condones it. But I have read Matthew 18 and 6, and using common sense, do you honestly think that it was permissible?
Well, yeah, you said it yourself. In that culture, it was okay.
No. I said in that culture, it was okay to marry women that became of age. It
And
it was natural for them to marry those who were 14 and 13 years old. I said that's been all across the board. So to
and
say to marry a 13 or
you
14-year-old, according to the Bible, you can't really pin it on the Bible.
and also
That was my point.
before this, he said that the way they knew that they were ready is by the first signs of puberty, right? Hair, pubic hair, menstruation, wet dreams.
No. When I read from Ezekiel, it was the production of breast as well.
You're right. I want to address Ezekiel actually because I'm reading it right now. So, for example, the New American Standard says, "Then I passed by you and saw you, and behold, you were at the time for love. So I spread my skirt over you, and I coveted your nakedness." Blah blah blah. Basically, talks about sex. So, okay, a different version. New American Standard. Well, actually, just a second. I'm gonna switch back to. Because I'm looking at Strong's, and I'm just gonna switch back to normal. Okay, so new international version. So later I passed by, and when I look at you and saw that you were old enough for love, right? It says, when I saw that you're old enough for love, but that doesn't imply a standard necessarily, because I can come up to a, let's say, 30-year-old woman and say, hey, you're old enough for love. But that doesn't mean I'm applying some kind of minimal age for love, that I cannot have sex with a female that is less than 30 years old, right? It doesn't necessarily set a standard. It just says, hey, you are ready, you're okay for me to have sex with. It doesn't set a standard necessarily that that's the minimal age of where everybody should have sex with children this age or women this age.
Yeah, and I mean, this shouldn't be hard to find, because the Bible makes the really important, apparently, hold on, the Bible makes what are seemingly the most important moral parameters very clear. Don't steal, don't covet, don't hurt other people, don't adulter. But when it comes to pedophilia, it's strangely silent. You have to pull. I mean, at the best, if we were to accept any of these, and I have a hard time accepting any of these verses as condemning pedophilia, you really have to pull it from the verse and read into it.
I mean, yeah, nowhere does it say, this is the minimal age, these are the signs after which it's okay. You have to really read into this. I mean, the Ezekiel thing, like I said, doesn't imply a standard. The character there simply looks at the female and says, hey, you're ready for sex. But that doesn't mean that implies a standard.
All right, but still, of all the verses in the Bible, I have to go. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised myself. I would have thought that there's going to be at least something that could be made into this. Could be made sound like.
Yeah, and if you're going to use the Matthew verse where it talks about should not cause them to stumble, well, if they're raised in that time and a grown man marries that little girl, the child, and then that's their matrimony night, that wouldn't cause her to stumble. That would cause her to increase her faith or stay strong in her faith.
Right. I mean,
the only way it might cause her to stumble if it was rape.
Right. I mean, there's many ways you can attack this. I mean, you guys brought up this thing, right? I like to just point out that basically, okay, even if this is saying that you should not, do bad things to the child, let's say it says that in general, you should not do physically harmful things or mentally harmful things to the child. But that doesn't mean it's talking about pedophilia, right? Because
dude, be real. Be real, man. Come on now. So you saying, look, there's a lot of children, a lot of grown people I know that have been molested as children.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, we know it. Okay, please. Okay, we have to finish. Let finish, because I don't want this to be misperceived that I don't actually think it's bad. No, it is bad. I argued many times. Yes, sex with kids, they're not, adults yet, horribly bad. Tons of statistics that show this. What I'm pointing out is that, yes, we do know it today now, but the Bible doesn't mention that. The Bible doesn't mention that, okay, having sex with prepubescent kids or kids that just started puberty is a bad thing. It doesn't mention that. So you cannot say that this is in that sort of pool of bad things. right? You cannot say.
Art, can I address that,
However,
please?
yes, go ahead.
Okay. Remember that the Bible isn't read, or the Torah specifically is not read alone. Okay, so there's the histories and discussions of what people talked about with the rabbis, and that's contained in the Talmud, and it does talk about it there.
Yeah, but
If you're
that's
talking
not a
about the
Christian.
Talmud, I don't subscribe to the Talmud
Yeah,
or any
you
of the
don't have
commentaries of the
to.
rabbi.
You don't have to. But remember that that is where the histories are talked about. And so they did.
Well, you're right, but I don't have a problem with the sort of the culture at the time, because first of all they didn't know any better, right? So I don't blame them for that. But from a theistic perspective, from a Christian perspective especially, where these laws are eternal, they're absolute, it is a problem, because now there is a change, right? Essentially, either there's a change or pedophilia is essentially okay, right? And I find it as a problem for you both from a argument for God's existence and both for us living together. And I know you don't want to do these things. I know you're moral beings, and I would like for you to actually propose something, to your colleagues, to other Christians, to actually eliminate even the possibility of them thinking that this is okay. Now, the other, yeah, go ahead.
What I was saying, well, now let's look at that. Now, what we established is that you said there is no verses that condemns pedophilia. We all agree there, right? Although I gave you guys Matthew 18. Then I brought up Ezekiel and saying how it explains how one was ready for love when a woman was of the age where her breast is grown, her hair is grown, she's been through her menstrual periods and this, that, and the nature, which is average around like 12, 13, 14 years old, right? So then we have to get into, okay, so what is, in that case, what is sexual immorality according to the Bible? Now let me ask you this question. Does the Bible allow sex before marriage?
Awesome question. And Mac brought this up in our first discussion about this topic too.
It's really problematic because there's also nothing in the Bible that is a minimum age for marriage.
Right.
There's things in the Bible. There's things in the Bible that condemns sex before marriage.
Right, but that's the thing. So you would have to marry her. The thing is, what's the minimum age for marriage in the Bible?
Right. Okay. So hold on a second. So we just talked about the average age in which those things happen to a woman for her to be of age, and we also read, and we can all agree that there's verses in the Bible that does not allow or says that you should not have sex before marriage. Therefore, in order to carry out a lawful sexual act, will have to be in marriage, which goes back to.
Kevin, hold on, Kevin. This is exactly the problem. If I was going to live a biblical life, if I was going to go on an island and live perfectly as a Christian, just from the Bible, a biblical Christian, that wouldn't necessarily disclude marrying, having sex with a 13-year-old girl. And that's the problem.
Right, because there's no minimum age for marriage. You can marry, a child essentially, right?
All right, so let me ask you this question then. So in America, is it wrong for a atheist to marry a 14-year-old, although he did it according to the law of the land?
As far as I know, the American law, yeah, it's not.
He said, was there, maybe I misheard him. What exactly did you ask?
I said, if an atheist married a 14-year-old girl in America, according to the law of the land, is that immoral?
Well, yeah, I would say so.
By what definition?
Of my morality, my objective morality, pretty sure Seth also proposes subjective morality. And the standard says the fact that female body before the age of 18, there's high risks, extremely high risk of fetal death, health complications during pregnancies for the mother herself. Also, there is the mental issue that the mother herself is not just wise enough; she's not able to consent properly. So it's
but the wisdom.
That's the basis of where mine comes from. The fact that since I'm mostly concerned primarily with freedom, it's very difficult or impossible for somebody that young, until they're at least 16, 17, to understand and consent to sexual intercourse.
and that will be because of society. Now,
No.
what's to say?
No.
Yes, it would be.
No.
Yes, it would be.
No.
Because
No.
back then, yes, it would be. So you're saying that, okay? What did your great grandfather do at the age of 14?
I don't know. Why don't
Come
you
on,
tell
we
me?
all heard it before. Well,
I don't know.
No,
Why
right.
don't
people they
Run
were
with it.
more
Why don't
mature then.
We know. I understand. Kevin, we get it, right? I understand. Before modern days, children were forced into adult-like things much earlier because that was the tough sort of situation back then. But that doesn't mean they were capable of giving informed consent. I mean, how could they? They were not even properly educated. Almost full literacy in a country is a modern, more modern invention. They barely could read, let alone had the access to the books, to the proper books about these topics of sex and childbearing. It was done through pressure of the parents because that's how things just work. That doesn't mean that they actually were able to give informed consent.
The shorthand version of this is, I think me and Art would both probably agree that, yeah, society used to do something different, and they were wrong.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so that's kind of strange. I mean, you could take two teenagers, if they had sexual relations with one another, that would be wrong by your standard too. Would it be because of the age that they're doing it at, or what?
Yes, it would be wrong.
Yeah, it would be wrong, but not to the extent of putting them in jail as perverts and sex offenders.
No, and that's not the purpose of jail in my setup anyway.
Yeah, small point. That's where the many systems, especially in America, are fucked up. Which is where I just watched the Penn and Teller bullshit show about teen sex, and according to the American laws, if a 10-year-old girl sends a nude picture of herself to a boy or a girl, that's child pornography. They both can get in jail. Like, the law fully covers this, right? And they have to now fight tooth and nail to make some excuse, that this is not child pornography, although the law actually sees it like that, right? And the same thing goes, of course, for sex. Even if you're a 13-year-old boy and a 13-year-old girl, they're both considered child offenders. Especially
but you gave an example according to the law. That was my point. The Bible has laws as far as sexual immorality and sex before marriage. So it was lawful for them to marry a girl that was 14 years old.
Or 13, according to what you were saying earlier.
Right. But again, like what you're deeming as pedophilia and all this other stuff, in the sense of, I don't know if you were saying like a 6-year-old or a 4-year-old or something like that. Heck no, the Bible doesn't even. But yet, what we see. Here's my conclusion before I roll out. The conclusion is the Bible gives evidence as to when people saw women as being acceptable for marriage, meaning they developed themselves in a bodily sense as women. Mikael presented information culturally, how they were betrothed according to the families, and there was a sign and the token signs of marriage.
Right,
and also how the Bible also says that sexual immorality is having sex before marriage. So you could automatically deduce by those three things that nobody was having sex with small underage kids.
So here's this. Number one, is it wrong for an adult to have sex with a 13-year-old?
To be honest, that will all depend on the culture that I'm living in. Like if we were in in Tanzania, if we were in Tanzania, okay.
No. I'm not asking.
I'm not asking what perspective of being an American. Yes, that will look wrong to me because of the way I'm raised. But to them, that wouldn't be wrong.
Hold on, Kevin, hold on a second. You're a theist. You believe that there's an objective moral ought, don't you?
I do.
Right. So if there's an objective moral ought, is there an objective moral ought to not have sex with a 13-year-old if you're an adult male?
I would say that if the parents
no, there
had
can't
an agreement.
No, hold on. I have to stop you. There can't be. You said, hold on. You said an objective moral ought. Now you're saying it depends on what these people think about it. Now, is it an objective moral ought or not?
My bad. The first time I answered the question, I thought you were asking me for a perspective of is it wrong lawfully, and I was
No,
comparing
I
the
just
two
want to know if
societies.
it's
But
wrong.
if you're
It's
asking
actually
me,
wrong. No,
I'm
I'm not
saying
asking
that
you. Hold on. I don't want your opinion. I don't want society's opinion. I want to know if it's objectively wrong for an adult male to have sex with a 13-year-old girl.
To clarify, he means by your objective moral standard that you have from God, the biblical standard.
as I said, from the biblical standard, there wouldn't be a problem. But
I'm not
according to the
asking if there's a
biblical
problem.
law, I have to give you two answers. It will be wrong if it was just going having sex with the girl and taking advantage of her, of who she is and her maturity and everything. That would be wrong. But if
So
it
what you're
was
saying is,
organized marriage between two families and this was agreed upon with parental consent and everything else, then I say it is okay.
a grown man having sex with a 13-year-old girl is okay. With God, all things are permissible.
Dude, you slamming the 17th and 18th centuries. They did that here in America for the longest times.
And they were wrong. Now we know better.
Come on, man. What was the lifespans of those people that living in this land?
Oh no, please.
Hold on. The lifespan was
No. That's a sidebar conversation. That's a sidebar. So I mean, how old did people normally live to?
That
70?
doesn't matter. Your Bible says do not steal. It does not say, well, back then, if you're hungry, go ahead and steal. Your Bible says do not steal. Your Bible says do not murder. It doesn't mean back then, it was kind of okay to murder. No, hang on.
But that's the point. The Bible has laws for sexual immorality. The Bible has laws that you cannot have sex before marriage.
There is something that needs to be said here. The lifespan for humans back then is basically as long as it is now. People lived to 90. They did. Now, the reason that the average lifespan was shorter is because a lot of people died younger. It doesn't mean people didn't live to old age. It didn't mean that you could expect to live to 40. It means that if you didn't die at infancy and you made it past your childhood and you didn't die in a war, you can expect to live a fairly long life.
Right, but from that basis, then we're talking about the average lifespan, not based on the longevity of a human if he was unaffected by war, but the statistics of that time. And the statistics of that time, people weren't living as long as they do today, based on populations. But so I'm saying, in that case, it would have been okay.
That's not what it says. That's not what the statistics say. The statistics say that people didn't live as long. The statistics said that the average lifespan was shorter. There's a two different things.
That was my question.
It doesn't matter. You're still saying that doesn't matter. He's still saying back then it would have been okay, but today it's not okay. So that's a subjective point of view. There's nothing objective about it.
No.
So there are no.
What I was saying, bro, was this. This is what I was saying. If you're saying that it was wrong to do that, you're not slamming the Bible, really. You're slamming a lot of different cultures in the way they practice things. Now, you asked me another question. You said, according to the Bible, a grown man marry a 13-year-old, is that wrong? And I said I have to give you two answers. That's the only way I can answer this. One is, if the girl was taken advantage of, it was forced upon her, or it was something that it wasn't regulated by her parents or anything, because her parents, of course, would have gauged how mature she is and everything else. Yes, that is wrong for her to make that decision on her own. But along with her family, if she actually gets consent,
This is all completely superfluous. This is extra. Because the only answer that I'm concerned about, and I think most people are concerned about, is that you think it's sometimes okay for a grown man to have sex with a 13-year-old girl. And I think that's a problem.
Well, I just like to cut in and add my 2 cents. Without a doubt,
Texas, you can marry a 14-year-old.
Yeah, Alabama too. But look, this is my point.
They're wrong.
Yeah, I guess they're wrong then. But this is the thing, right? I will say this fanatically, without a doubt, on a personal level with myself, I wouldn't have anything in common with a 13-year-old. So that wouldn't even be a question in my mind or anything like that. That wouldn't even come up. But for argument's sake, I would like to also bring up the young lady got on here about 15, 20 minutes ago. I was cleaning up, so I couldn't chime in.
and she brought up the Talmud. And I understood it. She said, well, it's written history. Well, actually, it's not. It's suspect. And the reason I said it is most of us Hebrew scholars, or if you want to say that, or Torah scholars, like Kevin and myself, we would never subscribe to the Talmud for the simple fact that was actually a terrible book to use, because the Talmud, you have rabbinical Talmudic writings that actually promotes baby sex. They have things that talk about says you can stick your finger in the hole or the buttocks of a 2 to 3 year old child, and that would not be considered taking their virginity. So the Talmud is terrible. That's from Satan. That book is from pure Satan. I don't care if they was Hebrew Israelites or not. They was wicked.
What's the context of that? Because there might be a medical reason for that.
Oh no, I'm not trying to hear that. Medical schmedical.
I guess if it's a Talmud, it probably wouldn't be a medical reason. So yeah.
No, it's that's strictly that none of those practices are in the Torah or the Tanakh. The Talmud is a what you would call a Jewish fable, which is actually spoken about in the 66 books. He's actually warned about that, where he also tell us, he said, basically beware of the making of many books, because in them there is no end. He's talking about holy books, because the Talmud is based off of oral tradition. It's not based off of written Torah. So I just want to throw that in there. No, I've studied it, but I would never subscribe to it. There's some sick stuff in there. So I just want to throw that out there.
But what I'm saying is, it appears to me that, of course, you guys don't agree with what is the law in New Hampshire. Actually, the law in New Hampshire, I'm reading here, it says 14 for males and 13 for females.
Wow.
For Texas, is 14 for males and females. Let's see here, 15 in Missouri. You have 16 in Kansas. Actually, 16 is across the board. Hawaii is 50 years old. Georgia is 50 years old. So again, this is a practice that is all over. Oh no, you're gonna get, this is crazy. Massachusetts, 12 for female.
Wow.
How old are those laws?
I guess
When
this
were
is
those
a
laws?
all
You have
country.
to wait. You have to look at when those laws were created. Those laws
How
were
do I-
created like 200 years ago.
It's so unexpected that those are all really Christian states.
Yep.
Really?
The Bible says pedophilia is okay.
Yeah, I know it's crazy, and like here's the thing.
That's
You're saying
funny.
Christian
Hold on. I just want to interject. That was funny how he put that spin on there. Could you name a state that's not Christian in the
California.
United States? California?
No, I mean statistically more Christian than other states. Yeah, and I think the states that he named are statistically more likely to be Christian.
Okay, so it's statistically lower, but it's not any less Christian. It's still a Christian state. We don't have an atheist state.
Depends on what you mean by state and atheist and Christian. None of the states are Christian in the sense that they're founded on principles. All of the states are Christian in the sense that the most popular religion is Christianity in the country.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, by population, you have more practicing Christians in all 50 states than you do have non-practicing Christians. This is a fact.
Did you say that there's statistically more Christian in each state? Kevin, you're echoing really bad.
I'm a vet.
Just a second, guys. Does anybody know Ausar MK?
Pennsylvania allows 14.
Okay.
But again, but like I said, according to the laws of marriage in the Bible, according to Ezekiel and the passages of the maturity of a woman and the betrothing and the marriage, we can deduce that the Bible clearly did not condone pedophilia directly. It does not condemn it directly. But from these, we can deduce that having sex with a child way below the age, or like 8-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, and not to be married and not with parental consent was unlawful.
I don't know, and I don't know where he got that kid. I just wanted to look up Pennsylvania because it sounded wrong, and according to just what popped up right here on Google right now, USMarriageLaws.com, the minimum age is 16, and you have to have parental consent.
And 14 in case of pregnancy and the approval of a judge of an orphan's court.
Right, but you wouldn't be saying that's.
Hey guys, before we go on, quick issue here. Arcane Logos is trying to get in. Anybody willing to give a spot?
Arcane, if you're watching.
I love talking to you guys, but I will bow out because I got kids to watch. You know, my kids are running around and stuff, so I would definitely love. Who's the owner of this chat?
Definitely me. Definitely me.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Can I add you?
Yeah, sure, totally, dude.
If you feel that I'm not an inappropriate guest or anything like that, you know.
Oh no,
I would definitely
you've been awesome, dude. I mean, I will gladly have you back, and I will invite you to other hangouts. No problem.
You know, other than the fact that you're a stinking filthy Christian.
He's just
okay, I got you next time. But I'm saying I'm gonna be out. I'm gonna take care of my business, and we'll talk.
All right.
Yeah, I already circled you, Kevin. Go ahead and find me. I definitely want to have another conversation with you.
Yes, Seth. I definitely will do that, man. Appreciate it.
I find to be calm and respectable, which is rare in these circles.
That's what we need. That's cool.
Hey, yeah, so I'm going to have to second that ban out. I got to get ready to travel to Chicago. I'm in Detroit, so I have to travel to Chicago.
Oh, you about to make your trip? Okay.
Yeah, I'm about to head back to Chicago because it's ironically I'm a guest at a radio station at a radio show called you probably heard of it, Straight No Chaser radio show. I think it's FM. So that'll be Monday. I think it's in Glenview, Illinois or something. So I have to go get ready to put some stuff together. And guess what the title is that I was invited to speak on? Marriage according to the Bible. So yeah, that'd be interesting, man. So if y'all send me some friend requests, I have 5,000 friends. I got to get rid of some of the undesirables I have on my list, and I'll add you guys.
Cool, dude. Sure do. All right, take care.
You all take care. I hope to do this again one day soon.
Hopefully.
All right,
take care,
peace.
man. Take care. I mean, yeah, dude. Seth, you probably agree, right? Awesome dudes, awesome new dudes here, right?
Yeah, they a lot more perceptive than a lot of the people around here. I mean, what was I can't remember the guy's
Alvin?
Kevin. Yeah, it's Alvin. Thank you. It's Alvin. Totally got my analogy really well. Made a better analogy than the one I was trying to make. Really drove it home. I was sure it never happens.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. I mean, I was actually wanted to ask him where did he get that clique of people? You know, are there like university students? You know, that's where they know each other from, because there's a high density of really bright, enlightened people there. I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised. Anyway, hey Arcane. Oh yeah, I just sent Veckel on Skype, the link, and I told him, hey man, we're talking about whether or not the Bible condemns pedophilia. And guess what he replied?
What?
Lol, are you serious?
Of course.
I guess.
And then he sent you the verse from Matthew?
No, not yet.
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah. So hey Arcane, do you want to chime in? Does the Bible condemn pedophilia?
I'm gonna have to say it doesn't.
Oh, it's a better question. Does pedophilia condemn the Bible?
Ooh. Yeah, that's
think
gonna.
about it.
Yeah. So, Ausar, are you a theist or an atheist?
No, I'm what you would call a pantheist or a henotheist.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you're kind of independent here, you could say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. I said you're kind of independent here, non-partisan
Yeah,
in this
sort
hangout.
I'm what you would call Hekenu Necher, a praiser of Necher.
A praiser of Necher. That's okay. Necher sounds Egyptian, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Egyptian, Nubian. Okay. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Well,
but I would have to say the Bible doesn't condemn it because there's a lot of acts of it, and nothing seems to happen. Now, the God in the Bible seems to do things about it, but he seems to wipe out a whole people around it as opposed to correct them. When you have acts of homosexuality, pedophilia, and things of that nature. But even when you look at some of the incest cases, with some of the prophets and their daughters, he doesn't really condemn that, though, does he?
Real starting here. So you're saying that the Bible does not condemn pedophilia?
Not that I remember.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree. I don't see any evidence of that. I mean, I'm hoping Arcane or some other Christian in here would try to bring something up.
As a matter of fact, I specifically remember a verse where Jesus says he likes to have sex with children, and that everyone else should do it. Arcane,
Totally.
if you're silent, I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
All right.
Time's up. Yep. No.
Arcane.
Arcane.
If Arcane's going to be a sideliner, we need to kick him.
Yeah, he did actually ask me, hey, kick the sideliners because I want to end.
Yeah, that's confusing.
Arcane, come on the mic. Come on, dude. You have to unmute yourself.
Hey, real quick, are we using the strict technical definition of pedophilia, or are we?
Well, we're talking molestation. Molestation.
Okay, so it's not like, 11.
Well, basically kids that are under
kids that
underage.
Can't consent, people that can't consent.
No, it's my understanding that pedophilia is about
mic issues. He's
having
saying
sex.
he's going to get on in a second.
It's my understanding.
Go ahead.
There are no strict definitions unless we're talking about legal definitions. There are just useful definitions. And for this conversation, I think me and Art are pretty much agreed that pedophilia is sex with prepubescent or barely pubescent children.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking. Because, some people consider, post pubescent still to be pedophilia as long as it's under the legal age of consent. A lot of people conflate that term, so I was just wondering what.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty absurd. I think if a 19-year-old have sex with a 17-year-old, that's not maybe the best thing for the 17-year-old. Maybe she should wait. Maybe she is ready. It's too vague, and I think it's
yeah. Right. Hey, guys, did you notice what Arcane wrote there? He said, "Having mic issues. Hold on, that brains."
Oh, I thought it might have been a typo, but no, I get it now. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, he's going full Descartes on us.
Yeah.
He's going to try presuppositionalism again, it looks like. Well, last time I didn't think he did too well.
Hey, don't worry, Arcane. I'm praying over here, too, for your mic.
Yeah, I'm praying to Thor. Oh, hey, Arcane, yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, it worked. Your name?
That's because I am God. I pray to myself.
Just like Jesus.
Well, then why did you... Hey, then I have a question. If you're God, then why did you create non-God objects?
Oh, well, it was a long night the night before and a bottle of tequila.
That argument took off a lot more than I thought. It was just kind of a side argument to show that my conception of God doesn't necessarily mean he has to create humans, and that one really took off.
I thought the devil created tequila, but I guess God did, huh?
Man,
Right, so Arcane.
Nothing is made without God.
Right, Arcane, so do you have anything to add on the topic of whether or not the Bible condemns pedophilia?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any passage condemning it directly, but I'm also not aware of any passage condoning it either.
But don't you think it would be important if God's going to want the morality of us to be pure and holy, that pedophilia is worse than stealing?
I mean, yeah, the Bible mentions that you should not eat this type of food, you should not wear these types of clothes, but apparently it's too hard to ask. It's too much to ask of a God to say that pedophilia is wrong.
Yeah,
I think
don't covet your neighbor. Yeah, don't covet your neighbor, but you can go marry his daughter and have sex with her.
I think that's intellectual laziness at its finest.
What is?
Well, first of all, I don't think some things necessarily have to be spelled out for you. If he's telling you not to do certain things, I think other things should follow just by common freaking sense.
So do you agree that ancient? Okay, so do you agree that ancient cultures, like at the time of the Bible, had sex? Basically, thought it was okay to marry young kids, like years 10, 12, 13, 14.
So what?
Right. So unless he thought it was okay, if he thought it was bad thing, then it would be pretty relevant and pretty required to tell people not to do that, since it was a popular thing to do back then.
Doesn't it say anyone who harms a young one will have a special place in hell, so to speak? For them?
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. So that's Matthew 18:6, right? If anyone causes one of the little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hang around their neck, and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Problem is, even if you replace the word stumble with a just a outright sin or evil or harm, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Bible considers pedophilia to be harm, right? You have to show that the Bible considers pedophilia to be harmful in order for you to say that this refers to pedophilia as well, because otherwise it's just talking about things that are harmful.
It's question begging. You're
Actually,
saying the
the
Bible
onus is
says.
on you to
Hold on,
show
you're
that
saying
the
that the
Bible
Bible.
actually condones such acts.
Hold on. It's question begging. You're basically saying that the Bible says that pedophilia is immoral right here, where it says sexual immorality is bad. How do I know that it means pedophilia when it says sexual immorality is bad? Well, because the Bible says that. Because the Bible says that sexual immorality is bad, and pedophilia is a sexual immorality.
Yeah, I think some things don't need to be spelled out for us in bold crayon.
But I already dealt with that in the beginning, right? I told you that this practice was popular in that culture at the time, almost all over the world, or at least in that region. So if God considered that an evil, it makes good sense that he would mention it, because if he wanted people not to do this, right? Because it was a common practice.
Yeah, my point is I don't know about you, but I consider child molestation worse than rape. Or I mean worse than stealing, worse than coveting your neighbor's possession. Child molestation is a lot worse. But God puts do not steal and do not lie in the Ten Commandments, but he does not put anything about molesting children.
Wow.
Wow, that's all you got to say? I win.
Yeah, if you wouldn't say that justifies your denial of it, go ahead and hang your hat on it, buddy.
Denial of what?
The truth of it.
The truth of what truth? Spell it out for us. Pretend we're stupid.
The truth of Scripture. If you're going to lean on this weak-ass argument of saying, well, he doesn't say not to do it, therefore it must be okay, he must think it's okay, that's just the most dumbest argument I've heard this morning.
No, that's not what I said. Oh, hang on.
All we're saying is if somebody wanted to live totally biblically, they could marry a 13-year-old girl.
They're pointing out locations and regions in ancient times where this act was going on heavily. Even in Plutarch's writing, when you go into the morals, he discusses homosexuality and that he struggles with whether that's okay or not okay when it comes to those who teach your children. You understand? So when we look up, and I just put a little link in the chat there, the 6 raunchiest acts in the Bible, your Bible doesn't condemn that, brother. So if it doesn't condemn it, or if it doesn't say anything about it, or if you have your prophets doing some of these acts, even worse, We got an issue with your scripture. That's what they're saying. That's also what I'm saying.
Well,
'Cause
that's
that's
not a that's not a logical argument at all. If anything, that's just the
about as
way.
logical as it gets.
No, it doesn't logically follow that just because it's not mentioned that somehow people can have the green light that it's okay. That's not logical.
Why? Let me ask you this: why are we finding prophets in your book doing these acts? Can you explain the story of Lot?
What about him?
Well, there was a sexual act, I believe, with daughters, right?
What's your point?
They were underage. He's a prophet.
What's your point?
My point is, why isn't your Bible condemning this action? Do you find pedophilia okay?
That's a dumbass question.
I think it's kind of a silly answer if you can't rebuttal it properly.
Yeah, Arcane. Why don't you pretend, Arcane?
Yes,
Why don't you pretend like you're a good interlocutor and actually answer the question instead of being a jerk?
Well, listen to the question. Do you think pedophilia is okay? First of all, wherever you pulled that from, you can shove it back. Secondly,
Shove the blame. It's official. He said it. My man.
You have not drawn a line between what the Bible is saying and what it's condoning or not condoning. All you're saying is it doesn't mention it, therefore it's not condemning it. So what? So like I said, some things don't need to be spelled out in bold crayon for us. Some things follow from the laws that were given initially. So
Like
if you're not supposed to harm other people, if you're not supposed to steal from other people, I don't think God needs to come and say, hey, by the way, don't screw little children.
Well,
Why
he tells
not?
you
Why
not
is it
to,
in the law that you're not allowed to do that?
Now
he's
it seems
gonna
like you
take.
guys
Hang
are
on.
looking
Hang
for a
on.
way out and actually
Hang
looking
on.
at
Hang
it.
on. Wait, Seth. Hang on. Hang on.
Question about what you just said.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Your God came along and said, "Man should not have sex with a man, and do not have sex with little children." No, he didn't say that. He just said, "Man should not have sex with another man."
And he
So
also said
now you're going to tell me because he leaves something out? Well, he could have added in at that point.
What did he say? Marriage, sex before marriage is a sin, and marriage is supposed to be between a man and a woman, not man and child. So between these laws that were given, I think an intelligent human being can put two and two together and say we're not supposed to marry prepubescent children.
Actually, no, because young women were because you were considered a young woman as early as 12. Would you consider it wrong to marry and have sex with a 12-year-old girl, Arcane?
Well, looking at today's standards, I don't look at.
I'm not asking about today's standards. I asked you if you think it's okay.
You're going to try to put words in my mouth here. You're going to let me.
I didn't try to put
speak
words in my mouth. I asked you a very solid question.
Well, then let
simple
me
question. Do you think it's okay to have sex with a 12-year-old girl?
Well, then let me answer the damn question.
Okay, just don't couch it in today's society, because I'm not asking about today's society. I'm asking, do you think it's okay?
First of all, I'm not going to compare today to back then. Back then, the times were very, very different. Even the Bible talks about how people would be ignorant of the world that then was being overflowed with water, perishing, and that today is different. So back then, a 12-year-old probably had more maturity than a 12-year-old today. Who's to say? I don't know. But according to today's standards, under Christianity, yes, I think it would be absolutely wrong to have sex with an underage girl. I think
So you agree that it's
might have been okay a married man and a married woman. If you consider a 12-year-old girl a woman by today's standards, then no, I do not agree.
So I think it's really telling what just happened here, Arcane, because just a second ago, you were talking about how it's absurd that you can ask you if pedophilia is okay, and how it's absurd that the Bible would condone pedophilia. And now, oh yeah, sex with a 12-year-old girl might have been okay back then.
No, I just heard one of you say.
By the way, not just two totally different arguments. Hold on, a contradictory argument.
Now who's being a jerk? See how this goes?
No, I didn't. Hold on, Arcane. I'm not being a jerk. I didn't say. Hey, hold on, Arcane.
Any way, shape, or form.
I will mute you if I have to.
Yeah, because you just want to talk over me.
Arcane. No, I just want to actually respond to what you just said, and you won't let me. Gee, I wonder why. I'm not being a jerk.
I'm holding you to what you said and shoving it back in your face. And now you might think
You're
that's
being a jerk. What
jerkish
did I say?
hold on, because it makes you look because it makes you look bad. But I didn't sit here and say questions are stupid because I didn't like them. That's the difference.
Asking me if I think pedophilia is okay is a dumb question. It's first of all, it's irrelevant to the conversation. Secondly, I don't come up here and ask you guys, or do you think pedophilia is okay? But after all, you're an atheist. You have no moral standard anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't get upset if you asked me that, because I think it's a fair question when having this discussion.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
okay, I understand it could be insulting, but please know we are not trying to insult you. We're just...
Yeah, your tone of voice, Seth's tone of voice was not insulting at all.
Well, there's history, right? It's kind of you guys can be condescending and I can be condescending, but hey, okay, let's all love each other now. Come on, kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Let's just get over it. Come on, let's have a discussion, guys. Come on, let's.
All I'm saying is this. Just because it doesn't necessarily condemn it doesn't mean that it would ever condone it. First of all, so for you to draw a line to say, well, it doesn't condemn it, so therefore it might say that it's okay, or some people might think that it's okay because it doesn't condemn it, it's really grasping at straw. It's a really desperate argument. If anything, I would ask for you, for one, to provide a standard on why the hell is having sex with underage girls wrong in your worldview to begin with, and you can't do it.
I can, but here's the thing. Again, I have to point out the contradiction in your arguments here. Now, again, you're back to saying, yeah, pedophilia. Well, God damn it, I lost my train of thought here. But just a second ago, you were saying that. God, I lost my train of thought. Can you repeat what you just said, Arcane?
I think I know where you're going, because I said.
Don't try to think where I'm going, because you've always been wrong
back
so
then,
far. Just
because I said back then, for all we know, a 12-year-old could have the maturity of an 18-year-old. So
I didn't ask that. I asked you just that.
If you say that it's okay back then to marry a 12-year-old according to Scripture, you could look at it that way. First, I would ask you to provide where it says it's okay to marry a 12-year-old, and then
that's what I wanted to say. I got it now. Hold on. So
different?
At one point you're saying, so just a second ago you were talking about how because it doesn't condemn it, explicitly condemn it, then it must condone it. That doesn't make any sense. And then I asked you, is it okay? And you justified it.
No, I didn't justify it. I said for all. I said according to today's standards. According to today's standards, a 12-year-old girl is not mature enough. Are you gonna let me answer or no?
Yeah.
According to today's standards, a 12-year-old girl is damn near prepubescent. She does not have the maturity to marry. In the Bible, it says marriage and sex, can't have sex before marriage according to Scripture, is between a man and a woman. A 12-year-old girl, by today's standards, would not be considered a woman. Unless you think she's a woman, then we can argue that point, which I think you will fail miserably.
Well, then that's subjective. If you're going by today's standards, back then, you're making it subjective. It's no longer objective.
No, because you're talking about pedophilia.
Yeah, but you're talking about the standards back then and the standards today. Back then it would have been okay because she would have matured earlier, but today she wouldn't mature earlier. She matures later. That's subjective. You're saying back then it's okay because she matured earlier, but today it's not because she matures later. So that's making it subjective. So you have no objective morals.
No, okay, well, keep grasping at straws then.
Oh, that's your best answer. Keep grasping at straws. You can't refute it.
It's easily refuted.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You just haven't even thought it through.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Because you're saying, well, first of all, you're talking about pedophilia. Define pedophilia.
Don't change it. I was talking about you said the moral.
He asked a question. Define pedophilia.
Pedophilia.
Yeah, you said the definition of pedophilia is sex with a prepubescent or immature child or something like that, right?
That's what I said. That's not what I said. Your name said.
So I'm kind of running the fence, and it's not good because you have petitions in your book. Like if I go to Numbers,
what's in my book?
If I go to Numbers, here, let's read it. Numbers 31, 25 through 40, right? And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and of beast, thou and Elijah the priest, and the chief fathers of the congregation, and divide the prey into two parts, between them that took the war upon them who went out to battle, and between all congregation, and levy a tribute unto the Lord of the men of war which went out to battle. One soul of 500, both of the persons, including little girls, and of the beeves, and of the asses, and of the sheep. Take it of their half, and give it unto Elijah the priest, for an heave offering of the Lord. And of the children of Israel's half, thou shalt take one portion of 50 of the persons, including the little girls, of the beeves, of the asses, and of the flocks of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Levites, which keep the charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. So why are they giving little girls away under Moses' command? The Jews. Can you answer that, my brethren?
Why are they
Numbers
giving little girls
31,
away?
25
Read the
through 40.
passage.
I just read you Numbers 31, 25 through 40. And we know about the booty in war.
Booty.
Yeah, he just read you the passage. Didn't you listen?
That's your book. That's
Yeah,
30.
you're reading one little passage. Like you don't even have a point. Like, what's your point?
If you don't understand the point of this conversation by now, when we're talking clearly about pedophilia in the Bible, why your God doesn't condemn it or does ordain it.
I don't see what you read has anything to do with anything sexual.
Nothing.
It doesn't.
Right. So what's your point?
My point is, why is your God ordaining pedophilia in the Bible?
Where is it ordaining pedophilia?
Making a big claim. You're gonna say that you're gonna call that pedophilia because he gave them girls?
Little girls.
If they were young enough, yeah.
Right, but then you're stretching what were they used for? We say here, have these girls for sex. Then I'd be like, oh man, okay.
Should we go get the video with GMS?
And actually,
right,
young.
Like
yeah, no.
First of all,
around 12 to 13 years old.
What?
Shall we quote?
First of all, that's not even in the book. First of all, I don't know what the book is. That's not even in the book. It says right here, take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and beast, thou and Eleazar the priest and the chief fathers of the congregation, and divide the prey into two parts between them that took the war upon them and then went out to battle. Nowhere in here does it even say little girls. So
go on 28, put 28 and hit 29 and hit 30. You stopped. I already read that part earlier. That's 25.
Yeah, and levy the tribute to the Lord of the men of war which went out to battle on the soul of the 500, both of the persons and the beeves and of the asses and of the sheep. Where does it say little girls in that passage? What book are you reading?
Okay, so now you're skipping over stuff, huh?
I ain't skip over nothing. What book are you reading?
Numbers 31, 25 through 40. The same first part you just read.
Which Bible are you reading? First of all, which Bible? Because I'm reading the one that was translated directly from Hebrew. Which one are you reading, my brethren?
Well, read it in Hebrew to us then.
This is translated directly from Hebrew, the King James
read it
version.
To us in Hebrew.
King James. The King James, really?
Yeah. Don't backpedal. It's nowhere in the King James version does it say little girls.
Right. The NIV is incorrect.
Okay, so it's Numbers 31 through 30.
Hold on, let me mute my mic because it's too many of us talking.
Yeah, guys, Kevin is on a mobile phone. Everybody has to mute for his audio to come in because of the mobile device, how it kind of deals with echoing. Go ahead, Kevin.
Now I was asking Sora, what chapter and verse was that?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing. He's at Numbers 31.
Yeah, Numbers 25, 31 through 4. 30. I think it's 31 through 40. Numbers 31, 25 through 40.
Okay.
Yeah, nowhere in there does it say anything about little girls. From 31 it says, and Moses and Eleazar and the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses, and the booty being the rest of the prey of the men of war had caught, and the 600,000 and the 700,000 and the sheep, blah, blah, blah. Nowhere in here throughout the rest of the chapter does it say anything about little girls. So I think you're reading
I would agree with him. I'm looking through here. It doesn't say anything. It says women, but it don't say little girls.
So
Yeah,
where'd you
but
get the little girls from?
yeah, but Kevin, do you believe that the pyramids was a power station?
Oh, shut up.
I like how you did that, but Asur, where's the little girls, man?
If you're talking all the women in a town, and this is after the
Check
war.
this out, bro. On verse 32, it says in the booty. So I don't know if you want to say if that was, you know.
The booty is all the women of a town.
I fucking love booty.
Hey, all right. Well, anyway, I don't see little girls in here. Now, the King James Version was the one translated directly from Hebrew because they didn't go to any of the earlier translations. It was directly from the Hebrew, and the New Testament was actually directly from the Greek. So,
yeah, but the King James Version is regarded as the least reliable by the scholars.
And actually,
I want to clarify that the New Testament was translated from Greek, except for all the words that Jesus spoke, which was American English. With the text and all.
Exactly.
And I'd just like to add that there are thousands of engineers around the planet who actually have confirmed that the Great Pyramid was a functional power.
Oh, Seth, fuck you, Seth. Damn it. You had to bring this up.
So trying to derail the argument with misinformation doesn't help you, Seth.
Oh, no, I don't need any help by that. I was just making a joke and also pitting you and Kevin.
There's evidence that the Great Pyramids was a power station because we could found papyrus bills that are unpaid.
Oh, Kevin believes that. Oh, never mind. I forget that. There's something about this being serious that you should have listened a little harder.
No, it's based on engineering.
But no, seriously.
You find out little girls, yeah, sure.
Well, so I think I know what, because I heard this before, right? There is a passage in the Bible that talks about after one of the genocides in the Bible, right? One of the genocides. I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, you have to, when you mention genocides in the Bible, you have to actually know which one because there's so many. But I know after one of them, where the God is like saying, hey, you know, take this thing is good for you. He does mention, better late than never, but it does say, I'm searching. It does say that, you know, take the girls who have not felt the touch of a man, which is a fancy way of saying a virgin. Keep them for you, right? Kill all the boys and the men, the livestock you can keep, and keep all the women who have not felt the touch of the man. I'm gonna find it first, just a second. Although I think this is actually kind of a segue to what we were originally talking about, which is, you know, does the Bible condemn pedophilia anywhere?
I mean,
right, and of course it doesn't. No, and I thought that again, it's interesting that Arcane wants to say it doesn't condemn it, yet it's okay because it doesn't say that it's okay. It doesn't say that it's not okay. And by the way, Arcane, I have to ask you. I mean, Ezekiel does talk about somebody that I can't remember what the context is specifically, but about seeing what they call a woman, you know, having just forming breasts and just growing hair, you know, down there, and then them being ready for love. Does that describe somebody who you think is ready for love? Do you think that having sex with a girl who just got her hair and just started forming breasts is
the key word that you're using there? The key word that you're using there is just. I don't think that verse says anything at all about just getting your pubic hair or just getting breasts. That verse, what it's saying is that he found her and she had those things. She had those things. She had her hair. She had her breasts. She had her cycles and everything. So at that point, by definition, she's a woman. I mean, she's a woman. She's able to give childbirth. She's able to feed children with milk. So that's really vague to say that. Now, excuse me for speaking for you, Arcane. I believe what Arcane was saying, and I was in agreement with him, to say that the Bible doesn't say anything about pedophilia, you're stretching it and grabbing at straws to go and say that it actually condones it, when it in fact does not.
That was actually Arcane that says it condones it when I asked him if he said that because it doesn't say you couldn't, if that would be okay, and he said yes.
No. Quit twisting my words.
I asked you if it would be okay to have sex.
I heard him say that you're grabbing at Judah, get off him. I heard him say that you're grabbing at straws if you're saying that.
Right, but no, it was very clear. I asked him. Hold on, it was very clear. I said, would it be okay, in your worldview, to have sex with a 12-year-old girl? His answer wasn't no. His answer was 12-year-old girls might have been more mature back then.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, he said 12-year-old girls.
No, you're still twisting my words. What did I say? I said based on your definition of pedophilia, right? If a 12-year-old girl back then had the maturity of an 18-year-old, it wouldn't be considered pedophilia by those standards. So quit twisting my words, Seth. It's quite pathetic.
No evidence that happened. There's absolutely no evidence that happened. Now you're grasping at straws. It could have been the fact that 6-year-olds had breasts and had puberty when they were 6. Then it would have been okay. Like,
there are 12-year-olds alive today. Dude, there are 12-year-olds walking around today who look grown. So for to say that the original creation up until a certain point, even the Bible says there were giants on the earth in those.
Okay, hang on.
Back then. Things were different back then. So for you to take your modern day interpretation of Scripture, you got to shove all these straw men into it.
Hang on, you guys.
No, Arcane.
Hang on, Seth. Hang on. I want to, Arcane. You were saying, so if we ran into a 12-year-old girl today that was mature for her age because she had a hard upbringing and we consider mature, so would it be okay to marry her and have sex with her?
What did I say? No.
You just said back then if she was mature at 12 back then it would be okay. Well, I'm asking you, if she was mature at 12 today, would it be okay?
Nah, he didn't say that. He said, according to you, what will pedophilia be? He didn't say that's what he would say. He said,
I never told him what I thought pedophilia was.
Let's go ahead and do that. No, let's do that. Fine. Let's throw out the word pedophilia. Back then, it might have been okay to marry and have sex with a 12-year-old because they might have matured sooner. And you just said that there are 12-year-olds that walk around today that are mature, at least look mature. So, by your standard, is it okay for somebody to marry and have sex with a 13-year-old or 12-year-old girl? We're talking about 12-year-old girls now.
I'm not a criminal, okay?
So only because it's against the law you wouldn't.
Look, if the girl is mature, right, and she looks mature and all of that, if she lied to you and said, I'm 18, she clearly looks 18, but she's really 12, and you slept with that girl, I don't think you would be at fault. But if you run into a girl,
you're talking.
Clearly, hold on, let me finish, shut up. If you run into a girl that clearly is not mature, she looks 12 years old, and the rest of it, and she says, I'm 18, but she clearly is a girl, and you had sex with her, yes, you are at fault. Not only are there laws against it, but there's common sense that God put into your freaking brain to tell you what's right and what's wrong. Okay?
Arcane, and your example, wait, hang on, Arcane, in your example, if she didn't lie to you and she told you she was 12, what does that change?
Would be wrong. That would be illegal. That would be against the law.
But only because it's against the law.
But you still do it.
It's against the law.
Only because it's against the law.
You're grasping at so many straws. You're so
no,
desperate.
I want to know if it's only because it's against the law.
You have nothing to stand on. Therefore, you're trying to nitpick and grasp straws.
Arcane, it's wrong to have sex with
so
a
dumb.
sexy 12-year-old.
On a topic that actually makes sense. This topic makes no sense. This topic is so desperate.
That's what I thought, Arcane. No, that's what I thought, Arcane. Just run away from it. Just talk over people.
Arcane, you're the one. Arcane, you're the one that brought up the analogy.
You guys are pathetic.
Arcane, you brought up the analogy. Okay? You can't answer your own analogy if you change one thing in it?
Hey, homeboy over here gets what I'm saying, Kevin. He understands me perfectly. You guys must have some kind of cognitive bias.
Okay, well.
Why can't you answer the question?
I've answered all the questions. Your questions are dumb at this point. Move
Okay, go
on.
on, go on, go on. Well, okay, maybe we can move on just for the sake of the discussion here. So,
Can I
I
just
did,
ask
I
a
did.
question?
It's getting worse than it already is.
Hello?
Wait, Supreme. Oh, we can hear you, Supreme. What's up, dude?
Okay, so I'm not sure how long it's going to take before I cut out, but can I just ask all the atheists a question? If, based upon the question that you lot are asking the theists and so on, especially with the Bible, if there was only a man, let's say of 20, and a girl of 12, and he only had 6 months to live, and that she was going to be the ones to regenerate the human race or something, and maybe there was a cousin who was 5 to grow up, and maybe or some other stranger who was 5 as a male to grow up and breed with her children. Would you agree that that would be okay under those circumstances or not?
So I didn't get the total scenario. I've heard bits of it. Like I know there's a 12-year-old girl, an old man. It's the end of the world. There is nobody else.
Female, and they've got some other children that they're not related to, but they're younger. Yes. So
there's more than one.
Listen, if I was the last man on Earth, and I was the last man on Earth, and the only person to sleep with would be a 12-year-old girl, I would not do it.
I would actually, yeah, I would probably not do it yet too.
I mean, you can all say that now, but I'm not. The reason why I didn't ask it personally, but I was just asking, let's say to save the human species. I'll put it out there, very unrealistic, so to speak, but just to get your opinion. So rather than personally whether you would you say, let's say someone else wanted to say, what would you say? Would it be wrong or would it be okay?
It would still be wrong.
Based on what standard?
All right, how about this? No, I've got a better, actually, a much better question.
Can't answer my question?
Well, I'm going to ask mine first.
Okay, sure.
No, okay. Okay, go ahead.
No, is it?
Please tell me, Mr. Atheist.
I mean, I said I had a question before you asked a question, Arcane, but no, fine. If you want to be a jerk about it, go ahead.
You can't answer it anyway.
Okay, Seth, go ahead. Okay, so go ahead, Seth.
No, I insist, Arcane, please.
No, you can't answer the question anyway. If I ask you for a standard, you don't have anything.
Since you were free, I'll go.
I can give you a standard.
Just keep in mind that I did ask you, Arcane. So the question is proposed to everyone in the room because I don't think this is a problem for atheists. I think this is a problem for anybody. If you had to rape you got to commit one act of pedophilia. It's really tough to say. It's disgusting. If you had to commit one act of pedophilia that would guaranteed save 12 acts of pedophilia from happening, would you commit it?
That's a
Based
tough
on my own reasoning, no. Would you?
I don't know.
Yeah, I would need more. I would really need like some knowledge that this would actually, for sure, right, for empirical amount of certainty, scientific certainty, indeed lead to, impossibility essentially of those other kids being molested as well. And it's a tough choice. I mean, fuck yeah. Like, I don't know if I could actually do it, even though according to my moral system, yeah, it's okay. But hey, as Seth pointed out, these kind of problems exist in all worldviews, right? I mean, imagine if you're hiding Jews in your basement, you're in Nazi Germany, and the Gestapo comes to your house and they're like, "Are you hiding any Jews?" Well, as a Christian, you cannot lie, right? So are you going to commit a sin to save a few people? No, and there are much tougher examples than that for a Christian. But yeah, these kind of problems exist in both of our worldviews. And this is a really
can't even account for the concept of a problem.
Oh, there we go. Okay. No, I mean we can talk about that, sure, but I think we had.
This is Arcane presupposition.
You guys know this, and you guys know this, so you just a.
So now we know things. Okay.
You're a walking example of people who reject the obvious just to sustain their delusion.
Hey, Arcane,
Okay,
Arcane, were you always a God-believing Christian?
No.
So before you became a God-believing Christian and God revealed things to you, you were a flawed human being, right?
Yep.
So being a flawed human being, I would pose to say that your concept of God and what God has revealed to you is wrong because you were flawed. So you don't know the difference between right and wrong. So you cannot portray anything to being right because you were wrong to begin with.
That doesn't logically follow.
Why not? Just because you say it doesn't logically follow, explain to me why.
Because God has revealed the truth.
Yeah, but you were flawed. You don't know if that's God or not.
Well, that's your claim. You can't back it up, though.
You told me yourself you were flawed.
Yeah, we're all flawed.
So you yourself cannot claim that you know it's God because you were flawed.
That doesn't logically follow.
Just because you say it doesn't logically follow don't mean shit. I can say, well, you're intellectually dishonest for saying it doesn't logically follow.
Yeah, it doesn't logically follow that because I'm a flawed human being, I can't understand God's revelation. That is not logical.
Okay. See, you're flawed. You don't
That's an
understand
argument
it.
from personal
You can't even
incredulity.
understand it. You can't even understand the concept of the things I'm telling you because you're flawed.
That's an argument from personal incredulity and emotion.
And let's say straw man, and let's say popular parody, popular whatever. We can start throwing out all kinds of fallacies. It's a fallacy of a fallacy.
Yeah, you don't care about fallacies. You're an atheist.
Well, there is a fallacy in which states that just because fallacy doesn't actually mean that it's the thing that they're proposing is true.
Yeah, there's also fallacy.
Yeah, there's also an argument from personal incredulity fallacy.
Yeah, there's also hit Arcane with the problem of non-God objects. I want to see how he handles that one. That was interesting.
There's also the Chikuke fallacy, which Arcane thinks he knows, but he doesn't actually know.
You can't solve the problem with Gnosticism. You don't know what the hell I know. You don't know what I know. You don't know what Seth knows. You don't even know that we're here.
Because he was watching a Sci-10 Brugengate debate where Sci-10 Brugengate used it incorrectly, and now he's stuck with that definition.
Yeah, atheists are the only ones that have access to the truth of definitions, apparently.
There's no truth of definitions. There's only useful definitions.
Yeah, also, we all have access to these definitions.
Words have no meaning, right? You ascribe to that nonsense.
We all have
no, that's
access
not what I
to
said. They do have meaning. They just have relevant meaning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and also we all have access to these definitions. It's just that some people just don't want to look them up.
Oh, so you've solved solipsism, have you?
No, I avoided
so
it.
How do you know what you have access? What we have access to?
Hey, look, everybody. Hey, where's the Arcane bingo sheet where he retreats to
Yeah,
presupposition?
He can't answer the pedophilia in the Bible, so he's going to run into his playground games.
Yeah, okay, so guys, I mean, Arcane, if you want to talk about presup, I mean, sure, we can talk about it maybe later on, but now we have a topic here. It's a unique
Your
one.
entire
relatively.
argument is presup.
Okay, fine, sure. This topic, please, topic of, does the Bible condemn pedophilia?
So
Anybody,
you want to take? Let's be clear about it. You want to take your atheistic presuppositions and critique the Bible, but it's not fair. Wait a second. But it's not fair for me to question your presuppositions. That's brilliant logic.
You're avoiding the topic because you're not talking about the topic itself. You're going on presup, which I will gladly talk to you about.
Move on, right? Didn't we move on from that topic?
Arcane.
You done jumped off topic.
Are you ever
define?
Let's continue talking about
pedophilia long enough? I think it's been answered 100 times over.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think so, really. Well, if you're tired, guys.
Well, you're trying to
go on the lot sleeping with his daughter. He don't want to define booty and war.
Can you find those little girls, please? Thanks.
Oh, actually, I did. It's numbers 31:18.
Can you define booty and war and understand that that's also
wait.
women were the booty in that scripture, weren't they?
Sir, hold on a second. Sir, a moment. I actually found the scripture or the verse that you're looking for. It's Numbers 31:18, and it says, "But save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man.
Was that
They don't want to cover that though. They avoiding that with serious scrutiny. He skipped over it 3 times when he read it. He didn't even go to the line I went to. He read the earlier parts I read and wouldn't even touch on those parts.
I don't think it was in the. I think the verses that you provided didn't mention that. So in their defense, I don't think they skipped through anything. It's just that it wasn't the verses that you thought.
I feel you. All 32,000 of them. I'm with you too. I'm with you. We'll let them go on that.
Right. So yeah, I would. Okay. I mean, maybe they're not little kids. I mean, but virgins. Virgins does include little kids actually, right? Because little kids are virgins as well.
Well, that's an assessment based on the information that you have, but that's not based on what's in the Bible, though.
Well, it is. I mean, it says virgins.
No, actually, hold on. It's an absolute.
That's your Bible
hold on,
verse, baby. You got to read your Bible.
Y'all are desperate.
It's actually a completely logical fact that there's a set of all virgins, and within that set would include small children. As a matter of fact, most small children.
Yeah, I mean,
So
can you?
does the Bible say that
You guys are going too hard.
Hold on. Does the Bible say that marriage is between a man and a woman or a man and a child?
Yeah,
I don't know, but they called girls as young as 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me enlighten you. Let me educate you on what the Bible says about marriage.
No, I granted that. Okay?
A man and a woman, not a man and a child. So nowhere are you going to lead a Christian into saying that it's okay to have sex with children. You're desperate.
You saying the same thing over and over again isn't going to help your case.
His daughter.
Hold on, Arcane. I granted that to you. There's no reason to continue. I grant you. The Bible says marriage is between a man and a woman. I don't know how much I believe that. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. I granted it to you. Here's the problem. The Bible also refers to children as young as 12 as women, young ladies, young women.
Where does it say we have sex with them at? And give me the.
You just said the Bible says marriage is between a man and a woman. We're talking about young women, so that offers up young women.
It doesn't say young women, does it? It says man and woman. It doesn't say young woman.
So young women are women.
Keep grasping, bro. This is hilarious.
Arcane, you're the one that says a woman can mature at age 12. You're the one that said a woman can mature at age 12. In the old days.
I thought what you're trying to do is you're trying to trap them. I thought we already discussed this. The Bible in Ezekiel clearly states that when a woman is ready for love, and
it doesn't say so. Kevin,
fully grown as a woman. Now,
you're kind of loud. First of all, please. I'm not trying to be, rude here. You're kind of loud. First of all, it's kind of yelling in our headphones. We kind of went through this, right? I agree. You think that it sets a standard by. I explained to you that this doesn't necessarily implies that because, like I said, I can walk to a woman right now and say to a 30-year-old woman right now and say, "Well, you're ready for sex," right? I can say that, but that doesn't mean that by me saying that I'm saying that the minimum age for sex is 30 years old, right? I'm just stating the fact that at that age she is ready, but not necessarily that that's the minimum age.
Hey, Kevin, you said that's Ezekiel. Ezekiel, which one is that?
I actually have it still in my.
This is why Bible studies with atheists is just the most dumbest thing on the planet.
That's because we keep proving you Christians wrong and you guys can't accept it, so you run away from it.
Is there anything that you could say that isn't completely parroted from Satan Bruggencate?
Is there anything you could say that isn't completely foolish?
No, everything's foolish.
No. I think it's crazy to try to grasp at this whole pedophilia thing. Pedophilia, what is it? We already established before that they allow marriage between man and a woman at 14 years old. In fact, we found one where allowed marriage at 12 years old. That's law in the United States today.
Yes, and that's wrong. And I asked you what.
Okay, but hold on. It allows it nonetheless. That was my point. So what I was saying earlier, just taking you way back, to make this out as a biblical thing, and I said other cultures practice it. You're really gonna be grasping at some straws here. And you're really gonna try to make something up to go against the Bible when really a lot of people practice it.
Wait,
No,
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 if you're gonna go,
no.
Yes, and if you're
Nobody
gonna go
thinks the Bible is wrong because of this. We're just pointing out the fact that
You can't say
we
that
find it.
anything
I mean,
is
me and I were
wrong.
just kind of talking about this the other day, and we
Okay,
just found
right.
it odd. Hold on, we just found it odd that we couldn't think of any verses that said anything about a minimum age for marriage, and that would
Right.
imply that there also isn't a minimum age to have sex with a lady or woman or girl.
Right, but you got to understand the age that what you're looking at is the number, the age, right? Am I correct in that?
No.
They're flipping back and forth. They want to go back and forth.
Right, hold on. You're talking about the age, right? You're talking about the years and age, not necessarily the maturity of the body.
Yeah, well, yeah.
For instance,
well, no.
It's the
It
maturity
depends
of
on
the
what you
mind.
mean by that. I think. I
let me
don't
give you an
think that.
example.
I don't think it's. Hold on. I don't. Hold on, just real quick. I think they both matter. I think sexual maturity matters. Like, I wouldn't want to have sex with, if I was 19 or 20, a 17-year-old who oddly wasn't sexually mature, but also as a 16-year-old, I wouldn't want anything to do with a 12-year-old, no matter how sexually mature she seems to be. That would seem to be absurd, and I don't think it's good to justify, ever. I don't know why you and Arcane are trying to justify having sex with 12-year-olds, except for the fact that the Bible kind of...
Nobody's doing that. Why you trying to put that
ready to say that.
I was just getting ready to say that.
You're so
Okay.
desperate.
Yeah, okay, guys. Can we all agree that nobody here thinks that the Christians are pedophiles or anything of that sort? That we're not actually proposing this. I don't believe this. I don't even believe that. Even if I prove to you that a Bible condones this, even if I could prove that, I don't believe you would actually do that, because this is against our human nature. There's only So guys, please do not take this personally. This is more of a sort of a philosophical, kind of conundrum for you to propose to think about.
No, brother.
The fact that they're having a hard time with it.
You can't say that though, because there's a group of Israelites who we had to put on blast because they specifically stated it was okay when the kingdom comes to take up a 12-year-old female. And they tried to get each other to say it would be okay.
What you're doing is dishonest,
You want me
dude.
to play the video? Because it's up. You want quotes?
Creed and what they want to do.
All right, then, Kev. I'll play the quote. So it's specific that it's true. It's true. We had to get on them about that because they sounded.
Okay, based upon this book, then what are you doing? You talking about that person?
Azur, if you're talking about a group of believers that have this theology, that's not necessarily what the Bible says, right? And I would agree with Kevin there that he doesn't have to accept this.
Right, not all of them, but I say we can't group them all because here we have a group right here who said that. Not these brothers on the phone, but we know a specific group who runs around saying that. So we can't just assume that everybody feels the same way.
So let me ask you something, Ashar. Let's say there's a group of Bible believers that believe that they can jump off a roof and nothing happens to them. Right? So how's that at all benefiting this conversation?
Well, we have that. You have the case of Jim Jones.
All right, well, I said, how is it benefiting
David Koresh?
Okay, all right, that's fine. But what do they have to do? What's in this book, and what we're talking about now? That doesn't make any sense.
About pedophilia, and pedophilia.
Right. So these are people who are practicing
Israelite brothers and Christian brothers. Some of the Mormons, in fact.
All right. Okay.
Very disrespectful of this rule. They run around and they sleep with young girls. So
Azur, hold on. Let Kevin respond. Azur, go ahead, Kevin.
Please here agree that there is no verse that condones it, and there's not necessarily any verse that condemns it. What me and Arcane's stance is, there's no verses that condone it, but we can deduct by the verses that it does in fact condemn it. What you're presenting is something, a group's theology or what they want to bring up based on nothing that's either stated in the Bible to do or not to do.
I'm saying that your book implies it. And it's clear that when you take stories of Lot sleeping with his daughter, it's clear that when you say things about a woman becoming a woman right after her menstrual cycle, that it's okay to go in her. And it's clear from acts of ancient times when booty was the claim that, hey, they'll take a little girl and do as they will with her. So when you take 32,000 women or try to presume that a whole town didn't have women or young girls in it that they wouldn't rape, that would be silly. When we know how ancient warfare went. So when Moses is going through these scriptures and they're talking about 32,000 women will be claimed for this priest and for this particular group and that particular group, we must assume that they tried to have sex with them because they become like concubines.
You cannot assume that, man.
Because if we go into the Quran,
you also have to consider, Ashur, that a lot of the Bedouin groups, even Bedouin groups currently today in the Middle East, they have women in their camps, not necessarily to have sex with them, but to take care of things around the place. It was basically an extension of your power. So it doesn't necessarily mean sex. You're assuming now.
Hey, Kevin,
Yeah,
hang
what
on.
he's doing, Kevin, is called
I'm going to
ISIS.
say you're naive if you think
Hang on.
that, Kevin, but I respect
Wait, hang on, because Kevin, you said it yourself. It doesn't say in the Bible it condones or condemns it. You're doing ISIS Jesus to condemn it. All right, you're pulling on scripture that you think condemns it. But then wasn't Mary 13? So wasn't Mary 13? So she would have been underage too. She would have been a
Wait a
child.
minute. Hold on. I said,
Hang on. I wasn't done. I'm sure if we look, we could find verses in the Bible that condone child molestation also. So, but the point is, if you have, the point is you have verses in there that say lying is always wrong, stealing is always wrong, sleeping with another man, a man sleeping with a man is wrong. So if you could go into that point and say a man sleeping with a man is wrong, why can't you go to the point of a man sleeping with a child wrong?
What's your point? Just because you don't know why God didn't include that does not lend to your point at all. At all. You're arguing from ignorance.
Again, here's the thing. I understand what he's saying, kind of, and I agree fully with what Arcane is saying.
Here.
Just because
what's your point? If you don't know what the conversation is about,
there's no verse in the Bible that directly says, "Thou shalt not have sex with a woman under this age," right? So you're saying, okay, it's up for grabs. But wait a minute. Did we not read in Ezekiel that a woman was ready for sex at an age that she was physically mature? Yes, we did. Did we also, hold on, here's how we deduce. Did we also read in the Bible that sexual immorality is having sex before marriage? And we also deduce that a girl must be betrothed by her father, and her parents must agree to give her up as an offer, or not an offering, but give her up as a bride, as it was in that custom. So therefore, there was no sexual immorality or sex before marriage. That means people weren't going around with young girls. There was no young girls being raped or anything like that, because that girl was already mature. And if you look at the Levitical law, it even says if you go and sleep with that woman, and if they permit to marry, and you agree with that, let them marry. But if it was not permitted,
You're agreeing. Wait. What age is the child mature? You haven't answered that.
It doesn't say.
I haven't, because again, back in that time, well, we do things now today by age, but in actuality, what age is just really the tracking of one's years on the earth, but it doesn't necessarily track the maturity of one's body. For instance, I can grow to the stature of a man. I can grow facial hair. I can grow pubic hair, things of that nature. And I started doing that at a very young age.
Hold up, Kev. Mute yourself because his voice is coming through choppy.
Let the man finish.
So what you're doing is you're saying, oh, age. He's 12, he's 12, he's 12, so therefore they're all too young. But in actuality, let's be real. There are some people there's girls out there who are 12 years old, 13 years old, and they look like 20-year-old women. They have a mind of a 25-year-old or a 21-year-old woman. There's some girls out here that grow up so fast, they're so mature and so smart, it's like they can actually be a wife for somebody. Let's just be real with that.
Are you serious?
No, Kantu, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that is true.
Oh man.
I'm saying it is true. It is true. A woman is. I said a woman can be mature. Anybody can be mature. I'm saying when we limit things to a number, I'm saying, Kantu, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying when you limit it to a number, you're not really capturing the scope of maturity. That's what I'm saying.
Kevin, do you know how long
I was making an example. I said you're not capturing the scope of maturity. To say that a person's 12 doesn't automatically deduce that they're immature. You see what I'm saying?
I totally agree. I agree. No, I'm gonna stand up for Kevin. I think if the father says it's okay and a 12-year-old is just really, really sexy, yeah, it would be okay to marry her.
No. Stop listening. It has nothing to do with
the divas digital.
Let me say this.
Let me add something. A lot of young people can
to that family to decide whether she was mature enough.
You know what, Kevin?
She took care of the house and she's trained.
Let me make a statement here. You spend so much time defending the Bible that you know rationally that you would not subject your daughter to what you just said.
You're not listening to what he said.
No, I'm listening clearly, Arcane. I haven't spoken in a while. You may be in denial.
I tell you something. I tell you something. Hold on.
Hold on. I will start muting people because he hasn't spoken and he wants something to say something. So please let's give him a little time to finish.
I'm understanding the rationale, but this is the problem I have with with religious folks. I'm not even going to say spiritual. With religious folks that attest to instructions that have been dispensationalized. Number one, they've been dispensed with a certain purpose. The problem is you won't apply rational sense to yourself, but you will use God or Jesus or whatever name you want to use to justify irrational morality to human beings. You're not going to let your 12-year-old daughter date a 40-year-old man because she talks like she's 20. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Nobody said that, Kantu. You totally misunderstood.
Come on in, guy. Come take my wife.
Hold on, Kantu. Let me respond to that.
I'm not done talking. See, that's the problem. That's the problem right there.
Okay, go. Finish up. But Kevin has the right to respond afterwards. Go ahead.
You get enthralled in these scriptures that don't apply to everyday life. And you try to superimpose what was done with sheep and cows and cattle in 900 BC and 900 AD to 2015. And regardless of what you say, bruh, I'm not gonna do it, and no man in here is gonna take his daughter and subject her to possible pedophilia. You're not gonna do it. It's outlawed, it's illegal, and it's immoral, and you're not gonna sit in and try to twist your opinion because you believe in God. You're not gonna
Okay, Albert, wrap it up.
Let me respond to that very easy. Now, I'm gonna ask. Let me choose Seth. I'm going to ask the atheist in here a question, Kantu, and watch this. Is there any law in the Bible that says what age to marry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, Kantu, you said, I will subject my own personal morality for what it says in the Bible. But yet, an atheist just verified there's no age restriction in the Bible. So why am I obligated to subject my 12-year-old daughter to marriage? I'm not.
Right.
Once again,
therefore, how am I? No, I'll let you talk. How am I held or restrained? Hold on. How am I held and restrained from my book? From now, if I don't want to marry my 12-year-old daughter because I don't feel comfortable with that, I won't. Is there anything in the Bible to condemn me from that decision? No.
I think the word is polygama. If a man finds your girl in the field and takes her,
there's no law in the Bible saying that I had to.
girlfriend, his wife,
Now,
right?
if you found in the Bible that it said you must give up your daughter for marriage at 12, and I said I won't, then you have something. But as an atheist just verified, there's no verse for that. Therefore, what is it that's restricting me to making that decision? Nothing. So what you said is null and void. That's number one. Number two, are there people in the United States who are atheists yet have given up a 12 or 13 or 14-year-old daughter for marriage? Yes. So therefore, the logic does not apply only to a theist. So that too also fails. So what are you talking about?
Now,
Well, hold on. Wait. What? Hold on. What fails? No one's saying that.
I'll tell you what failed. What failed is, according to what Kantu said,
question and won't allow me to answer it. You ask me a question and then you continue to digress.
Yeah, I think it's fair to allow Albert to respond. Go ahead, Albert, respond.
See, that's why you're doing that. Number one, you're isolating an atheist to substantiate your claim based on a red herring. That's what you just did.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, you did, and I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain why. Because there are certain things called evangelical interpretation of Scripture and missionary interpretation of Scripture, where the Scripture is not less necessarily speaking to the letter. It may not be speaking to the letter, but it is implied based on the foundation of the Scripture, where the book was written and why it was written. Okay? So when we're talking about precept upon precept and law upon law, there was a covenant that is made. There are rational laws within that applies to human nature, bro. You're not gonna sit here and tell me that if I'm sitting here, if I got a 12-year-old child who seems to be gifted and seems to act mature, I am not going to release her because it's ambiguous whether God allows me to do it or not. It's ambiguous whether God exists or not, but that doesn't stop you from believing He's there.
Right, but Kansu, it still doesn't hold up.
Wait, you pick and choose when ambiguity applies. Now, you want ambiguity applied to the law, but you don't want ambiguity to apply to the fact that you can't even observe God. Let alone
Hold on a
hear
second.
from.
On a technical note, hold on. No. On a technical note, hold on. No. Yeah, hold on. Technical note, we're just going to welcome Beckel real quick.
Hey, Beckel, fuck you. Get away. Oh, I'm good.
Hey, Beckel.
I'm not staying long. I just wanted to put Kevin in my circles. I was listening to part of what he's saying, and I really like a lot of what he's saying. So, Kevin,
dude, we had so many theists.
Sorry.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, Beckel, like I told you in Skype, we had a lot of new theists in here, like earlier on. Too bad you couldn't make it, but yeah, it was interesting. Now we are kind of divulged into a kind of sensitive topic. You can blame me and Seth for it. We were trying to keep it more unsensitive, but apparently it's a sensitive topic. We should have known. But
I know atheists like little kids. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
no, we're just trying to figure out how many times Christians are going to justify having sex with 12-year-old girls.
Okay.
No, I think it's important to say, before we continue on, just to cool things off a little bit, but not change the subject, I just want to say that as I don't think any of you are pedophiles. Art said it before. I would trust, I don't have children, I would trust my nephew to be watched by Kevin or Veckel. I don't know. Arcane might fill him with some presuppositional nonsense, but
yeah, watch out for Arcane. Yeah, he might make him
Veckel and Kevin. I would be fine watching my nephew if it came down to it. I don't think you guys are bad people or pedophiles or would ever harm a child. I think that's part of the reason why you guys are having such a hard time with it. Veckel's not having a hard time because he hasn't been in here, but part of the reason why some of you guys are having problems with this is because you're trying to square something that's not condemned with the Bible and trying to justify why it's wrong because you do think it's disgusting.
Yeah, and I think everyone's raising some really interesting points. The Bible, just like Kevin said, the Bible does not give an age limit, but that doesn't mean that that we go Muhammad on them. I don't think David was 52 years old marrying a 6-year-old girl.
You're so lucky that the Muslim new dude left. He would
I know he'll probably Allah Akbar and probably cut my head off digitally, I guess.
Oh, come on.
But anyway, hold on. Let me just finish that one point that I was given to just making, and not necessarily the consul, but just for the record. The reason why I asked an atheist is because not only am I proving something that's factual, but I'm also getting somebody that has an opposing worldview, which even makes it even more non-biased. That's why I asked Seth to say that. So when I said Seth,
that was a totally fair thing
verse
for
in
him
the
to ask you.
Bible, huh?
I know. I was saying, I know that was a totally fair thing to ask you. I mean, if you wanted to quickly prove to people that there's no age of consent in the Bible or for marriage, minimum age in the Bible, and you ask somebody who's opposing you to answer, and they answered in the way you wanted, that's perfectly fair. That's absolutely, and I wouldn't answer
because it shows no bias. It shows no bias to the information. He said no, not that I'm aware of, and not from what I've seen. I said okay. So from that, I showed you that I am not obligated to give my daughter up for marriage at 12. You just said that when your daughters are 12, I know good and well you wouldn't give your daughter up for marriage. I most likely would not. In fact, I will say I will 100% would not. But still, the Bible does not hold me or obligate me to make that decision. It doesn't.
I got a question though. I mean, what's the age of consent for atheism?
Interesting question. Right before I
Damn.
dang, man.
Seth, he got us.
Well, we all know all babies are born atheists.
Intelligibility.
Well, we all know babies are all born atheists.
What's the age of consent?
Right, but still, there's no. Is there any way that you? Is there anything that says there's a limit when it comes to, or do you have to be told this, or do you have some kind of innate knowledge?
You see, when you meet Dawkins, you shake his hand, you pray to him, then you have sex with everybody you like.
No, I think you reason to the fact that you shouldn't have sex with people who can't consent to it.
Exactly, and the same thing can be said for the Bible when it comes to Genesis chapter 1, verses 27, where made in the image of God, we're able to reason and rationalize, and that's pretty much what that verse says. In the image of God, we were able to reason and rationalize.
Whoa, slow down.
Yes, Christian. No, hold on. Christian, that's a great answer, and I totally accept that. And if that's the reasoning that Veckel or again, I want to keep bringing Veckel. Actually, Veckel left. So if that was the answer that Arcane or Kevin gave, then there wouldn't be much argument in here. They would admit basically that no, the Bible doesn't have anything explicitly saying or even really closely implicitly that there's a minimum made for consent. But
I don't know. I would still have a problem with it. But yeah, go ahead, Albert. You'll say something.
But Christian Architect just gave explicit reason. He just gave scripture that talks to that.
Oh no, that wasn't explicit reason. There was nothing explicit about not having sex with children. You have to reason to. Therefore, it is by definition implied, not explicit.
So you're saying that you're telling me that when we read scripture, the same rational behavior that we use to govern ourselves, it doesn't matter when you're reading scripture.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all.
Because let's just say, all intents and purposes, it was just in the news, a black Hebrew Israelite leader murdered his 4-year-old child and the child's mother, claiming that the child was homosexual, and that he read that he was praying the Lord's Prayer as he did it, and he claimed that the Bible told him to do it. So he had a right to do it, basically. Wait a minute. He had a right to do it. He had a right to do it because, hey, it didn't say I couldn't.
Actually, the Bible does have laws against explicit laws and rules and verses saying not to harm the little ones.
Or to kill. Period.
Oh, so since it's in there, then I must be insane.
The law actually says thou shalt not murder.
As long as it's in there, then it's because maybe I'm misunderstanding the subject matter here. Maybe I'm the one irrational. So you're saying as long as the law is in there, then off with his head. Kill the 4-year-old. He's a homosexual bastard. Kill him right quick. And his mother. That's what you're saying.
No, it is not what I'm saying. It is not what I'm saying at all.
You just retorted for the sake of.
I read that news story. You gave an example of a Hebrew Israelite that according to when he prayed, he said that the Bible told him to kill his son and his wife. Yeah. And I'm saying the Bible goes against that. So again, you just like what Ashur did earlier about the GMS and that group. It's like
the women. The Bible goes against it.
Yeah.
But he interpreted that it did.
I did, and they keep trying to explain away what's in there instead of sticking to their premise and holding dear to what their God told them to do. I can't do anything against that. I'm just telling you it's there. If you follow this, you have to deal with what's there, Kev.
No. When you say the Bible allows it, give me 1 second. I'm gonna select something on this PC. Why is it not? Oh crap.
See, this subject matter is a sensitive matter. However, there's an underlying effect here when we talk about the psychological effects of being devoted to these scriptures. We have to take into account that accounting. We can't just say it's cut and dry. Because every five people, no matter what denomination or Abrahamic faith they're in, are going to interpret the scriptures differently. Every last one of them. You're not going to get a consistent interpretation across the board from any denomination. Not one.
I guess
that's why Muslims blow up other Muslims. That's why the Christians fought the Philistines, blah, blah, blah. You're not going to get a consistent...
You're not, and you're not going to evangelize it away either. It's not going to happen. It doesn't go away like that. You have to stick to the premise.
I'm going to place myself on mute for a second. We're going to talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, so, hey guys, interesting topic, but I vote we kind of move on from the whole pedophilia thing.
I just wanted to make that point. I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to make a point about that. That's all.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool.
Before we do, our wants to know the age of consent in atheism.
Right. Well, I kind of explained that that's a kind of a ill-formed question, because atheism doesn't address the question of morality, only addresses the question of whether or not God exists. So it's kind of like asking what's the age of consent in capitalism, or the proponents of gravity theory, or the germ theory. I mean, atheists, of course, can have standards. I hold to an objective moral standard, of which basis is human nature and human agenicity, and that's based on my list of properly basic beliefs.
Right,
and so it's always changing. How's it objective?
Yeah, I say we all
well, okay.
I say we all hold the same standards. Yeah, I say we all hold the same standards. Everybody on this planet. It's just that you claim it comes from a book, and I don't claim
so everybody
mine
holds
from a
the
book.
same standard of morality?
So here's the thing, Arcane. You wanted a number, okay? So I think this is where we get the number, okay? There is an average age of consent, and I think that an average age of interpretability, right, where people are old enough to actually make this choice and have it to be an intelligent choice, so they have the most freedom to make this choice. And I think that's the... Oh, I'm getting there. Did you want the answer, or did you want to interrupt me?
I'm just asking. What is it?
And I think it's fair and sensible to overshoot that by at least a few years. So a large majority, if not all of the people who have sex have either reached that age or are never going to reach that age to make it a coherent and safe age of consent. And I think 16 might be a little too low. In a lot of states it's 16. I think 18 is probably the right age.
Probably, might be, could be. These are far from objective standards.
Probably is not the same thing.
Objective doesn't mean it can't be. Hold on. Objective does not mean that you can't be certain. Objective just means that it's without bias.
Well, what if I contradict you? What if I contradict you? How do we tell
what objective is?
If I contradict you in your moral standard, meaning I have a moral standard which is diametrically opposed and opposite of yours, how do we then tell which one of ours is truly correct as opposed to just our freaking opinion?
Oh, there are ways we could do that, but
how?
You'd be wrong, by the way, if your standard was totally opposite from mine.
Because you say I'm wrong?
No, not because I say it. Because we could reason to it.
But
that's a totally different subject. But that's a totally different subject from what you asked, which is what's the age of consent in atheism, which Art tackled quite well. Atheism is a topic on a single issue. It's like asking what's the legal age of consent, or what's the standard car of Democrats. There isn't one.
No, it's showing that atheism does not have a moral standard.
It doesn't. Yeah, because atheism tackles only the question of whether or not God exists, not what morals should people believe in.
Doesn't mean that
Yeah,
because
atheists
that's like
don't have
that's
more. Doesn't.
God does
the
not
moral
exist.
right. But
Hold
this
on,
is
hold on. Let
the
me respond.
problem. If you
Let me
say that
respond.
just because they're atheists, they're going to commit acts of turpitude
I'm not
for no
saying that at all.
reason, then that would be silly. My point is
I'm
this.
not saying that.
Right, but that's like saying they have no more value. They're saying most of them, and I don't know if they believe in a different source of power or energy that guides them, but that they don't believe in what's organized in their face. So the organized religion they see, they disagree. That's it.
I get you, but at the same time, if you say you're an atheist, that implies something. That implies that you have a worldview that does not include God. Now, a worldview that does not include God has some implications morally.
Am I
Namely,
immoral?
The
you
only
have no
implication
moral
of
you have no
that label.
objective moral standard. All
No,
you
no,
have
no,
is
no,
a
no, no, no,
human
no, 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 no,
perspective,
no, no,
I don't
no,
want to
hold
do
on.
that.
No, no,
perception.
no,
Why am I being talked
no, no,
over?
no, 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 Arcane. The only
Why am I being
implication of
talked over?
that label is that you, as an atheist, cannot have a moral basis in God. Right? That's the only implication. It doesn't mean you cannot have objective basis, because there are tons of philosophers, secular philosophers, who do propose morality, secular morality,
Yeah, and
objective
some are
morality that is
opposing.
not based on God.
Some are opposing one another. How do you know
So
which one
what?
of them is
Like,
correct?
there are theists who oppose each other all the time
How do
throughout
you know which
history.
one's correct?
Even in the same religion, you have Muslims. You have the Shia and the Sunnis. They
You're not
oppose
answering
each
my
other to
question.
this very day.
I'm
In
asking a very
Christianity,
specific
the same
question,
thing.
Art. How do you know which one of them is correct?
Sure, through reason and evidence.
Whose reason and whose perception of the evidence?
There's no perception of the evidence. There is only evidence in objective reality, and there is objective reason, which is based on logic, which is absolute. Now,
People
people
think
people can
differently.
misuse
Not
and
everyone
misinterpret
thinks
the
the
evidence,
same.
sure.
Not everybody interprets the evidence the same. People have different
Correct.
perceptions. I'm saying according to whose perception, according to whose reasoning, because you might not reason the same way positively godless or Seth reasons. So, whose reasoning should we hold as the objective standard?
So, good question. Math. Is math objective, Arcane?
What does math have to do with morality, Art?
Just ask a simple question. Is math objective? Is it absolute?
According to my worldview, yeah, but how's it relevant?
Oh, there we go. Excellent. Do you agree that in your worldview, people miscalculate equations, they miscalculate addition, division, that they give wrong answers on this objective tool of calculation, that are mistaken sometimes?
According to atheism, whose reason are we using to perceive
Arcane,
the
please answer the question. Please just answer the question.
You're dodging my question.
I'm getting to it. I'm making an analogy here.
To answer my question by
I'm
asking me
getting to
about
it.
my worldview, if we're talking about atheism, you don't get to say, well, according to your worldview.
I'm not challenging your worldview. I'm just asking because I'm trying to find common ground. I'm trying to find an analogy so that you can understand me.
You're defending atheism right now, but you
Okay,
failed.
fine. Okay, if you don't want to, it's fine. I'm going to just throw this out to anybody who's listening. So, in a theistic worldview, you have objective, let's say, entities that exist,
You could ask
that
me
are
and I'll
absolute.
play the theist.
Say what?
You could ask me and I'll play the theist.
No. Hold on. I just want to quickly wrap it up. So, math is absolutely objective, even absolute in a theistic perspective. Yet, Christians and atheists alike in the Christian worldview make mistakes. They make wrong calculations. Does that mean that the standard is subjective? No. In the same way, I would say that even though I do have an objective standard based on human nature, based on improved evidence and reason, through which I can gather what is good or bad based on looking what's the effects of certain actions on our nature, with the goal of most happiness, even though people miscalculate these calculations, I can still maintain that it's an objective fact, right? It's objective moral system. And
Based on what?
Arcane said, well, based on whose interpretation of the facts, based on whose reason. Well, the same thing applies to mathematics. You just because people mistake about mathematics and how it's calculated, right, doesn't mean that math is subjective.
No, that's okay. So what? What is your standard according to atheism?
I just told you, human nature.
No, you said math has nothing to do with morality. What is your objective moral standard?
I told you, human nature.
Whose human nature? Yours or Hitler?
Ours human nature. Whatever leads to better.
Better according to who?
To our nature. That's the thing.
Yours or
So,
Hitler's?
Why is
Arcane,
Hitler being brought up?
Thank
So try to
you,
follow
thank
along.
you, thank you.
Try to keep up. Sorry, try to keep up. I'm using that to illustrate a point that people have different human natures.
Really? Do
So
you
if you
know
want
if
to
any
settle,
human? Okay, do
if
do
you
you
want to
know
settle
if any human? Wait. Do you know if any
somebody
human
else, by all
that
means.
benefits from drinking battery acid?
You can't answer the question, so you're deflecting.
Dude, no, you just made a
Arcane,
claim. Yeah, you're
You're
different. You
deflecting.
just made a claim that there are different human natures, and I'm pointing out to you now we have actual objective, absolute human nature, which is based on biology, which we know for a fact
Based on whose
that
perception?
drinking battery acid is harmful to you. It will kill you,
So,
right?
That's not a
That's
moral.
universal.
so
That's
I
universal.
actually,
That's the
Arcane, do you
basis
ever
for me
find it?
saying that it's bad.
That's nothing to do with
Arcane, do you
morality.
ever find it problematic that every time somebody asks you a question, you say it's pathetic or they say they're deflecting and you never answer the question? I
Because
would
they
find
never
that very
answer the
troubling if I
question.
found
Because
myself doing that.
he
No,
can't answer the
I would
question.
find it really
And I
troubling if I
know
found
that.
myself
I
doing
know
that.
he can't
Because I
answer
think
the question. So the reason
an honest person would just answer the question and get on with the discussion instead of derailing it all the time.
who's derailing, me or Art? Let's be objective.
I don't know. You're
Yeah,
derailing by asking me another question, aren't you? Oh,
yeah. You're derailing when you go on a 5-minute tirade about
tirade.
nothing concerning the answer of my question.
Dude, you made the claim, right? I sorry, I have to repeat myself because apparently you don't listen. You made the claim that human nature is different for every human. That's why you brought up Hitler. Well, according to whose nature, Hitler or yours? Well, there are things actually that are unique to humans and are shared amongst all humans, which is our biology, right? Drinking battery acid is bad
But
for
we're talking
every
about
human in
morality,
history.
right?
If it's
We're
not
talking
bad,
about
if it's not
morality.
bad for you, then you're not human. You're an
You're
alien.
conflating the physical world with the concept of morality. Right?
No, I'm using the physical world and the goal
Where it's not
of
supposed to be.
well-being as my basis for morality, right? I can say that drinking battery acid is bad for you. Why? Because it leads to lesser well-being. In fact,
That's
it
not a
leads to
moral. That's not a moral statement, though.
it is.
Then
It is
there's
in my
nothing
in my
about
worldview.
drinking
I
battery
don't.
that comports with morality.
Let's explore that for a second. Let's explore that for 1 second. Let's say it's not immoral. I'm sorry, I thought I was explaining. So let's explore that for a
Yeah.
second.
If you drink battery acid, you're an idiot. You're not immoral. Yeah, if you drink battery acid, you're an idiot. You're not necessarily immoral. Now, if you
Yeah,
take the battery acid and make someone else drink it,
hold on a second.
that's another topic.
I mean, now we've gotten to the root of what you don't understand about this. Art, go ahead and explain what.
Answer my question, but okay.
What question?
What is the standard?
Human nature.
Art says that the standard. Me and Art differ on this slightly, but it really kind of amounts to the same thing and the same consequences. Art seems to think that harming people is the bad, and whatever deflects harm is the good.
Yes, pretty much. Also, I add the notion of agenicity. Agenicity
What if
could
I
not be
disagree?
violated.
That's the whole point. What if someone says the opposite? Okay, or has a moral standard according to them that entails something contradicting your moral standard? How do we tell then which one of yours is correct?
We can look at the objective facts, which is our nature, use evidence and reason.
People are perceiving these facts differently. That's why we have opposing views in the first place.
Just because yeah, go ahead, Seth.
Here's one thing we could look at the history of human literacy, and we could actually look at what people mean by what things are moral and what things are not moral, and we could actually determine that in almost every situation when somebody talks about something immoral, it amounts for some kind of harm. So if somebody was saying that harming somebody was good or enjoying the suffering of free human beings was good, then they would be going against all of human literature, and they would be wrong.
The majority opinion.
You know, Arcane, your morality is subjective too. Arcane, you use the subjective morality all the time.
Sorry, no, I don't.
You
Arcane,
lied.
am I immoral?
Wait. Arcane, since you become a Christian, have you lied? For any reason at all? To help someone, you know, if somebody asked you if they felt fat, you said no, or something. Any reason at all, have you lied?
I'm predicting that when I say something, you're going to say something back. I'm going to answer your
Answer the question.
I'm going to answer your question.
Arcane, answer it. Have you lied since you become a Christian?
Shut up. I'll answer the question. Yeah, I'm just predicting what you're going to say back to me, but I'm going to give you my answer. Yes, I have lied. What's your point?
Then you're not following your own objective standard, because if it wasn't objective standard and you believed it was absolutely objective, you would never lie under any circumstance.
That makes no sense at all. That's like saying because we know that there's laws, that nobody is ever going to break the law if we know that there's an objective law. That's just the dumbest.
I'm sorry, but
I've heard today.
That's standard.
No, actually, hold on.
That's the dumbest argument I've heard today, bro.
I think that's a good response, Arcane, but there's a difference.
No,
it's actually a difference.
It doesn't make sense to him because Abraham lied to the Egyptians. So it's conducive for some of their prophets to do so. So it's not as if it's not in their nature to do so. That God said it was okay.
No, actually, I think Arcane's response to that was fair enough. But there's a different question that's similar to that I think might be a little bit more problematic. And you're going to have to forgive me in advance, Arcane, but I'm going to answer this, and you're not going to want to answer. You're going to deflect. I predict it. How's that for knowledge? You're definitely going to reject this question. And it is a fair question. All right. So let's start off with a couple of small questions before I build up to it. Simple ones. It'll be quick.
Let's go further down the rabbit hole.
You believe God is present in your life?
Absolutely.
He's everywhere, and he sees you at all times.
By definition.
Right. Have you masturbated since you've believed this?
Oh, sure.
You see he's dodging. Seth is a prophet.
Have you masturbated since you started believing that God is present in your life?
Yeah, I've done a lot more than that, too. What's your point?
All right. Why would you do that? Do you masturbate in front of other people?
Because I'm a fallen, fallible creature. That's why I do that. And that's why, you
No,
know
that's
what?
fine.
I'm gonna, wait. Let me answer you. Because that is human nature. That we do these kind of things. And you know what? God knew that. That's why he had to send his son to save us, because he loved us. He wanted us to get out of this condition. So you can't say anything to me as far as what I do as far as sin, because like that just goes back to my analogy earlier.
I'm not
just
talking about
we know
sin.
that there's objective laws doesn't mean we still don't speed or break the law.
Arcane, no, you're missing the point, and I want to get back to it. This isn't about sin
Well,
at
my
all.
point was
I
where's your
specifically
standard, and we're far from that.
hold on. I specifically didn't ask you if you've stolen or lied, and that's what brought me to this. Is I think that there's a slight flaw in your name's question, because I might steal in front of my mother if I thought I can get away with it, or even if she saw it, I might steal in front of my mom. That's something I could do and ask for forgiveness for. What I couldn't imagine doing, ever, was masturbating in front of somebody who wasn't a very, very, very close loved one who I've been intimate with. Yet you have. You apparently think that God is present in your life in the same way that your mother and father are, yet you've jacked off right in front of him. I couldn't do that to my dad. That'd be really strange.
You do it every time you do. Every time you do something, you're sinning, and you're.
No, because I don't believe that's. No, but the difference is
So you're not telling me anything that's gonna like embarrass me or hurt my position, because that is my position.
The difference is that you actually believe he's present in your life and watching you at all times. I don't believe that. Even if he doesn't exist, I don't accept it. I don't think that's true. So I'm not whipping it out and jacking off in front of God, because I don't think that's true.
So
you are. You think he's supposedly present in your life and in your room while you whip it out, laying next to you in the bed, practically.
You want a tissue? Like,
I think I do. I can't get
your emotional argument means nothing to me. Nothing.
What
I've admitted
emotional
that this is my condition,
It's
and
not
nothing
emotional.
you
It's
say
hilarious.
Can I respond? Nothing that you've said to me is going to hurt my position logically, intellectually, or scripturally. So please spare me the emotional argument. Let's get back to my question:
It's
is
not
how do
emotional,
we
it's hilarious.
decide? How do we decide apart from God what's right and wrong? And you have failed.
So before you go, just a second, I have an announcement to make. So the live stream is gonna end in a few minutes. I'm gonna open a new room, and I'm gonna post the watch and join link in the comment section of this video. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so it actually is a problem for your worldview, Arcane. I know you want to deny that it is, but this idea that
Based on
you
what
believe
standard?
X. Hold on. Based
on what standard is it a problem? I've been
telling
asking you that for 30 minutes.
Are you willing to actually listen to me? I'm
When you get to
trying
a
to
standard.
tell you, as you're asking me again, I'm trying to tell you, Arcane.
Okay. I'll
You
mute.
claim you believe X, yet you believe that you act in absolute and almost certain opposition to that belief. It's like you say that you believe that you don't want to die, and you believe falling out of an airplane will kill you, yet you jump out of an airplane. It's inconsistent.
Actually, there's a parachute attached to my body. His name's Jesus Christ, and he knew that I couldn't fly
Right.
without him. Hold on, let me finish. I'll just let you repeat
Sure.
yourself.
No, please do.
just let me explain myself before you sit here and try to make a judgment by which you have not still given a standard for. So let me get out my 2 cents. Okay? This is human condition according to the scripture. This is who we are. We're fallen. We're screwed up. We're messed up. We're confused. This is the whole reason why Jesus Christ came. He didn't just come as some kind of figure that people can go and be happy, feel happy about as some kind of security blanket. He also came to give us reasons for our existence, reasons for our life, and reasons for the truth of morality by which you're sitting here trying to judge me for.
Nope.
So spare me the emotional argument and just admit that atheism cannot provide a standard to judge anyone else, and we'll be square.
So yeah, so my response to that is, LOL. I'm not proposing any moral standard by this. I'm not holding you to a moral standard by this. I'm
How are
not
you
saying.
judging me?
I'm not saying that you're a bad person, therefore God doesn't exist. That's absurd. I'm saying
I would never do that. That is just so beneath me. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm saying that you act inconsistently with what you claim to believe.
No, I don't.
Therefore,
I explained that already.
Therefore, we ought not. One of those is most likely false. It's most likely that you hold on. It's most likely. Let's straw man. There's a contradiction. One of them is most likely false, at least. Right? And here's the options. Okay. Either it's more likely that you haven't masturbated since you believe that God is present in your life, or consequently, the other one, that you don't believe that God is actually present in your life, not in the way that was described, because you don't act that way in front of other people who are obviously present in your life. Is anybody in here jacked off in front of somebody that they weren't sexually intimate with? Anybody at all, other than Arcane?
First of all, do I need to say this again? That completely shows your straw man. Is that I already explained? This is our condition. God knows this is our condition. If we were able to not sin, there would be no reason for Jesus to come in the first place. If we were able to not sin, the whole fall of in Jesus is completely pointless. So no. My point is this: you are still trying to judge based on this imaginary standard you have.
I don't understand if
It's no contradiction if I say that we already know that we're in this condition. So if I back off 30 times a day,
just avoiding
I back off 30 times a day, that is wrong to do. That is wrong to do.
You're acting contradictory to what you claim to believe. I'm not judging you. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm not saying you're failing in moral standards. I'm not saying that you've still because I can imagine. Hold on. It's not about sin either. Hold on. It's not about sin either, because I can imagine you doing things that your mother wouldn't like in front of your mother, or doing things that your father wouldn't like in front of your father, or even stealing in front of a store clerk who owns the store. I can see people doing immoral things in public. What is very unlikely is for you to masturbate, something that intimate in public.
So
the
people
fact
don't.
that I specifically, this is the second time I've had to explain this to you, that I specifically do masturbation because
not because hold on, because it's not something everybody does. It's very
People
few
have
people
sex
do
in
front of.
In fact, people have sex and put it on little videotapes and send it out all over the internet, knowing that people are watching, knowing that people think it's immoral. So, like I said, God knows that we're in this condition, that we are going to sin, and as Christians, we're supposed to strive and try not to. But in my opinion, it's impossible to be perfect. So, at some points, when people fall away and do stuff that isn't, with God's nature, it's gonna happen. God knew that was gonna happen. So it's no way hurting my position, like I said in the beginning, for you to say, well, you do these things, therefore it's inconsistent with your position. Well, I already told you it's consistent with my position. So either you're not listening, or you're just failing to grasp that point because you're desperately trying to avoid giving or admitting that you don't have a standard. So you're sitting here judging me arbitrarily, just off the whim by your own subjective.
Okay. No, again, I'm not judging. It's embarrassing that you're still not getting this. But since you're not going to get it, in my closing remarks, I'm just going to say that you think it's okay to marry 12-year-old girls who are sexy, and you masturbate in front of your parents. I'm done.
Okay.
You're a comedian. Yeah, and that's funny. Yeah, so funny that he was illogical. I'm laughing.
Okay.
We can hear you.
You know what's funny to me is you say logic, you say illogical about something that you try to say exists that it's illogical. It's really funny how theists jump in and out of the box to substantiate a claim. You talk about morals, yet morals are social constructs that are created by people. God created laws according to your own book. He didn't create morals. He created laws in which his followers are deemed to follow. He's above the law because he created the law. Now when human beings create morals, now our morals don't matter because now we have to check with God first. But if God knew our morals were going to be screwed up, then why would he make us in the first place? See, it's just funny how you jump in and out because, to put it quite bluntly, it's just irresponsibility of being a human being. You just don't want to be responsible for your actions. Yeah, I'm going to keep screwing up. I'm going to keep being the screw up because I can just say, hey, I'll get it together sooner or later because God's got my back. And that's what the bottom line really is. You don't want to be accountable for yourself.
You have a very ignorant view of Christianity, bro. Very ignorant view. And I'm not saying that to tell you that anything like that. I'm just saying, if you want to understand Christianity, ask a real Christian. Ask me.
Ask my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. Why is it ignorant? That's all I'm asking. Why is it ignorant?
Well, everything you said is not representative of my actual position.
Okay, prove that. Since you want to go out on the limb and say what you just said, prove it.
Have you ever been a Christian, Albert?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Hold on.
Have you ever been a Christian, Albert?
Yes.
Well,
I want you to prove what he just said, though. See, I'm not letting him off the hook. Don't tell me what God said. You can't. If it's not God involved, you don't even know how to speak for yourself because you can't speak. Even answer
well, I'm trying to respond. Anytime you want to let me respond, I'm going to respond. My screen froze.
You would have said it. You've been flowing effortlessly all this time.
Bro, you going to let me respond?
Go ahead. You can try.
I was going to say my screen froze up after what you said. So I was trying to respond, and then it took a second to catch up. But when I said you have a strong man of my position, everything you said was basically internet atheist stuff that they've integrated over the years. For example, it's like the first thing you said, first of all, it's illogical. God is illogical. Well, according to my position, God is a necessary precondition for logic. And if you deny God, I would like to ask how you get logic. Secondly, you're saying that humans create morals, and then we check with God to see if it's okay. Like no, God gives the law. The law is the law of our morality. Like when we're talking about God's law, we're talking about God's laws, and we're asking what is the standard by which our morals are grounded. It's God's law. So it's not that we make up morals. Morals are written on our hearts, as it says in scriptures. We innately know right from wrong, but sometimes people act up, they act differently. And you're trying to say it's a way for us to escape. Hold on, let me respond. You think it's a way for us? You're saying it's a way for us to escape human responsibility. On the contrary, it gives laws and says if you break these laws, this is what's going to happen to you. So if you're not walking in line with the law, you will be punished for it. And everybody is condemned to hell. And the only thing that saves us is belief on the resurrection of Jesus Christ. That's it.
Brother Arcane, let me ask you this. Since everything is God's law, where do your scriptures come from originally? What's their origin?
God.
God created your scriptures. How did they put together the Septuagint? You know? If you don't, I'm not. Yeah, how did they put the Septuagint together? Because if you don't know, I'm just going to tell you the Septuagint is written on a lot of papyrus, if you didn't know. But I'm just asking you, how did they comprise your Bible, your book?
Well, the Bible was inspired by God and written by God through people, saying God promised to preserve his word so that we can understand his message. And I think you would have to be a fool to say that he couldn't do that.
Now, I'm not an atheist, but I'm asking you this because the premise of how your book was built. There was a group before your group that has a similar story to yours, right?
Who's my group?
Well, are you a Christian, a Hebrew? What are you?
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but what was my group? What do you mean by that?
So your group is Christianity, right? You identify with them as your peeps, right?
Well, I identify with Jesus Christ. What other Christians do, I can't speak on. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so now they're separate Christians. No problem. No problem. I'm not even going to group you in that. But we know that Christians got their scriptures from Hebrews, right?
No, I'm saying not everybody who claims to be a Christian is walking some straight path of Christianity. That's what I'm saying.
No problem. No problem. It's irrelevant, though. I'm just saying your book is comprised and got and pulled from another people who had scriptures before you, right or wrong?
You talking about the Old Testament?
Because Hebrews, I'm talking about the Old Testament. Hebrews were there before Christians were, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we know that you pulled from another man to get your source.
I don't grant you premise.
Well, Hebrews had a scripture before yours. You agree with those Hebrews and created another sect called Christianity. None of you consorted God during this. You just consorted with the Hebrews because you thought that is right. And the Hebrews thought the Christians were right.
Hey guys, just a second. We're gonna moving to another hangout. I'm gonna ending the stream. Here's the link to the new hangout. If you could all move, we will put it on air and continue the discussion.